Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Hagrid rescued Harry Potter and changed his destiny forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Hagrid rescues young Harry from the Dursleys, everything changes. Growing up surrounded by kindness and magic, Harry's path to Hogwarts, and his destiny, will never be the same. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. At first glance, there was nothing to distinguish the house at 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey from any of the other thousands of houses in English suburbia. Typical size and color. Ordinary car in the driveway, ordinary landscaping and gardens, nothing that would cause it to garner any special attention whatsoever. There probably was a typical family inside of mother, father, and children to complete the picture of normalcy. But if one looked a little closer, one could see something very different at this house. At least this afternoon. In broad daylight, there was one owl perched atop the chimney. A rather bored barred owl, if anyone could read the flat expression on its face. Little did it know that it had just delivered a post which set into motion a great change into the world. Especially for one special boy. The Dursley family who lived in the house was the very standard of normalcy. At least they thought so. Unfortunately, there was one glaring exception to their own ideal of the proper English family. It was this exception that the owl post was addressed to. Harry Potter had been the cause of their greatest fear and shame. They hoped that no one would ever discover that the little boy who lived under the stairs was, gasp, different from everybody else, and, even worse, that he was actually related to them. Harry Potter was at the moment spending time locked in the cupboard that served as his bedroom and punishment hole. Truth be told, he had spent most of his childhood in that cramped, filthy, hot little space. And he no idea why. But he kept trying to figure it out. He had been told that his alcoholic parents were killed in a car accident. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had sacrificed their lives, as they kept reminding him, to put a roof over Harry's head and to raise him. That he was treated as a virtual South Avenue and a burden since he could walk and talk was a constant mystery and conflict for Harry. The fawning over and spoiling of his cousin Dudley contrasted sharply with the physical and emotional abuse he endured on a daily basis. Harry wore hand-me-down clothes from his portly cousin and a set of oft-broken glasses that had been rescued from a garbage bin. His appearance was distinctive in itself, which was another reason the Dursleys treated him shamefully. He had bright green eyes, a mop of ever unruly black hair, and a permanent jagged scar on his forehead. He just didn't look normal or part of their perfect little family. There was also the matter of the occurrences, as the adults called them. Strange things happened around the boy, and the Dursleys found any and every opportunity to punish Harry for everything. Right now, Harry figured out that he was being punished because his birthday had actually taken place. When Harry had actually asked for part of the dessert he had fixed as it was his birthday, Dudley had actually laughed at him. Uncle Vernon had simply grabbed him by the neck and growled about learning his place among betters, and thrown him bodily into the closet. He had been there about 24 hours now, only being let out to cook the Dursleys their usual breakfast. Harry had managed to snag a couple of pieces of dried toast before he was locked up again. The summer was hot and long, especially when one was confined to a tight spot without ventilation. Harry was looking forward to going back to public school, if only for some freedom of movement and a chance to talk to some real people again. With Dudley headed off to Smelting's Academy, Harry might actually get to stop and talk to other children instead of avoiding Dudley and his gang in every spare moment. Dudley's reign of terror and harassment had kept Harry from ever having a friend. Harry never had a chance to get to know any other children his age. He never had any enjoyment in his life other than the books he read when he was hiding in the school library. Harry wondered if he ever would have a normal life with friends to talk to. Harry's thoughts were interrupted as the door was thrown open abruptly and a pudgy hand reached in and hauled Harry out. "Well, freak, the postman has come and gone. Go and fetch the mail and don't be slow about it or you'll get the back of my hand again." "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry said. As he headed for the front door, Harry wondered what bad luck would get thrown his way today to get him punished again. He spied an owl, of all things, flying away and hoped that Aunt Petunia's garden was okay. He didn't want any damage to be blamed on him. Little did he know that one untypical owl's appearance would lead him into a new life and something he had never known before, a chance for a future and some happiness. August 8, 1991. The number of envelopes and owls had quickly driven Harry's Uncle Vernon totally mad. Only a week after Harry's birthday, the Dursleys and Harry were hiding as far away from Privet Drive as Vernon could possibly think of. An isolated cabin on a deserted rock island off the coast where nobody was supposed to know where they were. Harry Potter realized he was still staring at the person warming himself in front of the fire. As he blinked and closed his mouth, he decided that he was not going to give in to temptation and pinch himself. If this was only a wonderful dream, he wanted to see where it went. If this was reality, he thought his life had just irrevocably and incredibly changed. Excuse me, Mr. Hagrid, but this had been the most incredible, wonderful 15 minutes of my life so far. Are you sure you have the right person? I'm just Harry. Little, unimportant, living under the staircase Harry. Shouldn't I have known or been told that I was a wizard before now? Is that why Uncle Vernon calls me a freak? Hagrid stood up and came over and knelt down on one knee so that he was looking just a little ways down to Harry. Harry, you are not a freak, as those muggles. He waved a hand vaguely in the direction of the Dursleys who were still running around trying to deal with Dudley's tail. You come from a very respectable family of wizards and witches. Those people should have treated you better. I'm not at liberty to do exactly what I think they deserve, but there will be a reckoning. I will let Headmaster Dumbledore what I've learned here tonight. Harry winced slightly. No, please don't. Anytime that anyone has fussed over me, I somehow end up getting punished for it. They are my family, but I don't think they know any better. His voice dropped as he said this and he hung his head in embarrassment. Hagrid lifted Harry's chin with one massive finger and grinned at the boy. Harry slowly grinned back as he realized Hagrid was actually on his side. Dumbledore sent me to deliver the invitation and get your reply. Do you want to learn how to be a real wizard, Harry? Yes, can I? Of course you can. There's still almost a month until school starts again, but there's a lot of catching up you need to do. We best be leaving now though. It's quite a ways to Hogwarts, even if we're going by magic motorbike. Harry's eyes lit up at the mention of a ride. He hardly ever got to travel anywhere. Now, but what about Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia? How do I tell them I'm leaving? They'll be furious. Hagrid smiled as he stood up and pulled another large envelope from one of the many pockets of his coat. Dumbledore took the liberty of writing down an explanation to your relatives, Harry, just in case. I guess I'll just leave this on the mantle where they'll see it. Go collect your things and we'll be going. But Hagrid, I don't have any things. Just the clothes I'm wearing. Hagrid looked up and let out a little growl of frustration in the direction of his caretakers. That's okay, Harry, you'll be getting the things you've missed out on, or I don't know our headmaster. He held out a massive hand, and Harry hesitantly took it as they both walked out through the broken door. Hagrid and Harry looked out across the water to where Vernon Dursley had parked the Vauxhall sedan just a few hours ago. Harry looked down at the rickety rowboat they had crossed over the water yesterday and glanced up at Hagrid. Hagrid looked at the boat with a dubious grin. I guess we'll be doing this the other way then. Grab a hold and don't let go then. Harry had barely grabbed the big fellow's arm when all of a sudden there was a pop and a feeling like somebody punching him in the stomach. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that they were suddenly in that parking lot. That's called apparating, Harry. You can learn how to do that when you're of age. I don't like it much, but it comes in handy in a pinch. Oh, and we never, ever just did that, if anybody asks. Harry was too amazed to do anything more than just nod. Magic was so great. He could hardly wait to learn. Harry looked around and saw the motorcycle with a sidecar and wondered how Hagrid was ever going to be able to fit on it. Hagrid saw his look and just pointed his umbrella tip at the vehicle. A little spark and the ordinary motorbike increased in size. Just like magic, Hagrid said with a grin, hop in and we'll be going. Harry climbed into the sidecar and buckled in. He was then given a set of goggles and a blanket to cover up with. Hagrid started the motor and then they tore out of the lot with a spray of gravel. The ride was rough for a little while, but Harry gave a shout of surprise and delight as the bike soon became airborne. The journey took a couple of hours. The two travelers talked as best they could over the sound of the motor, and Hagrid explained a little of the magic that made the bike fly as well as not be noticed. He also talked about Hogwarts and some of the magical creatures that he took care of. Harry was thrilled to hear that wizards and witches flew on broomsticks and even played a magical game totally in the air. Harry was enthralled over the ever-changing view and couldn't describe the great feeling of freedom that flying gave him. It was the first time he had ever seen the countryside, especially from this viewpoint. Along toward dusk, Hagrid leaned over and pointed out a particular set of buildings and lights. "That down there is the town of Hogsmeade, Harry. You'll be able to go there some weekends in the future and have yourselves a right good time. But here's the school." Harry looked up and gasped in wonder. Built on a cliff overlooking a lake, there was a castle. Bright lights came from a variety of windows and the whole building radiated a sense of power and comfort somehow. The motorbike slowed and circled the grounds with Hagrid pointing out the various sights to Harry. Hagrid took the bike lower and landed on the road between a train station and the front gates. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was written on the arch over the massive portal. Hagrid gave the gates a little shove to open them and they walked up the road to the castle. A pair of people was waiting at the terrace in front of the main doors to Hogwarts. Harry first noticed an older tall man dressed in a very purple robe with a full beard, spectacles and a gentle smile on his face. Harry realized with a little start that he was looking at the headmaster Dumbledore that Hagrid had mentioned. Standing next to him was a tall, black-haired woman with a strict look. Hagrid nodded to the pair and put his hand on Harry's shoulder as he gave the introductions. "Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall, this here's Harry Potter." "Of course you are," said Professor McGonagall said. "Anyone can see how much you look like your father." "You knew my father?" Harry asked hesitantly. "We all did, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said. "Your parents were a couple of the most talented students we've ever had here at Hogwarts." Harry wanted to ask some questions about his parents but didn't know how to start. Hagrid picked that time to speak up. "Pardon me, professors, but it's been a long time traveling and I think Harry could probably use a good meal before turning in for the night." "Of course," Professor McGonagall said. "Come along and we'll show you to your room for now. Hagrid will bring your things up before you turn in." Harry hung his head and whispered that he didn't have any things to be brought up. Professor McGonagall put a tight little smile on her face and just told Harry to come along. As he was leaving, Harry saw that Hagrid had stepped up to Dumbledore and was whispering some things to him. As they both glanced toward him, Harry worried if he was somehow in trouble again. Professor McGonagall went through the massive doors and traveled a little ways down the corridor. Harry was amazed at the collection of suits of armor, tapestries and paintings. He stopped in wonder as a woman in one of the paintings stood up from her chair and did a little curtsy. Harry clumsily gave a little bow in return and then hurried to catch up with McGonagall. As she pushed open one of a set of massive doors, Professor McGonagall smiled and told Harry that he should get used to unexpected things as he was in the magical world now. Harry nodded his head in confusion and went through the door. And stopped and stared at the stars starting to twinkle over his head. "The Great Hall," McGonagall said, "is where you'll be taking your meals, studying with your classmates and attending the occasional formal functions we have here." Harry looked around the hall in wonder. 4 long tables took up the majority of the space and there was a wide table set up at the front overlooking the room in general. Banners in different colors ran over each table and were illuminated by candles and torches that lined the walls and floated in midair. The ceiling appeared to be transparent, lit up by stars and moonlight. It was a scene right out of one of the Saturday afternoon movies Harry had managed to spy on the Dursleys' television when they weren't aware of him looking. He was beckoned over to the nearest of the tables and Professor McGonagall made him sit down across from her. She gave a wave of her wand and a tray of sandwiches, crisps and crackers appeared between them. "Well, go ahead and eat. I remember that boys your age seem to have an endless appetite." She watched as Harry seemed to put almost all the food away and conjured up a pitcher of juice to drink after the initial onslaught was finished. Harry hesitated after first tasting the juice and asked what it was. Professor McGonagall merely said pumpkin, and Harry smiled and commented that it was very good. After a while, Harry finished his meal, thanked the professor, and asked where the kitchen was so that he could go wash the dishes. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but chuckle at his sincerity and straightforwardness. He was trying his best to cope with the incredible changes that had occurred to him in an amazingly short time, but he had made a good impression on the professor. Mr. Potter, she said, there are others here that do this type of duty. You've had a long day. Would you like to get some sleep now? Yes, Professor, I've had quite a bit of excitement and the food was most filling. I don't know when I've had such a big meal. Is there a cot I can stretch out on somewhere? I think we can manage a little more than a cot for you, but first is the small matter of some pajamas. Professor McGonagall stood up and called out, Patchum. There was a small pop and Harry found himself looking down at an amazing-looking creature. This being was about 2.5 feet tall, light gray with big ears and eyes, and currently wearing what appeared to be a set of tea towels. Yes, Professor McGonagall, what can Patchum do for the best witch at Hogwarts? Professor McGonagall smiled down at Patchum and pulled Harry over to stand in front of her. Patchum, we have a future student and guest staying with us tonight, but he doesn't have any proper clothes with him. Would you please go through our lost, found and abandoned closet and find Mr. Potter some clothes for a couple days wear along with some pajamas? Patchum jumped when he heard the name Potter. He stared up at Harry's face and then, to Harry's surprise and embarrassment, went down on one knee. Patchum is most honored and pleased to meet the great and powerful Harry Potter. Patchum will do his best to find the perfect clothes for your famous wizardness. I will bring them immediately to the Gryffindor common room. With that, Patchum stood up, snapped his fingers and promptly vanished, leaving a very stunned Harry Potter, who turned around to Professor McGonagall with a questioning look on his face. Come along, young Mr. Potter. I'll try to explain as best I can while we walk. Harry hurried to catch up. First of all, Gryffindor is one of the 4 houses here at Hogwarts. All students are sorted into either Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Those were the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Think of each house as a type of extended family to help you through school here. I'm the head of household for Gryffindor, so you will be seeing me outside of classrooms if you are sorted there. Second of all, Patchum is house elf. There are about 100 of them who work at Hogwarts doing everything from the cooking and cleaning to maintaining the Quidditch pitch. They are magical creatures in their own right who are bound to some magical families and, in our case, this school. They trade their work and loyalty and their enjoyment of serving for the protection of their masters. They are part of our family here at Hogwarts and must be accorded their dignity and respect. I would never try to take advantage of any creature, Harry said, especially an intelligent one. I've been on the receiving end of bullying and would never think to do that to anyone else. But how did he know me, Professor? I'm just a small nobody. Nothing special about me. That's where you are wrong, Harry, McGonagall said. You are one of the most famous wizards in the whole world. Harry tried to figure that statement out as they made their way toward wherever Harry was going to sleep. They had been climbing stairs steadily and changing corridors for a while. Harry stopped in surprise when one of the staircases they had been going up had rotated by itself and faced a different direction. Does that happen very often, Professor McGonagall? Harry asked. Only enough to keep the students paying attention. Often enough it's just the details that make your magic work, so the castle seems to make sure that you keep a clear goal in mind for what you want. Harry realized suddenly that they had come to a stop in front of a large portrait of a generous-sized lady. Neasel sneezes is the password this month, Harry. It will let you enter and leave this common room, but I wouldn't recommend that tonight. The ghosts and Peeves have been especially bored without the students here during the summer. Oh, Peeves is the resident poltergeist. He delights in tormenting and pranking the students. Harry's head was swimming. He was almost overcome with all that had been happening, but he followed the professor through the wall when the portrait swung open. Harry was surprised by what he saw. The room was surprisingly well lit and decorated in colors of maroon and gold. A variety of couches, chairs, and tables were set up everywhere, and Harry felt an immediate sense of comfort and warmth. This is the Gryffindor common room, The dorms for boys and girls are up those stairs over there, and there are a set of bathrooms to the left through those doors. How about we set you up on the couch over there by the fireplace? I've found many a student asleep there in the mornings. Harry let himself be led over to the couch and sat down. He was about to ask Professor McGonagall any number of questions when there was a small pop. Patchum appeared out of thin air, staggering with a stack of clothes in his arms. Harry hurriedly caught the elf before he stumbled and took some of the clothes away from him. Turning and placing the clothes on the back of the sofa, he turned back to Patchum and said, "Thank you very much for the clothes, Patchum." Harry Potter is most kind and gracious to Patchum. I will be telling the other house elves that I have actually met the legendary Harry Potter. If you need anything at all, Master Potter, just call Patchum's name and I will be happy to come and serve you while you are here. Patchum gave another small bow to Harry and Professor McGonagall and promptly vanished. Harry turned to look at the professor and just sat back on the couch. I am very confused here, Professor. I can't be famous. I'm just plain Harry. I have so many questions to ask that I just don't know where to begin. I'm afraid that I may be in a very good dream, but I'll just wake up tomorrow in my closet under the stairs and back to my miserable life with the Dursleys. But, please don't tell them that I just said that though, in case this is not a dream. They'll never hear that from me, Mr. Potter, but I do have some things that I might like to say to them if I ever see them in the future. But you need to be getting some sleep now. I see a pair of pajamas and a robe on the top of that pile. Why don't you go get changed while I get some beddings here for the couch? Harry grabbed the clothes and went to the bathroom to change. When he came back a couple of minutes later, there were sheets and pillows already laid out. Professor McGonagall told him that she would be back in the morning to fetch him for breakfast and that she or Headmaster Dumbledore would try to answer all his questions then. Harry set aside his glasses, lay down on the couch, covered up, and then thanked Professor McGonagall again for all which she had done for him that evening. Harry wasn't sure if he detected the slightest smile on her face or not, but he rapidly felt himself drifting off on the most comfortable sleeping surface he had ever felt. There will be more answers for you tomorrow, Mr. Potter. I promise you that. Good dreams. Harry was exhausted and was asleep almost before the portrait of the fat lady closed behind the professor. Harry awoke to the murmur of a discussion that included his name. Reaching for his glasses, he looked over the couch to see Dumbledore and McGonagall sitting at one of the tables with another person he hadn't seen the night before. Good morning, Harry, Dumbledore said. Did you have a nice sleep? Good morning, professors. That was probably the best night's sleep I had in forever. This couch is so much more comfortable than the cot I have at home. Harry silently kicked himself as he didn't want to seem ungrateful that he wasn't sleeping on the floor under the stairs. If it got back to Uncle Vernon, there would be a very painful reckoning. Mr. Potter, why don't you grab some of the clothes Patchum found for you, change and join us for breakfast? The mention of more food galvanized Harry and he practically flew to the bathroom to change and clean up. He rejoined the threesome in a few minutes, hopping on one foot as he struggled to put on a shoe. Harry, there's plenty of time. We're not going to eat and run or leave you without food. This was said by the stranger, a wizard in decidedly rumpled robes and appearance. Harry Potter, this is Remus Lupin. He's an occasional professor here at Hogwarts and was a very good friend of your parents. I thought it would be a good idea to include him this morning as we have much to discuss. Dumbledore looked very serious as he said this, but then he grinned and gave a small clap of his hands, and instantly the table was covered with food. Of course, one cannot proceed with a good breakfast. I've heard it said that it's one of the most important 3 meals of the day. Harry just snickered at the comment and tried not to appear too greedy as platters were passed around and juices were drank. Harry caught Professor Mr. Lupin staring at him with a fixed smile. Harry tried not to bolt his food as he wasn't sure how long breakfast was going to be and he didn't want to miss out on any of the delicious food. Professor McGonagall waved her hands after everyone had finished and the meal disappeared as silently as it had come. Harry smiled and thought he would like to be in this magical world as he had as much to eat as he was capable of. I don't know how to start this, Headmaster Dumbledore said with a sigh. Perhaps we'll do this as a gruesome history lesson. This may be a lot to take for one so young. If at any time, you are uncertain of the content or terminology or want to take a break, please interrupt this old wizard and let us explain. It's been a very long time since I was a youngster and you are very new to magic. We don't want to shock or surprise you too much. It hasn't been quite so long for me, Professor Lupin said, smiling at Harry. I may interrupt the story quite a bit because I may have questions for you also. The last time I saw you, Harry, was when you were with James and Lily, your parents. Harry gasped out loud. That's the second time I ever heard their proper names. Hagrid just told me yesterday, Harry said. Uncle Vernon just kept telling me that they were alcoholics who died in an auto accident. I never knew my own name wasn't Freak or Boy until I started in at public school. He stood up hastily and turned around. Harry wasn't going to embarrass himself by letting these people see him cry. He wiped at his eyes and felt a hand timidly clasp his shoulder. He resisted the urge to shrug off the contact. Harry, it's all right to miss your folks. I miss them very much myself. Even after all these years. Harry looked around and saw that Remus Lupin looked to be on the verge of crying himself. Somehow feeling a little better, Harry returned to his seat at the table. Harry, Dumbledore started, many years ago there was a war within magical England. A very powerful evil wizard wanted to rule our world by imposing a reign of terror and violence. This wizard thought that the only people that should have magic were those people who came from long lines of purely magical families. Wizards and witches that came from only Muggle families or a mixed Muggle and magic parents were thought to be inferior and traitors by this wizard. There was much violence in those days as the Ministry of Magic and other forces of light and dark fought each other. Sometimes openly in the streets, but in other instances as hit-and-run battles. It was hard times, Harry, and unfortunately your family was squarely in the middle of it. Your father, Remus continued, was an Auror. That means he was like a type of law officer for the Ministry of Magic that tried to find and capture the Dark Wizards. That put him high on the list of targets for the forces of Dark, when it was discovered that the Death Eaters. Death Eaters, Harry interrupted. Why did they call themselves Death Eaters? To intimidate others. A fearsome name does much to scare people, Harry. Dumbledore said. Along with the capacity and willingness to using killing curses to get their way or to intimidate people to join their side. That's horrible, sir. Couldn't anybody stop them? What was that dark wizard's name? Harry was clearly upset by this so far, but he really wanted some answers if it involved his parents. The wizard called himself Lord Voldemort, Dumbledore said quietly. Harry noticed that Professor McGonagall had covered her mouth in shock and that Remus Lupin just stared at the floor when the name was mentioned. Harry had become uneasy at the telling of the tale so far. His mind was thinking of the parents he had never known. What happened to my parents, Headmaster? Would you like to take a minute or two to come to terms with what you've heard so far? McGonagall said quickly. This is a lot to deal with at one time no one would blame you for. I want to know what happened to my parents. Harry said quietly. His eyes never wavered from those of Professor Dumbledore. James Potter took his wife Lily and their little son, Hugh, and went into hiding from the Death Eaters. In a supposedly safe location. But somebody betrayed your family, Harry, because the Dark Lord found them. On Halloween night in 1981, Lord Voldemort killed your father, and then your mother. Harry broke down crying at this point and ran and collapsed on a nearby couch. Professor Lupin came over and sat next to the boy and gently rubbed Harry's head. Harry eventually cried himself to sleep as he had many times at the Dursleys. This time was different as Harry mourned the real fate of his parents. Harry awoke a while later to find Professor Lupin sitting in an overstuffed chair watching him. How long have I been? About a half hour. Harry, it was quite a shock for you to hear that story. There's no good way to say something like that. I'm so very sorry about your parents. They were very good people who were taken from you before their time. I'm not sure what I can do to make the hurting go away for you. I know they would like you to know that you were loved very much when you all were a family together. Thanks, Professor. Harry, when there's nobody else around, you can call me Remus. I'd like to try to be your friend as I was to your parents. If you'll want me to, that is. I think I would like that, sir. Remus. I've known nothing but the lies about my parents that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia told me. Where are Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall? They thought it best to leave you with a little bit of privacy. Neither one particularly felt well after the retelling of that night, and they do have some other duties to attend to. Dumbledore was especially distressed about telling you. They hoped that if you felt up to it, we could talk some more later and give you some more answers for your questions. Maybe a little tour of the castle, first, and some more talk along the way. I think I would like that. Perhaps you could tell me a little more about my parents. There'll be a small price for that, though, Harry. I'd do anything to hear about them, Professor. Okay, but it's still Remus, but you'll have to go to the hospital wing to have Madame Pomfrey have a look at you. Dumbledore wants you to get a checkup as you've been brought up in the Muggle world. Stuff similar to inoculations but for magical diseases. Does that mean shots? Harry asked tentatively. Oh no, something much worse. Remus looked down at Harry with a sad face and then grinned. Potions, but I have a bit of chocolate with me to take the taste away. May we get the tour first, please? Of course, Harry, but that doesn't mean you'll be getting out of the medical stuff. Let's start out this way, going to the astronomy tower and work our way downward. I was best friends with your dad, but I actually met you mom first. That was a funny story though. Lily was standing at the train station all confused, trying to figure where platform 9 3/4 was. She couldn't see any signs. The two wizards, one young and the other older, continued their talk as they made their way away from the Gryffindor dorms. Harry couldn't remember ever having 2 hours that were even half as pleasurable or informative as the time he had spent with Professor Lupin, Remus. Harry had kept confusing himself with how he addressed the man, but it didn't seem to bother the older wizard one bit. Harry eventually attributed his excitement to just actually talking to someone who knew both his parents so well. Remus gave a great tour of Hogwarts from stem to stern and attic to almost dungeons. He gave a running commentary of the times he and Harry's parents attended the school, and Harry learned a lot about the history and layout of the school he was about to enter. Harry gazed in wonder at the size of the Quidditch pitch while he took a rest there and couldn't help but look forward to seeing his first match or maybe getting to fly on it. It was a little embarrassing to be dragged away from the huge library, but Lupin just smiled and told him it was one of his mother's fondest places in the whole school. The morning had worn on and eventually the two had exhausted other locations and had turned themselves toward the hospital wing and Harry's examination. Harry was still asking questions of his older new friend when they turned a corner and Harry inadvertently ran into another person and been knocked over. Harry looked up and saw the sternest looking person, outside of his Uncle Vernon, that he had ever seen. The man was dressed in totally black robes, with a drawn-out hollow face that looked as if he had been king on the world's longest-lasting sorbal. He gazed down at Harry with contempt and then he looked up with surprise to see Harry's companion. Lupin, he almost snarled, what are doing on these grounds again? I can't believe you would trespass after the last encounter we had. I've a mind to report you to Dumbledore for. Don't bother, was the reply. I'm here at the express request of the headmaster. He needed a friend to show young Mr. Potter around. Remus reached down and pulled Harry up to stand beside him. Harry, let me introduce you to Professor Severus Snape. He's the head of Slytherin House and will be your potions teacher. Severus, this is Lily and James' son, Harry. Professor Snape seemed to grow even colder and taller in front of Harry's eyes. Oh, so the chosen one is finally gracing us with his presence. I'm certainly going to be keeping my eye on you, Mr. Potter. Don't think that being a celebrity will gain you any favors with me. With that said, Professor Snape turned with a swirl of his robes and strode away from the duo. Harry and Professor Lupin watched Snape stride away and turn a corner further down the hall. Harry looked up and hesitatingly asked a question. Does he not like everyone in general, or was it something about you or me? How does anyone learn anything in his class if he's that? I think the word you're looking for, Harry, is ominous or maybe sinister. And the answer to your question is a little of both. That's his way of dealing with the world in general. It may also be the result of things that happened to him as a student here and his life afterwards. Unfortunately, it may be indirectly tied to you. Why is that? Harry asked. We're just a little way from the hospital wing. I'll try to explain it as simply as I can while we're walking. This is just between us, okay? It needn't get around to others. I have nobody to tell it to anyway, Harry said as they continued walking. Professor Snape was a student here at Hogwarts at the same time your father and I were. There was a group of the four of us in Gryffindor that thought that studying all the time and taking everything too studiously was not the whole school experience. We called ourselves the Marauders and our greatest enjoyment was pulling pranks to lighten up everyone's time here. We were awful prats some of the time and never took into account other people's feelings. To make a long story short, you guys picked and pranked on him because he was an easy target. And went too far. Maybe once or twice. Harry finished. Harry, are you sure you're only 11? You seem awful perceptive. I've been the target myself and had a lot of time to think about things, Remus. I've been trying to figure out people for a long time, it seems. Back to Professor Snape. Well, yes, but we never meant anything by the pranks and we tried to apologize to him many times. I'm afraid we made a horribly bad deal of all of it and he's never forgiven any of us to this day. I'm sorry, Harry. Guess, I'll have to deal with it now. Thanks for at least explaining it for me. I feel sorry for anybody that's had to put with someone harassing them. Don't feel too sorry for Snape. He's made a choice also to act the way he is. Just pay attention in class and give him the respect he deserves as a teacher. That may be the best way to not get on his bad side. I'll think about that. Harry looked up and saw the words, Hospital Wing, etched in stone above the double doors at the end of the hallway. I don't suppose we can go get some lunch and forget about this. I don't like seeing doctors much. Well, Harry, you are in luck. No doctor here. Madame Pomfrey is one of the best Medowitches around and she's been here at Hogwarts for a long time. There's not much she can't fix or cure. So saying, Remus pulled open the door and ushered Harry inside. Harry looked around and wasn't surprised by what he saw because he had no idea what to expect in a magical infirmary. He saw a dozen or so cots with little side tables and privacy screens standing besides them. There were a number of high windows and shelves around the perimeter that were stocked with blankets, pillows and other bedding. There was a closed office off to one side and through the windows Harry saw that a number of locked cabinets with vials and jars. And opening the door from this office, was a uniformed witch coming out to greet Harry and his friend. Harry could only believe that this was the Madame Pomfrey that Remus had just mentioned. Hello, Remus, it's nice to see you again. You must stop in more often when you're back here at Hogwarts, we haven't had a real good visit in ages. Ah, if only I could find the time for all the people who have treated me so well. Yes, I do owe you a good visit, Poppy. Unfortunately, I'm on some other business today. Although this has been much more pleasure than business today. Well, yes, the headmaster has told me we had a future student visiting today. How are we feeling today, Mr. Potter? Madame Pomfrey turning toward Harry and asked with a reassuring smile. Harry, don't ever lie to Madame Pomfrey, Lupin said, she has ways to find out the truth and she's very good at it. I feel very well, ma'am, Harry replied. I've had 2 great meals and a wonderful night's sleep up in the Gryffindor Tower. Better than I've felt in a long time, actually. Dumbledore wanted me to just check you over and clear you medically for your time here at Hogwarts. There'll be at least 1 potion later, just a general cure-all for magical childhood afflictions. Nothing too serious at all. But first, would you like your glasses fixed, Mr. Potter? If it's not too much of an imposition, then please, ma'am. Harry took off his broken glasses and handed them awkwardly to Madame Pomfrey. She took a wand out of her pocket and made a motion over Harry's glasses. Reparo. There was a little snick and Madame Pomfrey handed back a set of glasses to an astonished Harry. I'll have to double check the prescription on those later, but they won't be falling off you anytime soon. Thanks, Madame Pomfrey, I'd just about run out of tape and bubblegum to keep repairing them. My aunt and uncle couldn't afford to get me new ones. You're welcome, but we ought to get to the examination proper. Choose a bed and we'll set up one of the screens for you. This won't take but a minute and it will not hurt you in the slightest. Professor Lupin, if you could step outside for a couple of minutes. Of course. Harry, I'll be right outside if you need anything. Lupin gave Harry a little nod and stepped out through the doors. Harry stepped over besides the nearest bed and pulled the privacy screen around one end so he was kind of blocked in. He was nervous as he had never been examined before but had heard Dudley's accounts of his visits to the doctor. He also had a few things about himself he wasn't sure he wanted anyone to know. Okay, Mr. Potter. Yes, just hoping there's nothing wrong with me to keep me from attending school here. So far, I think this is the greatest place I've ever been. Madame Pomfrey smiled at his enthusiasm. Well, stand straight, this is just a basic diagnosis spell. She pulled her wand on Harry, who was suddenly a lot more nervous. Apericium hominis. There was a sudden tingling feeling that started at the top of Harry's head and started going downward. Symbols started appearing in the air in front of Harry. There were a variety of colors but Harry saw a lot of purple, red and black. He noticed that Madame Pomfrey was writing a lot of things down on a scroll with a frown on her face. The tingling feeling eventually worked its way out through Harry's toes and fingers and he suddenly felt tired and sat down at the edge of the bed. Madame Pomfrey stared at her list for a long time and then looked down at Harry with a frown. Mr. Potter, would you be so kind as to remove your shirt? Harry couldn't read the expression on her face. No, please, ma'am, nobody is supposed to know I'll get in such trouble. Mr. Potter, relax. You're not in trouble with me and nobody in this room is upset with you. I just need to take a real look at what the spell already told me. Harry reluctantly unbuttoned his shirt and took it off. He turned around and heard a small gasp from Madame Pomfrey. That's enough for now. You can get redressed. Do you want to tell me about this, Harry? Madame Pomfrey's voice was just over a whisper. Harry looked around to see a tear running down her face. He didn't know what he was supposed to do now. This wasn't something he had thought of. He wanted to keep this secret from being discovered. He was so ashamed that he wanted to sink into the floor. It's a bit unusual for me to see something like this, Mr. Potter. There are laws in place to protect against this very thing happening. Do your guardians know about this? Harry's closed eyes and expression gave Madame Pomfrey all the answer she needed. Do those scars still hurt you, Harry? Don't worry, I won't let anybody else outside the headmaster know about this. I don't think I've ever seen a youngster with such scarring. You'll not be returning to that household if I have any say about it. Harry's small voice at last replied. Most are old. I've gotten a lot better at dodging and ducking the last couple of years. The last few were given while I was dragged out of sleep. If I don't move suddenly, they don't reopen. I'm very lucky I heal fast. It wasn't luck, Mr. Potter. Your magic has been taking care of you and healing you. I must however report this to the headmaster. I have no choice in the matter. I wish I could do justice for you against those muggles who claim to be your family. They don't claim me as family, Madame Pomfrey. I'm barely acknowledged and that's the sad truth. Well, there is some good news for you. Harry, I can help undo a lot of the physical damage that has been done to you. It will take some time and effort on your part, mind you, but it can be done. Would that be acceptable to you, Harry? As long as it doesn't get around. I don't want any bodies, pity or stares. That's perfectly understandable. How about you get redressed and we'll be done here. I'll go get those potions we talked about. Oh, I can fix the prescription for your glasses too, the ones you have are horribly out of kilter. Here, Madame Pomfrey, thanks for the help and for understanding. If you ever need someone to talk to about anything, my door will always be open for you, Mr. Potter. You really should find someone to talk to about this situation, it will help you. That's nice of you to offer, ma'am. But I do have a question, if you don't mind. Yes, Harry, what is it? Could you heal this scar on my forehead? I don't like being stared at because of it. I've tried to find ways to get rid of it myself but I've never been successful. I'm sorry, but that's one thing that's beyond even my skills. The headmaster may tell you why. Don't worry about it for now. I'll go get your things now. Madame Pomfrey went out to gather Professor Lupin. Remus came in and glanced over the screen as Harry put his shirt back on. He noticed some marks on Harry's back but decided not to press the questions that came to his mind. Madame Pomfrey was in her office for a few minutes but came back out carrying a tray. On it were Harry's glasses, 2 scrolls, and 3 potions in glasses. Here are your glasses, Mr. Potter. I've corrected the prescription and put a few charms on them to repel water and the frames to remain unbreakable. Harry reached out and placed his glasses carefully on his face. This is wonderful. I can see so much better now. There are 3 potions here, Madame Pomfrey said. The first is that general precautionary one we talked about. The second is a general pepper up for some more energy. She bent over and whispered just for Harry's ear, the last is going to step up your healing process just a little bit. Harry grimaced and turned to ask Lupin if he wanted to share with him. Remus just snickered and shook his head. Harry downed the first 2 potions without hesitation, but when he took a breath before taking the third he realized that it smelled like Dudley's old sneakers might have after a long walk in the rain. He looked at Lupin, who just pantomimed holding his nose. Harry did as he suggested and managed to get the last concoction down. When he looked up, Remus was holding out a piece of chocolate to him. Harry was ever so glad to get that taste out of his mouth. Madame Pomfrey reached out and removed the 2 scrolls from the tray. One she gave to Professor Lupin and the other she handed to Harry. This is for you to take to the headmaster, Mr. Potter. You may read it after he has taken a look at it. Don't be nervous. There's nothing I've found to keep you from attending Hogwarts. Your mother, Lily, occasionally found time to help me out here. I see you've kept her eyes and attitude. I think she would be proud of your bravery today. Harry's eyes lit up at the mention of his mother. Thank you very much, Madame Pomfrey, that really means a lot to me. Don't keep the headmaster waiting. There's still a lot of the day to enjoy. Get out and get some fresh air. We'll consider that as a valid medical order, Remus said with a smile. Let's go, Harry. Harry turned and waved back at Madame Pomfrey as they left the wing. She was still gazing at him with the saddest look.
It was a very quiet duo that made their way through the main hall towards Dumbledore's office. Harry was thinking about the encounter with Madame Pomfrey, and Remus was trying to figure out why he had been handed a separate scroll from the matron. They made their way down a small hallway, and Remus stopped Harry and made him face a giant gargoyle statue that stood there. Remus bent over and whispered into Harry's ear, "The password is." Harry looked up in disbelief. "You're pranking me, right? Give it a try, Harry. What do you have to lose?" Harry stood up straight and said out loud, "Pumpernickel cheesecake." There was a small rumble in the hallway, and then the gargoyle slid aside to reveal a set of circular stairs leading upwards. "I guess not everybody can just barge in and bother the headmaster, can they? Let's go up then." "Sorry, Harry, but you're on your own here. I've just remembered a small errand I have to run, but don't worry. I should be back after lunch and we can continue talking." Remus ruffled Harry's messy hair for a second and then gave him a small nudge towards the stairs.
Okay, I guess I'll just see you later, Harry said as he gave the professor a small wave goodbye. Harry had just stepped on the first stair when it surprised him by starting to revolve and carry him upward. Harry was deposited on a small landing facing a massive door with a brass dragon-shaped knocker on it. Harry had just raised his hand to use it when he heard a voice from inside. "Come on in, Harry, we don't stand on ceremony much when school isn't in session." Wondering how Dumbledore knew he was standing there, Harry pushed open the door. Dumbledore's office was busy, to say the least. It was a perfect place for an 11-year-old boy to go exploring. Harry didn't know what to look at first. There was so much stuff to look at. There were a number of portraits hanging on the wall. Some of the people in the portraits were moving around and others were talking amongst themselves. There were books piled everywhere, from the mahogany desk in the middle of the office to the stairs that led up to a small landing where a telescope was positioned next to a porthole window. Harry saw models and gadgets of unknown abilities, everything that just screamed for a good poking about. Harry was just delighted with everything he saw. "Perhaps we can do a proper tour some other time, Harry." Harry realized he had been standing there in a daze for at least a couple of minutes. He reacted to Dumbledore's greeting and noticed that the headmaster and Professor McGonagall were both looking a little amused at his reaction to the headmaster's office. He shook his head in disbelief and sat down in an easy chair that the pair had indicated for him. "Well, Harry, what do you think about this little establishment of ours?" Dumbledore asked with a twinkle in his eyes. "I've had a very good time with Professor Lupin showing me around for the last couple of hours. I've learned so much about my parents and I think Hogwarts is. I don't have enough words. We get that reaction a lot with the first years, here, McGonagall said, but we treasure the students who still regard Hogwarts that way after they've graduated. I expect Madame Pomfrey also had some not so pleasant potions for you to take also, Dumbledore said. Would you like a lemo? Fizz. I've got a whole dish of them for students after they have come from the medical wing. Harry suddenly remembered the scroll he was still clutching. And its contents. Madame Pomfrey asked me to give this to you, sir. Harry held out the scroll with a slightly shaking hand and Dumbledore took and placed it on his desk without reading it. Shall we finish the story of this morning then? Harry nodded in agreement and sat back in the chair that was directly in front of Dumbledore's desk. As he sat back and made himself comfortable, there was a flutter of movement from a side of the room. Harry realized with a start that a color bird had taken flight from a nearby stand and was circling around the room. The bird gave a small musical trill which brought a smile to Harry's face. Harry was even more surprised when the bird landed in his shoulder and rubbed his head against his cheek. Well done, Harry. Fox doesn't often take to new visitors very easily, but he seems to have taken a liking to you. This is great, Professor, Harry said, cautiously ruffling the bird's chest feathers. What kind of bird is this? I've never seen anything like it. That Harry is a phoenix, and they are very rare. They are highly magical with a variety of special powers. They are able to carry extreme weights, and their tears contain very strong healing agents that can cure nearly any injury, and their song is usually very cheerful to most people. They chose their companions rather than the other way round. Fox has been my good friend for many a year. Fox gave another small trill in Harry's ear, nipped at his hair and then launched himself back to his perch. Harry couldn't get over the feeling of happiness he had received from that brief contact. But he shook off his complacency and turned back to the adults. Who do I have to thank for rescuing me that Halloween years ago, and what happened to that dark wizard, Lord Voldemort? Harry's voice was small but firm. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall looked at each other as if to invite the other one to start first. Harry, Dumbledore started, as hard as it to believe, nobody rescued you from the Dark Lord. He killed my parents and just left me there? Harry asked skeptically. Professor McGonagall answered. No, Mr. Potter, you were targeted with the same curse as killed your parents. There was evidence at the house that 3 killing curses were cast that night. Why you weren't killed is a mystery to this day. You see, Harry, you are the only one in the history of our magical world to survive one of those horrible, unforgivable curses. You survived with only that scar on your forehead as a memento. To have defeated one of the strongest wizards in history is a truly remarkable feat. To have done it when you were barely over a year of age is a true wonder. What do you mean defeated, Headmaster? I have no special abilities and a 1-year-old surely couldn't do anything to a full-blown wizard. That's where you would be wrong in your supposition, Harry. Dumbledore leaned forward to gaze into the boy's confused face. There is strong magic created when people willingly sacrifice themselves in the name of love. For your father and mother to openly give up their lives to protect you, must have created a powerful type of magic around you or in you. When Voldemort tried to kill you, the best guess is that the curse rebounded on him and either killed him outright or weakened him to the point of death. The only thing that was found of his was an empty set of robes. Voldemort disappeared that night and has not been heard of since. It soon became widespread news that the Dark Lord was conquered that night, McGonagall continued, and that you were the cause of it, Harry. The perception was that you were the savior of our whole magical society. Whether you wanted it or not, you became the boy who lived to the press and the Ministry of Magic. You are famous. The name of Harry Potter is a household name throughout the world because of what happened. What my parents did for me, Harry said slowly, rubbing back the tears from his eyes. Mr. Potter. Harry, Professor McGonagall had come to kneel in front of Harry and looked at him straight on. Your parents must have loved you very much to cause such a strong magic to be created. Please take heart in the fact that you were loved very much and that they still are loving you, even if they may not be here in person. She clasped both her hands with him briefly and stood back up. When Harry glanced back up to see Dumbledore, he saw that the headmaster was gazing at the scroll from Madame Pomfrey with a look of despair written on his face. The headmaster sat back heavily into his chair. I've failed you miserably, Harry. You and your parents both, and I've caused you such pain. I truly am sorry for what I've done to you, but I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me someday. What exactly is it you have done to me, sir? Harry had never been so surprised by anybody's concern for him before. There were a couple of moments of silence, and then a very weary voice came from behind the desk. I'm the one who left you with the Dursleys, Harry. Harry hadn't realized that he had stood until he heard himself shouting. You left me there with those sorry excuses for people. I've got you to blame for all that's happened to me. Harry realized that he was standing with clenched hands and shouting at the wizard in front of him at the top of his young voice. He had never felt such sudden rage against one person in his whole life. The revelations that had just come to light in the medical wing and the headmaster's office had finally overwhelmed him. He heard a number of books fall to the floor and a small glass bookcase shatter as if it had been hit with a baseball bat. Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall's sharp raised voice broke through Harry's anger. He sat back down almost as suddenly as he had risen and cradled his head in his hands wearily. Please let the headmaster explain his actions, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said quietly. Don't condemn him without hearing his motives and side. Please. This is too much. Just too much. Maybe I am a freak like Uncle Vernon keeps saying. Harry, you've had a very rough time of things, both today and for the last years. I had no idea that you would have been treated in so horrible a manner. In the wizarding world, family connections are the most highly regarded of values. There is nothing more important to most magical families than the people that they are related to. I had every confidence at the time that your aunt would come to accept you as a real part of her family. You see, Harry, on the night your family was attacked and Voldemort was banished or defeated, there were still a number of Death Eaters who would have done anything to get their revenge on you. The most secure place that you could have been placed was with close relatives. There are protective wards that can be created with the occurrence of blood relations. I cast those wards myself to protect you as best I knew how. The Ministry of Magic wanted to place you in an orphanage and raise you as their poster boy. I also knew that Ministry also had no way of telling who were Voldemort's followers in their own ranks. You could have been killed there at any time. I did what I deemed best to protect you, Harry. Then why didn't anybody ever check up on me? Harry asked directly. Professor McGonagall took over that answer. 2 reasons. Magical visitors would have brought too much scrutiny to your neighborhood, and there was a feeling that anything that would have upset the Dursleys might have led to your being rejected from the house and the immediate cancellation of those wards. The wards were placed there not only to protect you, Harry, but also to keep your relatives safe from Death Eaters' reprisals. Professor Dumbledore shook his head as if clearing away the fog from his brain. But now other arrangements will have to be made. It's clear that you shouldn't ever have to go back to those people again. Excuse me, sir, but let me get this straight. Not only has this arrangement been set up to protect me but also the other people in the house. The protection works as long as both parties are there together. Yes, that's the essence of it, Harry. I've been protected by them and, at the same time, they have been protected by me. I guess you could think of it that way, Professor McGonagall said, but there's no way you should be allowed back in that household. The least you could do is to have them prosecuted for the abuse you have suffered after all these years. A period of silence for a few minutes set over the 3 people, all lost in their own unique musings. Harry, Dumbledore spoke up suddenly, will you give me a chance to redeem myself with you? I don't know exactly how and where it will be yet, but I will find you a safe and secure place to live. A place where you might actually enjoy your childhood. I would appreciate that, sir. It hasn't exactly been a lark so far. Would it be possible to live here, at Hogwarts? I don't take up much space and could just while away my time reading in that excellent library I saw this morning. That's certainly a possibility, Harry, Dumbledore replied, but don't you think you've already spent enough time alone? You should find some friends to talk to and play with, don't you think? I really don't know what to think right now. I feel like I've been tossed and turned every which way in the last 2 days. So much information and so many emotions. How am I supposed to deal with all this? I don't want to be famous and don't even know who I am. Perhaps a good meal would give you a little respite from the total insanity of all this, Harry. If you could find your own way back to the main hall to grab some lunch, then Minerva and I could put our heads together and come up with some ideas for you to consider. I think I can do that, Headmaster. I need some time to process all that I've heard today. Harry got up to head for the door but was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Harry, my deepest apologies again. I will make this right and I will have some retribution on the Dursleys for you. Harry looked up to the quiet determination in the wizard's eyes. Whatever you can do, Headmaster, will be greatly appreciated. Here's your medical scroll, Harry, if you're still interested in reading it. Dumbledore held out the parchment with only the tiniest shake of his hand. Harry took it gingerly and walked past a downcast Professor McGonagall out the door and down the stairs. Harry trudged his way back to the Great Hall and settled himself down at the first seat he came to. He looked briefly at the scroll in his hand but then folded his arms on the tabletop and placed his head down upon them. He almost wished he were back in the cupboard under the stairs at the Dursleys. There he knew what to expect, and while it wasn't good, it was at least predictable. Here at Hogwarts, he had been stunned by events and stories that were at the least incredible and at worst, unbearable. He felt so alone, now that he knew his parents had been murdered and that he had somehow survived an attempt on his own life. Figuring anything else couldn't be more bad news, Harry unrolled the scroll that Madame Pomfrey had given him and finally read it. What he saw in the scroll disheartened Harry even more. Not only did he relive the memories of all the years of neglect and abuse, but his thoughts brought his own future to his mind. He didn't understand all of the terms he read, but he gathered enough to suspect that his life as a wizard might not be much better than his regular life had been. He laid his head down again and the scroll fluttered to the floor, ink side up. Anybody going by would have read the following. Examination of Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily Evans Potter. Born July 31, 1980. Examination August 9, 1991. Madame Poppy Pomfrey. Hogwarts School. Physical characteristics. Weight 68 pounds 38% below normal for age group. Height 3 feet 10 inches 20% below normal for age group. Signs of probable neglect, malnourishment. Physical indicators, past injuries. Concussion 2x+. Broken clavicle, collarbone, left. Broken ankle, both. Broken humerus, arm bone, right. Broken toes, 4, right foot. Broken fingers, 3, right hand. 4, left hand. Broken ribs, 7, 3 cracked twice. Dislocated shoulder, right. No evidence of proper treatment for any above injuries, self. Healed by magical core, severe maintenance mode. Severe scarring on back from shoulders to hips, definite abuse. Lightning bolt-shaped scar. Forehead unknown curse. Magical indicators. Magical core in survival, maintenance mode, extended period. Restricted access. Coarter magium. There was a soft pop next to him and Harry raised his teary eyes and saw Patcham standing a few feet away from him, anxiously wringing the hem of his tea towel. Pardon me, Master Potter, but Professor McGonagall thought that you might want a little lunch and maybe some tea. She and Headmaster Dumbledore were having a very confusing talk with some people from the Ministry of Magic, but Professor McGonagall was concerned that you would need some attention. May I get you something, Master Potter? If you agree to start calling me Harry, I definitely would be pleased if you could find me some lunch, Patcham. Were there other people in Dumbledore's office then? No, Master Pot. Master Harry, they were having a conversation through the Flow Network. Could you tell me what the Flow Network is, Patcham? I'm afraid I don't know anything about it. Oh, it's a most wonderful wizardly invention. The fireplaces of magical places are connected together and witches and wizards can travel between them all and talk to each other through the connection. Wow, that's pretty amazing, Patcham. Do house elves do the same thing? Master Harry, all magical creatures operate their own kind of magic. We house elves can do things that wizards can't and the opposite. Everybody magical has their own ways. Thank you for that explanation, Patcham. I'm afraid I'm not going to be much of a wizard as I don't know very much about a lot of things. You'll do quite well, Master Harry, I think. For what's it's worth, I think so also. Harry and Patcham turned and looked to see Professor McGonagall standing at the hall doors with a small smile on her face. I think young Mr. Potter will surprise a lot of people about what a wizard he may be. Harry blushed at the kind words and tried to remember if he had heard any addressed to him before. Deciding he liked it very much, mumbled a quiet, "Thank you, ma'am." "Mr. Potter, I sent Patcham down here to fetch you some lunch and I see you haven't got any yet." "Don't be upset at Patcham, Professor, he was just answering some questions I had. I seem to be asking everybody a lot of questions. I hope I'm not becoming a pest. House elves don't get a chance to talk to students very much. I think Patcham would stay all day to talk to you if you desired it. He seems to have formed a good opinion of you also." "Yes, I have, Master Harry, but I was sent here to ask you if you would like some lunch. If it's not too much trouble, could I get some sandwiches and cheese and maybe a pot of tea?" "Of course, Master Harry, I shall return right away with that." Patcham was about to snap his fingers, but Professor McGonagall held up her hand in a manner of stopping him. "Please fetch some chamomile tea if there's any, and don't forget the chocolate biscuits. I think Mr. Potter wouldn't mind a bit of sweet or two." Patcham nodded enthusiastically and, with a snap of his fingers, disappeared. Harry stood and faced Professor McGonagall. "Thank you for the suggestions, Professor. I've had some of that tea before and it's very settling. I've calmed down a bit now and wish to apologize for my tantrum up in the headmaster's office. Things that are done can't be undone now. I've been very shaken up by events in the last day, but you've got a good head on your shoulders, Mr. Potter, and more importantly, a good heart. That will serve you well in most of the houses here at Hogwarts." "Thanks, Professor. May I return to the headmaster's office after lunch and apologize to him also?" "I think the headmaster would also like to apologize to you too. Maybe a clean handshake and a start over would be good for both of you. I think that we may have a solution as to your continued location, Mr. Potter, but it may take us just a little while longer to straighten out the details. I borrowed some books from the library for you since you seem to have an interest in reading." She waved her wand and a small stack of 4 books appeared on the table at the same time that Patcham appeared with a tray of food. "Well, tuck in, Mr. Potter. Enjoy your lunch. Patcham, if you go back to the Gryffindor common room, you'll find a satchel. Would you please pack up the clothes you found for Mr. Potter in that and bring it back to him? He will probably be leaving here until school starts up again." "Of course, Professor. Patcham would be most happy to help Master Harry any way he can." Patcham placed the tray on the table, gave a small bow to the professor and Harry, and disappeared again. Professor McGonagall gave Harry a small squeeze on the shoulder as if to reassure him. "I hope we've found a good solution for your situation, Harry. I think things will be a lot better for you from now on." "Excuse me, Professor, but could you explain something that Madame Pomfrey wrote on my examination scroll?" "I don't know what." Harry reached down for the scroll. "Coarter Magium means. That spell is usually used by parents to keep children from using inadvertent magic to hurt themselves or others. It restricts the amount of magic a youngster can draw upon until that person is old enough to understand magic and can control it emotionally. It's usually cancelled for students before their first trip to Hogwarts. Your parents never had a chance to remove that restriction, but the headmaster could do that for you today." "Thank you, Professor. I was afraid that it might be permanent." Professor McGonagall excused herself and headed back toward Dumbledore's office, leaving Harry with a predicament. The food or the books first? A sudden growl from his stomach answered Harry's question, and he decided that he could read better on a full stomach. So he poured himself a cup of tea while eyeing the stack of books next to him. After eating, Harry took a closer look at the books that Professor McGonagall had left for him. Beginner's Charms and Spells by Helvetica Moonstare. Hogwarts. A seriously abridged history by Aberforth Dumbledore. Famous Quidditch pitches throughout the world by Chauncey Jones. Magical Creatures and Where They Live by Meredith Longhast. Harry started to read the spell book, but almost every page started the same way, grasping your wand firmly. Since Harry didn't have or know how to get a wand, he put the book aside and reached for the Magical Creatures book. He was enthralled by the moving pictures and descriptions of the creatures and was in the middle of the chapter describing the various types of dragons when a flash of flames right over the table startled him. After falling off his chair, Harry looked up to see Fox hovering above him singing a small laughing trill. "Yes, I suppose that was funny from your point of view, Harry said, picking himself up. Did you come for a visit just to surprise me, Fox? The phoenix landed on Harry's shoulder but pulled at his hair and fluttered his wings. Harry got the impression that that bird wanted him to move. Is it time to go back to Dumbledore? Fox bobbed his head up and down a few times and flew down to grasp and carry the bag that contained Harry's clothes. Wheeling around the great hall with his prize, Fox headed out toward the corridor leading to the headmaster's office. Gathering up the 4 books, Harry followed the magical bird to the circular stairway. When Harry reached the top of the stairs, the big door was open, so Harry cautiously made his way inside. Come in, Harry, came Dumbledore's voice. There's some friends of mine here who are looking forward to meeting you. Harry cautiously entered the headmaster's office to find it quite crowded with people. In addition to Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Lupin, there was a couple that Harry hadn't seen before. The man was tall and slightly balding with thinning vivid red hair and wearing glasses. Next to him was a short plump witch with dark red hair. Both were looking at Harry with some curiosity but an apparent kindness in their eyes. Harry grinned a little self-consciously at them and waited for the introductions. Harry Potter, this is Arthur and Molly Weasley. They've expressed an interest into, for a lack of a better word, fostering you into their home until at least the beginning of the school term. They've also been told about certain medical facts and will be overseeing your recovery. Professor Lupin was kind enough to go to St. Mungo's and fetch some supplies you will need to take for the next couple of weeks. Harry stepped forward as Dumbledore was talking to face the Weasleys. Thank you for the offer, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. I don't want to be an imposition on anyone though. If you're sure you don't mind me being around. Certainly not, Harry, said Arthur Weasley. We've got a boy just your age that is starting Hogwarts this year. He'll be glad to have someone his own age to chum around with. And it looks like you could do with some good meals to put under your belt, Harry. And you must just call me Molly. We've plenty of room for anybody that needs it. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. I'll try to help out as best I can. I may not know a lot about magic yet, but I think I'm a pretty good worker. I'll earn my keep. Harry, all we want is for you to enjoy the last bit of summer at our place and get yourself well. Mr. Potter has spent the last 10 years living exclusively with Muggles, Professor McGonagall piped in. He may be persuaded to help your children get a jump on their Muggle studies classes. Really, Harry? Arthur Weasley's voice was suddenly full of interest. Could you explain to me how? Arthur, really, give the boy a chance to settle in before you start bending his ear off. Molly's voice held a gentle jibe, but Harry felt it was all in good spirit. It was new to hear married people joking with each other. Harry thought it might be nice to be included into their household. I realize you must be getting back to work, Arthur, but I have a few details with Harry before you go. Harry turned around to face Dumbledore and wondered what was going to happen now. This is the key to your vault at Gringotts, Harry. You may want to have Mr. Weasley hold onto it until you're ready to get your school supplies. Your account was set up by your parents to fund your Hogwarts studies and hasn't been touched by anyone. Harry took the small key from Dumbledore and examined it for a bit before handing it over to Mr. Weasley. Secondly, I've given your upcoming class and supply list to Molly along with a similar list for their son Ronald. The instructions and the potions Madame Pomfrey prescribed are in that bag by the door. I'm sure Molly will bake you something to get the taste of the worst potions out of your mouth. She's a wonderful cook. Harry turned to Mrs. Weasley and saw the smile that lit up her face. Lastly, if Minerva told me right, you need to have a little restriction removed to take full advantage of your magic. Please remember your emotions and that intentions may have a determination if any accidental magic should occur. Arthur and Molly have a lot of experience at this type of thing, so heed their counsel. Are you ready, Harry? Glancing at everyone around him, Harry stood up straighter and nodded his head. Dumbledore gave a small wave of his wand and spoke. Finite parentis incantatem. The opposite effect from the spell Madame Pomfrey cast went through Harry. Starting at his fingers and toes and working inward, there was a small tingle that soon spread into his heart and mind. Harry gave a small sigh of contentment and smiled at the adults around him. That felt really wonderful, like I've shook off a small ache. That's exactly what it's supposed to do to you, Harry. You'll start feeling a lot better as time goes by. Speaking of time, I'm afraid I'll have to cut this meeting off, Mr. Weasley said sadly. I really must return to the ministry. Ready to go there, Harry. Just 1 second, Mr. Weasley. Harry stepped over to Professor McGonagall. Thanks for the loan of the books, Professor, they are really interesting. Harry made to give them back to her, but Professor McGonagall just waved her hand. They are yours to keep, Mr. Potter. The library has extra copies of those, and I hope I've given you a chance to start your own personal library. Harry stared at her for a second and then, overcome by his gratitude, stepped in and gave her a small hug. Thank you, Professor. This is the first time I've had anything important for myself. You'll never know how much I appreciate this. It is not a habit of students to give hugs to professors here at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. Harry stepped back at the stern tone, but realized that Professor McGonagall had a small smile on her face. Please contain your exuberance when we see you again at the welcoming feast. Dumbledore and Lupin had been smiling at the interchange. Have a good time, Harry. Enjoy yourself for a change, please. Thank you, Headmaster. Harry, I'll be out to visit with you in a few days if Arthur and Molly don't mind. You're always welcome, Remus, Mr. Weasley said. Just owl or Flo to let us know you're coming. Arthur and Molly gathered up Harry's bags and left Dumbledore's office. Harry gave a small wave to the remaining adults and followed them out. Harry found Mr. and Mrs. Weasley waiting at the foot of the stairs for him. They walked out a side entrance from the main hall and crossed over a small courtyard. A wide, well-used path led away from the castle, and Harry glimpsed the village of Hogsmeade through a gap in the trees. Mrs. Weasley, are we going to Hogsmeade because your house is in or near the village? No, Harry, Mrs. Weasley answered with a laugh. I'm afraid the climate here in Scotland is a bit too rough for my tastes. I've some shopping to do, and being at Hogwarts makes the village a convenient stop. Besides, Mr. Weasley chimed in, it'll give you a chance to see what's here in the village. Normally, first and second years aren't allowed to go down on Hogsmeade weekends. The path they were on soon joined up to the main road that connected the railway station to Hogwarts. It was only another couple of minutes' walk to the first building in the village. It was named the Three Broomsticks, and Harry thought it might be a tavern or restaurant. Mr. Weasley pulled open the front door to allow his wife and Harry to enter. A pretty woman hurried out from behind the bar to greet the trio. Welcome to the Three, well, if isn't it Arthur and Molly Weasley? Nice to see you two again, along with a child who obviously isn't one of yours. Can I get you three some butterbeers or anything else to drink? Mrs. Weasley gave the curvy blonde a quick hug. Can't tarry today, Rosmerta. We were wondering if Arthur could flow back to work from here and if I could leave some packages here for a bit while we did some shopping. Of course, Molly, you know you two are always welcome to drop in anytime. Come by some evening and we three will have a nice quiet supper, just like old times. That sounds really nice, Rosmerta, Mr. Weasley said, but I'm really late. I need to get back to work. Mr. Weasley put down the bag of Harry's clothes and then put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Sorry I won't be there for all the introductions, Harry, but I hope you can make yourself at home. One word of warning, do not, repeat not, accept anything that the twins offer you. Molly will explain it to you. Molly, I should be home at the regular time unless something unexpected comes up. Molly finished with a grin. Be off with you before I make you help with the shopping. Mr. Weasley gave his wife a quick peck on the cheek and then stepped into the nearby fireplace, grabbing some powder from a bowl that was on the mantel. He threw the powder on the ground and quickly said, Ministry of Magic. A flare of green flames flared up around Mr. Weasley, and when it died, he was gone. Harry was so surprised that he stepped back quickly and found himself sitting on the floor. Rosmerta gave a small laugh. It always gets the firsties the first time they see that. It's perfectly safe. She reached down to give Harry a hand up and then let out an exclamation of surprise. That scar. That shape. You must be Harry Potter. Ma'am. Just Harry Potter. Welcome to Hogsmeade. Just Harry Potter. You must be excited to be starting Hogwarts this year. Molly, you've been holding out on me. Why didn't you let anybody know where this young man has been? It's a long story, Rosmerta, and I don't think I'm at liberty to tell it to you since I've only known about him for about an hour. But, yes, Harry is starting Hogwarts this year. Would you mind keeping it under wraps until he actually starts? Of course. It'll only be a few weeks. Nice to meet you, Harry. Nice to meet you also, Madam Rosmerta. Come on, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said. We've only got a stop or two to make. We'll probably be back within an hour, Rosmerta. Okay, I'll keep an eye on your things. Have fun shopping. Mrs. Weasley and Harry stepped out of the tavern and turned toward the rest of the village. Harry spotted a bench a few yards away and tentatively reached out for her hand. Could we stop for a couple of minutes, Mrs. Weasley? I'm a little tired. Harry felt his hand grasped a little more firmly. Of course, Harry. Mrs. Weasley held onto his hand as they reached the bench and sat. I felt so much better in Dumbledore's office and now I don't seem to have any energy at all. It's just the restriction removal backlash, Harry. Your magical energy is going to fluctuate for a couple of days until it stabilizes. Since your magical energy level is tied so closely to your physical energy, you may get tired or a trifle energetic for a couple of days. Until you're physically healthy, you'll probably feel more tired than not. That's why I'm going to make sure you'll get plenty of rest and lots of good food into you. Don't worry, Harry, you will be feeling a lot better by the time you get back to Hogwarts. Harry smiled up at the kind assurance that came from Mrs. Weasley. Can I ask for some advice, ma'am? Surely, Harry, Mrs. Weasley replied. What is bothering you so much? I'm not really comfortable being famous. How am I supposed to react to all these people who think I'm something I'm not? I'm not some genius super wizard. This bench we're sitting on knows more about magic than I do. I'm not that boy who lived, everybody expects. Harry, all you can do is be yourself. You really aren't anybody else. What happened around you all those years ago gave great hope to everybody in the magical world. People needed an explanation, and unfortunately you were and still are it. All I can say is just be Harry. Some people are going to thank you and some people will want to be near you just because you are famous and they want to look good and be famous too. I hope you run into enough people who look at you and just see Harry the person without all that other falderall. Those people will be the ones you really need or want in your life. Does that help a little, Mr. Just Harry Potter? Harry gave a little giggle at her tone of voice and felt himself relaxing. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley. You really know how to make someone feel better. How did you get so wise? Comes from being around a long line of good influences, I'm sure. The fact that I've raised 7 children also helps a lot. Life teaches you what's right or wrong. Wait a minute, Harry exclaimed. I know it's not polite to mention a woman's age, but you surely aren't old enough to have raised 7 children. You're much too young and pretty for that. Harry found himself smothered in a huge hug as soon as he finished that statement. He thought his ribs were going to crack from the pressure, but he realized he really enjoyed this. Mrs. Weasley released him after a few seconds but had a huge grin on her face when Harry looked at her. That's the nicest thing anybody but Arthur has said to me in many a day, Harry. Don't let anybody ever tell you that you're not a good person, young man. I'm really glad you're coming home with me today. I'm starting to think so also, Mrs. Weasley. Molly. Right, Mrs. Weasley, Molly. I'm feeling rested up now, so maybe you can tell me about the rest of your family while we get to that shopping. Mrs. Weasley stood up and held out her hand. Harry smiled at her and reached out and grabbed it. She pulled him up and they continued walking down the main street in Hogsmeade. As Harry walked past the post office and all the other shops in town, Mrs. Weasley told him about the family she and Arthur had raised. Harry noted the pride in her voice and thought how lucky the rest of the Weasleys were to have somebody that obviously loved them so much. Harry heard about the 2 oldest, Bill and Charlie, who had already left Hogwarts and had successful careers already. Harry agreed that curse breaking and working with dragons was probably very dangerous, but privately thought their jobs were a very exciting thing to be doing. Percy was the eldest, still living at home, and Mrs. Weasley was hoping that he might become the head boy. The twins sounded like a lot of fun to be around with all the pranks and experiments despite Mrs. Weasley's worrying about their future. By the time they had finished talking about Ron and Ginny, Mrs. Weasley had bought some parchment and quills at Scrivenshafts and they were heading back up the street. Anywhere else we need to go, Mrs. Weasley? Harry asked, peering around hopefully at all the other shops along the street. His curiosity had been aroused by all the displays he saw in the windows of the shops and he really wanted to go exploring. He also knew it was wrong to leave his escort, but he hoped for a few more chances to just see things. Over here, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said with a smile. I hope you like this place. Harry saw the sign over the door that said, Honeyduke's Sweet Shop, and just smiled as he followed Mrs. Weasley through the door. There were jars and shelves just full to the brim with all sorts of great-smelling goodies. Harry's mouth started watering just standing there taking in everything. Come along, Harry, I'm sure we can find something in here to satisfy your sweet tooth. Hello, folks, how can I help you today? The voice came from the man on a ladder stocking shelves behind the counter. He didn't see who he was talking to until he descended the ladder. He turned around and smiled at his customers. Mrs. Weasley, as I live and breathe, good afternoon to you. You're looking as lovely as ever. Did you bring the twins with you? They're some of my best customers, you know. Always there with some nice suggestions for different treats for me and my customers. I may just have to hire them myself when they get around to graduating. Ambrosius Flume, your sweet talking is always just as good as your candy. Does your wife know you try to butter up every female that walks through your front door? She does, came a voice from the back room, but he also knows there's a limit to his wife's patience with it. An older owned witch came out from the back room and wrapped an arm around Mr. Flume's waist. What can I get you for you, Molly, since my husband promised to restock those top shelves sometime today? Mr. Flume let go a good-natured grumble at the comment but just smiled at his wife. Hello Temperance, I just came in to get some chocolate frogs for Ron. I swear he has a hollow leg for those treats. Do you have a small package of sugar quills that could be wrapped up for my little girl Ginny's birthday? I have just the thing over here. Do you want an assortment or does Ginny have a favorite flavor she'd really like? The two women went down to one end of the counter while Mr. Flume walked over and started talking to Harry. How about a little sample of the raspberry fudge while the ladies are talking, young man? That would be really nice, sir. Harry glanced up at the proprietor of the candy shop and watched as recognition lit up his face. By Merlin's beard, it can't be. Not here, not now. Temper, come here quickly. It's Harry Potter, here in our own shop. Harry was amazed at the reaction. Temperance Flume literally vaulted over the counter and came running over to where Harry was standing. Harry was very surprised when she knelt down and gave him another unexpected hug and a small key on his cheek. Harry Potter, you saved my family and my life when you destroyed, you know who. There will never be enough words to express my thanks and that of my husband. My sister was on the Death Eaters list and I don't know how I would have survived without her. Harry was blushing and slightly squirming with the words that this witch was giving him. He really didn't have any idea of what to say back to her. He finally stammered back something about it not being my sole doing, my parents. Harry stopped at mentioning his parents and just gave out a large sigh. Ambrosius Flume reached down and gently grasped his wife's elbow and helped her rise to her feet. I'm sorry we've embarrassed or hurt you, young Mr. Potter. We were just so surprised and happy to see you that we let our mouths get away from us. It's okay, Mr. Flume, I'm just new to all this and not used to this kind of attention. Harry felt rather than saw Mrs. Weasley come to stand behind him. While he had just known her for less than a couple of hours, he already took some comfort from her presence. An arm came down across one shoulder and Harry gave it a quick squeeze. No real harm done, Mr. Flume. You and your wife have an excellent store. I hope I get a chance to visit it a lot once I'm at Hogwarts. It would be nice to buy any of the treats you have here. Well, why wait, Harry? As a small token of our admiration and apology, why not help yourself to anything in the store? On us. Mrs. Flume just smiled at her husband's suggestion. Harry was about to protest that he didn't want any charity and didn't have any money when he remembered some words Mrs. Weasley spoke to him earlier. An idea also struck him at the same time. Harry spun around and asked Mrs. Weasley, when is Ginny's birthday, exactly? Mrs. Weasley answered half questioningly. August 11th, the day after tomorrow. Thank you. Harry turned back to look at the flumes. Okay, is there a medium-sized assortment of candy that a 10-year-old girl would enjoy for her birthday and wouldn't mind sharing with her family? I believe we have just the thing for that, Mr. Potter. You've got a good heart. Give us a few minutes to put it together and get it wrapped. Mr. Flume and his wife went to different parts of the store and started gathering up seemingly random bunches of candy. Harry turned and saw a disapproving look on Mrs. Weasley's face. Please, Mrs. Weasley, let me do this. I have nothing to give to you or your family as way of thanks for taking me in without any notice. Let me do something positive if I can. I don't think I'm taking advantage of Mr. and Mrs. Flume. I promise to find a way to pay for everything I get here from now on, and I can't really figure out what candy I like unless I get to sample some things. Mrs. Weasley's frown gradually gave way to a smile and she pulled Harry in for a small hug. Harry was quickly getting addicted to some positive contact in his life. All right, Harry. Just this once and I will let Ginny know who the benefactor really is. Could you just let it be a family present to her? I don't want to make anybody feel bad about a complete stranger buying something for the only girl in the family. Smart and gracious as well. If you insist, Harry, but you really ought to take some credit for the things you do. Maybe later. Mrs. Weasley, if you can help me figure out this being famous thing some more. Ambrosius and Temperance soon had a box of goodies gathered and gift wrapped. Mrs. Weasley tried paying for the candy she originally collected but was told that her money wasn't any good there at that time. Harry made a promise with the Flumes that he would be paying for anything else in the future and they laughingly agreed. Harry shook both their hands and then he and Mrs. Weasley headed back to the Three Broomsticks. Harry and Mrs. Weasley quickly gathered up their bags from Rosmerta, but Harry stopped suddenly when they approached the fireplace. He remembered the flames that had risen up and seemingly consumed Mr. Weasley just about 1 hour ago. He wasn't very sure if he wanted to travel by fire, just in case. Harry, it's okay if you don't want to travel the Flow Network by yourself, Mrs. Weasley said. How about I let you hang on to me and we'll do the traveling together? That would be better for me, Harry said. I've never even seen something like that before today and I'd rather not get lost from you. It's not too crowded in here, but some other flows don't have a lot of room to go side by side. Come on up here and stand by me and I'll give you the basic instructions I give all my kids. Harry climbed up into the fireplace and grabbed Mrs. Weasley by the elbow she offered. First of all, the flow powder is created specially to only be used in this one magical way. There's usually a pot or bag within easy reach of each fireplace and all you have to do is grab a handful, throw it on the ground and state the name of the location you want to go. It will be a very fast travel and you will see a number of other grates or fireplaces in the network as you go along. Keep your elbows in, you don't want to be knocked off course and end up diverted. Any questions so far, Harry? Ready to go? I guess not. Harry nodded nervously. Okay, make sure you hold on tight. Mrs. Weasley had a handful of powder in her hand and looked down with a reassuring smile at Harry. She threw it down and as the green flames rose she quickly called out, "The burrow." As the flames rose, Harry grabbed a quick lungful of air, but the sensation of being pulled up and out quickly left him gasping. He saw a number of grates fly by at a dizzy pace and he wasn't sure which way was up, down, front, or back. The trip quickly came to an abrupt stop, but Harry continued on, losing his grip on Mrs. Weasley and catapulting out of a fireplace in a cloud of ash and dirt. He luckily landed on the bag of clothes he was carrying but slid across a floor, ending up under a table on his stomach and rubbing his eyes to clear the soot out. Voices soon surrounded Harry and he looked around to see a number of legs. Mom, that had to be the most spectacular landing in the kitchen since Charlie came home drunk that one Christmas day and knocked over the dinner table. Fred, George, that is a guest of this house and I will not have you making fun of him. It's the first time he's ever traveled by flow, so don't be so high and mighty. Help him out of there. Harry was glad to hear Mrs. Weasley's voice. It meant he'd actually got to the right place. Four arms moved some chairs and quickly hauled out Harry out from what he saw was a kitchen table. The hands quickly made work of brushing of the dirt and soot off him, and Harry saw two identical faces looking at him curiously. Brilliant red hair, blue eyes, freckles, and both were already slightly taller than their mother. Harry dropped his clothes bag and faced the duo. Taking a breath and sticking out his hand, he said, "Thanks for the help. You must be George and Fred." "Are Fred and George. Your mums told me a lot about you both. I'm Harry Potter." Harry couldn't remember ever seeing such a perfect goggle before, and he gave a small smile as the brothers looked at him, then at each other, and then back at him. They finally collected their senses and went over and laughingly picked up their mother between them. "We love you. How did you ever think of this as a revenge prank? It's absolutely awesome. Put me down this instant." Mrs. Weasley didn't sound amused at all to Harry. "This is no joke or trick." The twins slowly lowered their mother back to the ground and turned back to the other occupant of the kitchen. "Guys, I really am." Harry gave up and lifted his bangs a little bit, exposing the scar. "Oh, my gracious. Blimey." Both the twins came over and shook Harry's hand for real and welcomed him. Harry grinned at the sincerity he felt from them. George and Fred then began to throw a variety of questions at their mother and him. "Enough. Quiet now, at once." Mrs. Weasley's voice held a volume and authority that he had only heard from the local Bobby at an auto wreck near school. "Now that I have your attention," Mrs. Weasley continued, "family meeting immediately, in the living room. George, go roust Percy out of his room, and Fred, go find Ron and Ginny from wherever they are outside. Chop, chop, I expect everybody back here in 3 minutes." Fred, or was it George, looked like he wanted to say something, but another look at his mother's face convinced him just to keep on moving. It must have been Fred, Harry thought, as the twin opened a door to the outside and quickly disappeared down a small path. Harry pulled up a chair and sat down at the nearby table. Molly had finally dropped her shopping bags and carefully placed the bag of Harry's medicines on top of the table. "We're pretty relaxed around here most of the time, Harry, but all the children know when I'm serious," Mrs. Weasley said with a smile. "Yes, ma'am, I imagine they would." Harry made a plan right then to never, ever get on this woman's bad side. Harry followed Mrs. Weasley into the next room and fell into one of the overstuffed chairs. As he waited for the rest of the family to gather, Harry took a quick look around the Weasleys' family room. There were pictures everywhere and a number of comfortable chairs as well as one very used couch. There was even a table set to one side with what appeared to be a chess set lying on it. All in all, it appeared to be a very comfortable and hospitable place to be. Harry thought that its general appearance was a lot better than the immaculate condition he was forced to keep the Dursleys' home in. A couple of pair of footsteps came thundering down the stairs, and George was followed into the room by what had to be his older brother Percy. Both sat on the couch and Mrs. Weasley held up a warning finger to stop the questions she saw coming from Percy. The door slamming a few seconds later announced the arrival of the last of the Weasley children. All 3 of them tumbled through the door, but the 2 youngest stopped when they saw Harry. Fred went and sat by his twin, and Ron and Ginny crammed themselves into one of the other easy chairs. Ron was a smaller edition of the twins, but Ginny had more of the darker hair and coloring of her mother. "Well," Mrs. Weasley said with a smile, "glad you could drop everything and join us. Firstly, there's nothing wrong with your father, Bill or Charlie." Everyone let out a sigh of relief, but then everybody's gaze shifted from Mrs. Weasley right onto Harry. He squirmed a little under the attention but kept his eyes focused on Mrs. Weasley. "I told everybody I was going shopping, but that's not the entire truth. This morning I received an owl from Headmaster Dumbledore and was very surprised, as you twins aren't even at school. He requested an immediate meeting with me. I was surprised to find your father waiting for me when I flowed to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall took us up to meet Dumbledore in his office. Dumbledore told your father and me about a small boy who had recently come to his attention. He had some recent medical difficulties and the guardians he had were unable to properly care for his magical well-being as they were muggles. He asked your father and I if we could take him in for a couple of weeks and care for him until the boy started Hogwarts. We agreed to it even before we knew the boy's name. Imagine our surprise when we met Harry Potter." At this last sentence Ron uttered a cry of, "Cool," but Ginny fell off the chair in what looked like shock. Ron leaned over and quietly picked his sister off the floor and reseated her in the chair. Mrs. Weasley looked at them for a second and then continued. Harry had contracted a bad case of Moroccan wyvern fever. Madame Pomfrey cured him at Hogwarts, but it has left Harry physically and magically exhausted. He'll be taking some potions every day for a while. I want it understood right now, especially you, George and Fred, that these portions are not to be touched or played with. All the children looked between Mrs. Weasley and Harry and then nodded. George, Mrs. Weasley reiterated, what did I just say? The twins both spoke up in unison. Don't do anything to Harry's medicines. Good, Mrs. Weasley said. Harry will be staying with Ron in his room. Ron grinned up at his mother suddenly like he has won a prize. That means, Mrs. Weasley continued, that we all have a little work to do in a short amount of time. I'm going to expand your room a little, Ron, and transfigure another bed in there. But that means you need to clean it first. I mean really clean it. Not shove everything under your bed like you normally do. Understood? Yes, Mum. Ron's face had fallen and he made to get up and head upstairs, but Mrs. Weasley stopped him. Nobody leaves until we all know what we're doing. Ron quickly sat back down. Percy, I want you to go up to the attic and get down the old desk and chair that is stored up there. Fred and George, I want you to empty out Bill's old dresser, neatly mind you, and move it to Ron and Harry's room. Leave Bill's stuff in his room. The twins were grinning until this last part, and Harry sensed that they were disappointed about not making off with their older brother's things. Ginny, Mrs. Weasley turned to her daughter with a smile. What can you do to help out the rest of us now? Ginny's face screwed up in thought. After a couple of seconds she began talking. I can help Harry, she said, looking at him and blushing. Find some sheets and pillows for his bed. And Mrs. Weasley prompted. The girl got a deliberate look on her face for a few seconds and then spoke. And show him where everything else is around the house while the boys are working. Ginny said. The boys, in such a scornful way that Harry had to chuckle along with Mrs. Weasley. Good thinking, Ginny. I'm counting on Ron and you especially to make him feel welcome here. You're closest to his age after all, and it's going to be a big adjustment from where he was living. Well, Harry, said one of the twins, you always were little Gin's favorite. OOWW. Fred's or George's statement was never finished as Ginny raced over to the offending brother and promptly kicked him in the shins. Fred, Harry guessed, was up and hopping on one leg, but nobody seemed the least concerned about him. Percy came over along with Ron to shake his hand. Don't worry about Ginny, Ron whispered to Harry. She is a bit mental, what with her being a girl and all that. I heard that, Ronald. Ron looked up to see his mother bearing down on him. See you in a few minutes, Harry, Ron said as he quickly headed for the stairs. Welcome to the burrow. Harry looked around to the deserted room. Everybody had gone just as fast as they had come together. The only person left was Mrs. Weasley. Harry, I had to account for your medicines somehow, Mrs. Weasley said quietly. There really is a Moroccan wyvern fever and its symptoms are close enough to cover your problem. If you want to tell them the truth sometime, they won't hold it against you. I'd just as soon nobody knew the truth. It's yours to tell, Harry. Nobody in this family will make you feel bad about it, or hold you at fault. I promise you that. Mom, a voice came from the doorway. Does Harry want one blanket or two? Ginny was standing there with her arms full of sheets and blankets and a pillow on top of everything else. Harry wondered how she balanced everything, or if she had heard anything about the last bit of conversation. Harry is right here, Mrs. Weasley said. Why don't you ask him yourself? Ha, Harry, Ginny began as she was walking into the living room. How many? Harry had walked over to her to at least pick the pillow off the load she was carrying. Vivid green eyes met up with dark chocolate ones to the surprise of both the youngsters. They stared at each other totally entranced until Mrs. Weasley broke the sudden silence. This should take about 15 minutes, dear. Take Harry outside to the garden for a bit. There should bit of breeze out by the bench. We'll call you when the room's done. Mrs. Weasley disappeared up the stairs, leaving Harry and Ginny alone. Not knowing what to say or do, Harry turned and placed the pillow on the couch. He didn't know anything about talking to girls since Dudley and his gang made sure he never got close to one before. Girls were an entirely new species as far as Harry was concerned. He looked back to see Ginny avoiding anything that looked like she might be looking at him. Great. Now we're both embarrassed, he thought. So, how many blankets did you get me, Ginny? Harry hoped his tone wasn't scary or intimidating. He realized he had found somebody that might be even shyer than he was. I got just one, since it's been so warm lately, Ginny trailed off suddenly. Then that's perfect, thank you. The smile that lit up Ginny's face at those few words made Harry feel better somehow. Ginny put the rest of the sheets and other bedding down with the pillow on the couch. A sudden clatter of footsteps down the stairs preceded Ron and he raced into the living room. Mom said I cleaned up the room enough. Come on, Harry, I've just got to show you the Quidditch field we built. It's not all proper like Hogwarts, but it's pretty good for around here. Harry allowed Ron to start tugging him out the door, but he turned when he didn't hear anybody following him. Harry looked into the living room to see Ginny turning sorrowfully to gather up the bedding she had put down. Hey, Harry called, aren't you coming with us? Ginny looked up with a start. You really want me to come along with Ron and you? Of course, you heard your mum. I need all the help I can get. I think that can wait till we're called. Besides, I think you have places that nobody else knows about. Ginny couldn't figure out if the blushing or smiling was embarrassing her more in front of Harry. Deciding after a moment that she really didn't care, she ran out the door to catch up with Harry and Ron on the path. Ron was a little annoyed to have his little sister following them, but he saw how excited Harry was and didn't say anything. The three youngsters went to the makeshift Quidditch field and Harry shook off the offer to take a quick fly on one of the brooms in the nearby shed. He wasn't sure he wanted to tell them he didn't know a thing about flying. Ron and Ginny had time to show Harry the small orchard that they climbed in all the time as well as the garden they helped tend. Harry was fascinated by the different types of chickens in the chicken coop and was about to sneak in, with the other two, to the garage where Mr. Weasley kept his collections and projects, when they heard Mrs. Weasley calling them in. Harry followed Ginny and Ron back into the burrow. Ginny grabbed the bedding while Ron threw the pillow over his shoulder, accidentally hitting Harry. Harry laughed and promised revenge as they continued up the stairs. Ron told Harry whose bedrooms they were passing on the way up to the 5th floor. Harry was shown the location of the twins' room on the 2nd floor and warned that they were always experimenting with stuff and not to be alarmed about any loud noises or funny smells that came out from there. Ginny's face got red when Ron told Harry about the unreliable bathroom door and she retreated with a squeak back down to her bedroom on the 1st floor. Harry and Ron continued up to the 5th floor to meet Mrs. Weasley. Percy and the twins were heading downstairs, so Harry had to turn sideways to let them pass. He followed Ron through the door and stopped suddenly. Ron, and now his bedroom, was very, very orange. There were banners and posters of a team called the Chudley Cannons all over one side of the room. Ron had a small glass aquarium and another small cage set up on top of his dresser. There was a trunk crowded in at the base of Ron's bed. Harry noted with some relief that the walls were bare on the side of the room with the unmade bed. In addition, there was an open window between the bed and Harry's borrowed desk, chair and dresser. His pack was sitting on the chair and Harry smiled at the thought that he finally had some space to call his own. Harry, Mrs. Weasley said, I hope you like this arrangement. There wasn't a lot of room here to work with, but I think it's good enough for you both now. Where did your bedding go? I think this is incredible, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said. Ginny was right behind us until a second ago. I'm not really sure where she went. Mrs. Weasley leaned out the door and Harry was again surprised by the volume of her voice as she called down for her youngest. Ginny almost immediately was heard climbing the steps. She briefly appeared, dropped the bedding on Harry's bed and silently disappeared again with a quick glance toward Harry before she left. A wand appeared in Mrs. Weasley's hand and with a quick word the bedding moved itself quickly and the bed was made. There you go, Harry. All that's left is for you to unpack and get comfortable. I need to get to work on supper. Why don't you stay up here and talk to Ron while I get to work on that? Mrs. Weasley walked over and gave Harry a quick hug and dropped a quick key on Ron's forehead, much to his surprise. She headed down the stairs and the two boys were left alone. Harry opened his backpack and made quick work of the few clothes he had and placed the 4 books on his desk. He turned and asked Ron about Quidditch teams, and soon the two were lying on their beds and talking as if they had been best friends for years. It only seemed a little time later, when Ron and Harry were debating the merits of chocolate versus marmalades, that a knock was heard on the door and one of the twins poked their head in. "Mum sent me up to make sure you two get cleaned up, as supper is almost ready." As quick as it appeared, the head vanished and Harry turned to Ron. "Was that Fred or George?" "I couldn't tell you, Harry. They work very hard at confusing people up. It's part of their pranking mystique, as they say. Mum and Dad can usually tell them apart, but Ginny's the one that really tell you who is who. She really is quite scary at times for a little imp. Race you down." Ron had a head start out of the door, but Harry had managed to catch up to him on the second set of stairs as they headed for the bathroom. Harry pulled into the lead just as they had reached the door, so he was the one knocked over as someone exited the bathroom. Harry and Ginny looked at each other, laying on opposite sides of the doorway, as Ron stepped over them both into the bathroom. "Craft and cunning wins again. Too bad, Harry." "Pratt," Ginny yelled at her brother. "Shrimp," Ron yelled back through the closed door. "Are you okay?" both the children asked the other at the same time. "I'm fine, Harry. Just burdened with overly stupid brothers." Harry and Ginny both broke out giggling at the same time. Harry had a thought as he looked at his trainers. He started taking the laces out quickly while Ginny got to her feet. When he knotted them together and gave one end to the girl, a smile of understanding lit up her face. Ginny moved to one side of the door and got down to her knees. She winked at Harry and held up 3 fingers and started counting down. When she reached 0, she yelled out loudly, "Ron, supper's on. I'm going to get your portion." When the door opened quickly, the trap was sprung. Ron, hurrying out, never saw the shoelaces that tripped him up. Harry caught Ron before he hit the wall and let him down to the floor. "All right there, Ron. I'm okay. Why?" Ron replied. "So I don't feel bad about doing this." Harry gave him a push, sending him rolling down the stairs. Ginny gave Harry a quick grin and ran giggling down the stair. Harry turned back to the bathroom to wash up and replace his laces. When Harry joined the rest of the family in the kitchen, he noticed the twins were flanking Ron at the table and picking on him about his arrival at the foot of the stairs. Ron was protesting about being ganged up on, but Ginny had a look of absolute innocence on her face as she stood by the table. Harry grinned at Ron and mouthed, "Revenge." Ron then gave a quick laugh himself and waggled his finger back at Harry. Harry was really enjoying being around this family. This was so much better than the horrid Dursley household. Harry went over to ask Mrs. Weasley if she needed any help with things, but Percy and Ginny were bustling around helping bring food to the table. Molly asked him quietly if he minded if the family had some of the fudge that Mr. Flume had given him. As Harry said no, he heard a small pop from outside and Mr. Weasley pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Hello, family," Mr. Weasley boomed. Ginny ran over for a quick hug from her dad as everyone else greeted him. Mr. Weasley hung up his robes and went to the stove to give his wife a quick key, before sitting down at the head of the table. Mrs. Weasley put one more bowl on the table and sat down on the other end, indicating that Harry should sit next to her. "How's your afternoon been, Harry?" Mr. Weasley asked as he reached for a plate of baked potatoes. Evidently that was the signal for everyone else to begin eating also. The level of conversation increased as every Weasley asked for different foods to be passed around. All in all, it was very confusing to Harry, who was used to seeing the quiet supper of the 3 Dursleys instead of this general chaos of the whole Weasley family eating together. Seeing as Mr. Weasley was still looking at him with some interest, Harry answered, "Brilliant. Thanks, Mr. Weasley. I took your advice." Harry was trying to speak at the same time as he put food on his plate as the plates, platters and bowls were passed to, through and around him. By the time all the passing was done, Harry realized that he had a small mountain of food and no idea of how it all got there. Mrs. Weasley stood up and the rest of the table went silent. "Forgot Harry's potion," she said, rushing to the pantry. She came back with 1 vial, set it down, and everyone stared at the greenish mixture that sat by Harry's plate. Harry picked up the glass and gave it a tentative sniff. The twins chuckled at the face Harry made and Mr. Weasley spoke up again. Best get it over with, Harry. Potions were never designed to smell or taste good. Take it early and take it fast, as my mum used to tell me. Trying unsuccessfully to imagine Mr. Weasley as a youngster, Harry downed the potion in one long gulp. Ginny, sitting next to him, held up his glass of juice so Harry could wash the taste quickly out of his mouth. Thank you, Ginny. Thank you, Ginny, the twins parroted from across the table. Ginny stuck her tongue out at the pair. Well, at least someone at this table knows their manners, Percy said as he glared at the twins before returning to his supper. Harry watched the rest of the family as he ate the great-tasting meal. He would have to correct Dumbledore that Mrs. Weasley wasn't just a great cook, but a fantastic cook. Ron was trying to cram as much food in his mouth as fast as he could. The twins were both stealing things off his plate and were constantly giving him nudges from one side or the other. Percy was sitting on Mr. Weasley's right side and was listening avidly as Arthur described his day to Mrs. Weasley. Percy occasionally asked his father questions about the other people in the ministry or how some official procedures were done. Mrs. Weasley kind of kept a running conversation going with everyone at the table and stopped the twins once from stuffing Ron totally under the table. Ginny turned a little in her seat to ask her mother a question but accidentally knocked her juice glass over and into Harry's lap. She was totally embarrassed and her face quickly flushed to match her hair as Harry grabbed some napkins and wiped at the stain. The twins and Ron were all staring at her in shock. Ginny gave a quick sob and started to run from the room. Harry, surprised, reached out an arm and pulled her around to keep her from leaving. Ginny was surprised that Harry had reached for her. She stood there and hung her head, waiting for him to yell at her. Harry was bewildered at her reaction and looked over at Mrs. Weasley for some indication of what to do. Mrs. Weasley just gave him a little shrug, letting him know he was on his own. Harry somehow felt that this was an important test for him with this family. Seeing his almost empty glass of juice next to him, Harry grabbed it and knelt down in front of Ginny so that she could see him. When Ginny looked up in surprise at his closeness, her eyes went open wide. Harry heard the sudden quiet behind him and felt all the Weasleys' eyes on him, but he really didn't care. Ginny, he said quietly, it's not that bad, but I usually don't drink my juice like that. I usually drink my juice like this. With Ginny staring at him, Harry deliberately poured the rest of his juice slowly over the top of his head so it ran down over his face and into his open mouth. He then looked up and winked at her. The girl blinked once, she blinked twice, and then her shoulders started shaking. Ginny let out a great roar and then fell over holding her sides laughing. Harry heard the rest of the Weasleys behind him joining in the laughter as the twins whooped their approval. Harry stood up and asked Mrs. Weasley if there was a towel handy so he could clean up all the messes that happened. Mrs. Weasley just pulled her wand out from her pocket and placed a drying charm on Harry and the floor. Harry got up and sat in his seat, completely dry. The youngest Weasley eventually rejoined her family at the table. Her face was still red but only from having laughed until she cried. She sat back in her seat, smiled at Harry and then slugged him on the arm. Ginevra Weasley, her mom exclaimed, you don't treat guests in our house like that. You apologize immediately. Sorry Mum, I can't do that, Ginny said with a smile. Harry's not just a guest, if he is going to stay here, he's part family now. Harry was the one to have a pink face now, but he felt a tear of something he faintly recognized as happiness fall on his cheek. Mr. Weasley was heard in the background saying that, I guess that answers the question of whether Harry will fit in. After supper was finished, the dishes were cleared off to the kitchen sink and Mrs. Weasley pulled out the fudge for dessert. She placed it in the middle of the table and started cutting it up and placing the pieces on saucers. Ron eyed the fudge greedily as he passed some around the table. When he got his piece, he exclaimed that he was surprised that it came from Honeydukes as he knew how expensive their fudge was. Mrs. Weasley said that it was none of her doing and that it was Harry's fudge, and he was sharing. But Harry, Ron said suspiciously, I thought you told me you didn't have any money. Well, Ron, Harry replied slowly, they kind of gave it to me. It must be nice to be the boy who lived. Then, Ron muttered, just getting something for nothing because your parents got killed. There was a collective gasp of surprise and horror from everybody else at the table. Any good feelings that Harry had developed during the supper just fled. The taste of the fudge in his mouth turned to mud and he only managed to choke the sweet down with some effort. He immediately had a bad feeling wash over him and his head started aching like it never had before. Harry stood up shakily and placed his napkin on the table. Please excuse me, Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, I'm suddenly not feeling well and need to get. Harry had taken a couple of steps away from the table toward the front door when the room started swimming in front of his eyes. He felt he was falling toward the floor and vaguely saw Mrs. Weasley was reaching out for him when everything went black. Harry awoke flailing his arms and legs and yelling as if he was in the middle of a nightmare. A couple of hands reached out and held him gently and the voices were urging him to calm and settle himself. As Harry woke up more from his fog, he recognized the voices as belonging to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. He opened his eyes and found himself laying on his bed up in Ron's room with the two Weasley parents standing over him. What happened? Harry said cautiously. He made to sit up but Mrs. Weasley gave him a gentle push down and told him to stay and rest. To the best of our knowledge, Harry, Mr. Weasley said, you simply fainted. Molly caught you before you hit your head on the floor and I carried you up here. You've been out for less than 15 minutes. Harry searched his memory trying to remember what happened to cause him to faint. When he got back to Ron's comment, his face flushed. Ron said he began something terribly stupid and hurtful. Harry, Mrs. Weasley said. He'll be up in a bit to apologize. Arthur, I need to go get some of the medicine for his back. Would you mind staying here with Harry? Of course, dear. Harry seems a little confused. I don't mind at all. Mrs. Weasley came over to the other side of the bed to give her husband a hug before leaving the room. As she opened the door, Harry heard her say to somebody, he's okay, everybody back downstairs. He's got some more medicine to take and then you can see him if you want. Harry heard a number of footsteps on the stairs and then silence. Harry, Molly's gone to get the ointment for your back. You may want to switch out your clothes for pajamas before she gets back. Do you need any help? Harry thought for a second before shaking his head and getting out of the bed. He got his pajamas and hesitated a second before starting to change. Mr. Weasley looked at Harry's face and then turned his back to give Harry some privacy. When Harry had finished changing, he lay back on the bed and Mr. Weasley came to sit by his side. It's not unknown for some people to have extreme reactions when they get the parental governor removed, Harry. I can see from the look in your eyes that you're scared about what just happened. You'll be just fine in another couple of days if not sooner. Harry gave a quick sigh of relief at that information. I'm sorry I spoiled supper for everybody, Mr. Weasley. I didn't mean to alarm anybody. It's all right, Harry. No damage done. The older children have been through it in one form or the other. I'm just going to have to explain it to Ron and Ginny. I've even got a marvelous story to tell them. Want to hear it? Sure, Mr. Weasley, Harry said, if you don't mind. Of course not, Harry. Mrs. Weasley had just slipped back into the room carrying a small jug of something and she sat down on the other bed as Mr. Weasley told his story. 2 days before I was to leave home for Hogwarts for the first time, my parents took the limiter off me. I didn't think anything about it at the time, just that it was a step for me in growing up. Anyway, I got the hiccups that afternoon and couldn't do anything to stop them. I eventually got frustrated and tried holding my breath, but the madder I got, the worse the hiccups got. Just as I was about to give up and take a breath, something unusual happened. A sort of snake with big purple wings appeared in front of me. I later learned it looked just like an extinct Welsh knucker. It seemed huge to an 11-year-old, but it couldn't have been more than 4 feet long. I didn't know it was only an illusion, so when it came at me I panicked. My system overloaded and I fainted just like you did after supper. I still don't like snakes much to this day. I don't know what I'm going to do if we ever visit Charlie at the Dragon Preserve in Romania. Anyway, that's what happened to me when I was your age, Harry. That was a neat story, Mr. Weasley, Harry said with a smile. I don't feel nearly so bad about weird things just happening to me now. You'll stabilize in a few days, Harry. Sit down if you feel faint, or go get Molly to help you. Mr. Weasley stood up and gently ruffled Harry's head. Now I've got to go down and sort out Ron and Ginny. Good night and sweet dreams. Good night, Mr. Weasley, and thanks, Harry replied. Harry watched Mr. Weasley leave the room and then turned his gaze back to Mrs. Weasley, who was still holding the crock. He must be a good dad, Harry said half to himself. No, Harry, he's a fantastic dad. Harry saw that Mrs. Weasley was still looking at the door Mr. Weasley had exited as she said that. He almost felt like an intruder at the words of pride and love that were directed about her husband. Mrs. Weasley turned her smile back to Harry. Let's get this ointment on your back, okay? Take your top off and lay back down on your stomach. Harry was very apprehensive as he took his top off and took his place on the bed. Aside from a small, oh, of surprise, Mrs. Weasley didn't react much to the condition of his back. Harry watched her as she poured some of the ointment on one of her hands and then rubbed them together to warm the potion up. The salve was just a little cool when Mrs. Weasley's hands first made contact with his back but warmed up a bit. Harry had to make a conscious effort to relax his muscles but felt the ointment start to sink in with a little tingle. Mrs. Weasley had started talking when she put the ointment on his back, so he just relaxed and listened to her voice. This is remarkable stuff, Harry. It's got a variety of natural herbs and plants as well as some more unusual ingredients. It's a little on the rare side as it contains some phoenix tears also. It's frightfully expensive, but I know Dumbledore doesn't mind the cost as his phoenix has been very generous in giving its tears to the healers at St. Mungo's from time to time. I've actually seen this particular mixture before. My great-uncle Alonzo was mauled by a werewolf when I was only 8 years. Between the effect of the ointment and Molly's calm voice, Harry drifted off to a peaceful sleep that was only interrupted when Mrs. Weasley actually stopped rubbing his back. Harry awoke with a small start but recognized immediately where he was and sat up. Mrs. Weasley silently held out the top to his pajamas and watched as he put it on. I'm not sure if all those marks will heal up, Harry. You may be left with a few of the older scars after all's said and done. We'll do this every couple of evenings until you head back to Hogwarts. It should be almost completely better by then. How does it feel now? Much better, Mrs. Weasley. It's not nearly so tight now and the pain has gone down a lot. Thank you. Mrs. Weasley looked up suddenly at the door and spoke up a bit. Okay, you lot can come in now. Ron fearfully poked his head around the doorframe. He didn't have time to say anything as the twins behind him forcefully picked him up and carried him in the room and deposited him at the foot of Harry's bed. Just wanted to make sure. Boy blunder. Makes his proper apologies. Each twin then popped Ron on the back of the head before heading out the door to their own room. See you in the morning, Harry, came their voices. In the morning, guys. Thanks for the welcome, Harry replied. He then turned his attention back to Ron, who was beet red with embarrassment. Under the watchful eye of his mother, Ron cleared his voice twice before actually speaking. I'm a real idiot, Harry. I'm really sorry that I was rude and nasty to you before. It was especially bad that I mentioned your parents. I didn't really mean anything by it. The whole thing just popped out of my mouth before I thought about it. From the talking we did this afternoon, you told me you're not into any of that fame and celebrity nonsense. I would understand it if you wanted to leave the burrow based on what I've said. I'm really sorry. Harry stared hard at Ron before he spoke. What you said was really hurtful. I didn't even know until a couple of days ago that my parents were murdered. Why would I ever try to take advantage of that? I'd give up any and everything to see my parents again. I could care less about any fame I have. I envy you, Ron, I really do. You're the rich one because you've got something I'll never have. Your parents are alive and your family loves you a great deal. I never thought about it like that, Harry, Ron replied. I'm a useless git. That may be, but if you ever say something like that again, I'm going to take you off my very short list of friends. And turn you over to your brothers. Ron looked up with a hopeful smile. I'm forgiven then. Harry looked at him with a weak smile. Forgiven? Yes, but it's not forgotten by any means. Understood. Completely. Harry stuck out his hand and Ron grabbed it like a lifeline and the two boys shook on it. Mrs. Weasley pulled them both in for one of her massive hugs. I'm glad that's settled, Mrs. Weasley said. Harry may have forgiven you, Ronald, but you'll be doing extra chores around the burrow until I'm satisfied you'll think before you speak. Yes, Mum, Ron said meekly. And everyone else. You'll throw yourself on the mercy of your father and your brothers and Ginny. If they don't accept your apology for your behavior, you'll have to deal with those consequences also. Oh boy. Ron went back to being nervous again. Harry could only imagine what the rest of the family could do to Ron, especially Fred and George. It wasn't a good thought. That's enough trouble for one day. I expect you boys to have lights out and be in bed in 5 minutes. Good night. Good night, Mum. Good night, Mrs. Weasley. Another small head appeared around the edge of the door. Ginny looked very nervous as she looked at Harry. Are you okay? If Ron's hurt you, I'm going to. Harry saw Ron tremble at the threat and quickly replied. I'm okay. You don't have to punish Ron. Ron gave a quick sigh of relief. Unless you want to. Harry finished. He smiled evilly at Ron and then started laughing. Both Ron and Ginny joined in, but Ron's laugh was a little forced. I'm okay, Ginny, I'll see you in the morning. Ginny glared at her brother one more time but quietly shut the door. The bedroom door closed and Harry heard Mrs. Weasley and Ginny head down the stairs. Ron quietly changed into his pajamas and got into bed after blowing out the candles. After a few minutes of silence, Harry spoke. Ron. Yes, Harry. I'll keep you company doing those extra chores. Thanks, Harry. A few more minutes passed. Then, Harry. Yes, Ron. That was really great fudge. Thanks for sharing it. Harry gave a little laugh. You're welcome, Ron. See you in the morning. Good night. Good night, Harry. Harry found out quickly that Ron was as enthusiastic about sleeping as he was about everything else. Between the loud snoring coming from the other bed and the unfamiliarity of the room, Harry's sleep was anything but sound. By the time Harry totally gave up on getting any more sleep, there was a faint tinge of daylight coming through the window. Harry quietly got dressed and crept down the stairs. Ron had sort of told Harry which steps squeaked, so Harry was careful not to make much noise and wake anybody else up so early in the morning. Harry just settled into one of the easy chairs in the living room to just watch the sunrise. He had only been there for about 10 minutes when he heard some footsteps carefully coming down the stairs. He was a little surprised to see Ginny come backing down the stairs carefully. She didn't notice Harry in the living room and went out through the front door, closing it soundlessly. Harry got up from the chair and just as carefully followed her. Harry saw that Ginny had a small basket in her hands and went directly to the henhouse and entered it. Harry relaxed as he guessed that part of Ginny's chores was to gather the eggs every morning for the family breakfast. He leaned back against the tree and waited for her to come back to the house. Ginny was only in the pen for a couple of minutes before she came back out gingerly carrying the basket. Ginny put the basket down and, instead of coming back to the house, turned and ran through the orchard. Wondering at her hurry, Harry raced to catch up to the younger girl. He reached the edge of the Quidditch field in time to watch Ginny mount up on a broom and take to the air. Harry sat down on the grass next to the shed and just watched her. She did a few easy laps around the field and then started doing some other maneuvers. Harry was amazed as she flew upside down for a while, just her hands and knees holding onto the broom. When she did a low-level pass across the pitch at full speed, Harry saw the laughter and joy on her face from the experience. Harry saw her pull the broom up in a complete loop and he couldn't hold his cheers in any longer. When Ginny heard his yell, she came to a complete stop and slowly made her way back to the ground. She hurried to put the broom away in the shed and came out to stare hard at Harry. Harry had a hard time reading the look on her face. I'm sorry I interrupted your flying, Ginny. I'm no judge of flying, but I thought it was brilliant. You looked like you were having a really good time up there. I was Harry, but I sneak out here to have some alone time, Ginny said with a quaver in her voice. I'm really sorry, Ginny, it'll never happen again. Sorry I bothered you. Harry turned away sadly, thinking he had trespassed somehow. Ginny took her turn at pulling Harry around. Please, she said in a really scared voice, don't tell anybody what you just saw. Ginny, why would I tell anybody? What you do on your own time is your business, isn't it? Ginny sat down and gestured for him to join her. All my brothers keep telling me I'm too little to be flying, the overprotective gits. They all have been flying since they were 7 or 8, but just because I'm a girl I'm never big enough. Mum says it's not a very ladylike thing to want to fly or play Quidditch. It makes me want to scream sometimes. That's why I come out here early in the mornings some days. I just love to fly. Harry finished for her. It shows on your face. I won't tell anybody, I promise. You looked like you were having too much fun for me to say anything against it. Thanks, Harry. Ginny got up and started brushing off her shorts. Harry rolled over also and got to his feet. We better get back to the burrow. Mum will be down soon and start making breakfast. If I happen to see you out here by yourself again, Harry asked, would it be okay if I came out and watched you? As long as you're careful about not waking anybody up, you can fly with me too, Ginny said with a giggle. I couldn't do that, Harry said blushingly, I've never flown before. Ginny stopped in shock. But you're Harry Potter. And until 4 or 5 days ago, I didn't even know I was a wizard. The only thing I've used a broom for is sweeping up messes. Wow, Ginny said, I never thought about it like that before. I'll show you how to fly, Harry, if you don't mind a girl teaching you. Why does your being a girl have to do with anything? If you can keep my secret, I'll keep yours. Agreed. I'm sure I'll never hear the end of it if your brothers find out that I'm such an ignoramus. Yeah, they'd definitely put the Mickey to you for a long time. Let's get back. I'll tell Mum you were helping me gather the eggs. Harry, by the way, where did you get that sweater? Harry looked down at the gray sweater with the large green letter, P, on the front that he was wearing. One of the Hogwarts elves pulled this out of the lost and found bin for me. Why do you want to know? No reason, Harry, she said with a grin. We'd better hurry. By the time Harry and Ginny returned to the burrow, Mrs. Weasley was bustling around getting breakfast ready. Harry was amazed at the way that a number of things seemed to be cooking themselves, but Ginny just seemed to blend in and help out with things at various parts of the kitchen. Harry finally settled on setting places for everybody after he asked where the silverware was. Mrs. Weasley had just started putting all the food on the table when the twins rumbled down the stairs, followed closely by Mr. Weasley and Percy. Ron made an appearance a minute later, still dressed in his pajamas and a robe, still half asleep. Harry went and sat next to Mrs. Weasley again. Mrs. Weasley placed another potion in front of Harry and he tried nonchalantly to switch it with Guinea's juice. She just stuck out her tongue at him and Harry feinted a move trying to catch it. Mrs. Weasley didn't sit down but continued around the table until she was standing behind her youngest son. One slight poke in the back later, Ron shuffled to his feet as his mother went and sat down. I want to apologize again to Harry for the rubbish I said last night. I also need to apologize to everybody else at this table for not treating a guest in our house properly and acting like an idiot. Harry has already said he's forgiven me and I hope the rest of you can also. Everyone turned to Harry, who gave a small nod of approval. There was a general murmur of agreement from everybody except for the one person next to Harry. Ginny. Ron said hopefully. I'll decide when I talk to you again, Ronald. Ron winced but hung his head and tucked into his breakfast. The normal conversation started among the family and eventually included Ron. Everyone but his sister. Harry was enjoying the piles of good food and didn't notice the curious looks the twins were shooting at him. Percy, have you noticed anything missing from your room? Or your body? Percy looked at the twins quizzically. When Mrs. Weasley took a look at Harry, she smiled knowingly. Yes, Percy, she exclaimed, would you care to explain how the sweater I knitted you 2 years ago ended up in Harry's clothes? The twins and Ron were laughing at the expression of shock on their older brother's face. He stammered something about forgetting it in the Hogwarts library and not finding it when he went back for it. Under the gentle glare of his mother, he apologized for losing something so personal. With a red face, he told Harry that he was glad that Harry had solved at least one of Hogwarts' mysteries. By the time the meal was finished, Percy was laughing at the situation along with everyone else. Harry had noticed a couple of odd twinkles out of the corner of his eye throughout the meal, and his annoyance at not identifying them grew until Mr. Weasley stood up after finishing his breakfast. Harry noticed while Mr. Weasley was donning his robes that the glow was coming from his ring finger. Turning to Mrs. Weasley, he saw that a similar glow was coming from her wedding ring also. Not having noticed it the day before, Harry thought nothing of the event until Mrs. Weasley went to give her husband a hug and key before he left for work. Then the glow off the two rings brightened enough to completely surround the couple. Harry saw that none of the other Weasleys had noticed this happening, so he passed it off as another mystery and just wished Mr. Weasley a good day along with the rest of the family. Harry carried his dishes to the sink with everyone else and offered to help wash them, but Mrs. Weasley turned to Ron and said that he was on kitchen duty, till further notice. Ron hurried up the stairs to change and begin the chores. Mrs. Weasley asked Harry to stay a moment while the rest of the family dispersed. Harry sat in a kitchen chair, wondering what was next on the list of surprises. Harry, I've given this a little bit of thought, Mrs. Weasley began, and Arthur thought it was also a good idea also. We thought that a little bit of walking would do you a world of good, nothing too strenuous to start with and maybe a little bit of an opportunity to get better physically. You can start getting in shape over the course of the next couple of weeks and maybe work up to do some running if you feel like it. It'll be good for your health and that helps your magic. How's that sound? Okay, Mrs. Weasley, if you think that would be best. Where do I start? Ron had rejoined Harry and his mother in the kitchen and was listening to the conversation as he worked on the dishes. There are some nice trails in the woods around here and the twins and I can go with you to keep you from getting lost until you get used to it, Ron said. Very good, Ron, Mrs. Weasley said, nice of you to offer. The hike up the lane or into town would also be good starting points. But I don't want you to be going anywhere alone for a while. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am, Harry replied. What about flying, Mum? Came Ron's next question. Flying is okay with me, but we have to watch out that Harry doesn't have any more fainting spells like last night. Especially the way you boys play sometimes. Mrs. Weasley gave a pointed look to her son and Ron turned back to the sink of dishes. Why don't you go for a little walk now, Harry? Ron will be done with at least the dishes by the time you get back. Harry turned and headed up the stairs to find someone to go walking with him. As Harry mounted the stairs, he wondered which of the Weasleys could end up going walking with him. He had no idea of what the daily schedule was at the Burrow and it was the summer still. Harry knocked at the first door he came to, which was Ginny's room. Ginny pulled the door open and when she saw it was Harry began to blush. Again, Harry joined her looking at the floor. He would never be able to figure girls out. I was wondering if you had time to take a walk with me. Harry stumbled through his explanation. You want me to go walking with you? Ginny was shocked that Harry would pick her of all people to ask for a walk. She had wanted to know Harry Potter for the longest time and now her wish had been granted. When Harry explained that her mother had wanted him to take up walking to help him physically, the girl felt a huge disappointment. Harry wasn't really interested in her, he just needed an escort. I can't go now, Harry, I've got homework to do for Mum. She's gone all bonkers with getting me some feminine talents, this summer especially. Maybe this afternoon. How come you have homework? It's summer, isn't it? Harry was a little confused. Ginny sighed and looked up at Harry. It's just the way things are. Magical families are responsible for educating their children until they can attend Hogwarts. Families that are better off than us can hire tutors, but we don't have that luxury. Dad has taught us about the Ministry of Magic and a lot of beginning magical theory and history. Mum does her bit with reading and writing and such. Mum also thinks I need to begin to learn potions by mixing cake and biscuit recipes for her. She's been especially pressing me for penmanship and manners. The boys don't have to do that junk. My mornings are taken up some of the time, Harry. I'm sorry. I'd really like to get out of my room now and go with you. Me too. I have a lot of questions I thought you might know the answers to. If I ask your mum nice, do you think I can spring you out of there? Maybe after today, Harry, Ginny answered. Mum's got me practicing thank you letters so I won't look bad writing back to people if I get some presents tomorrow. That's right, tomorrow is the big day. Double-digit birthday. You must be looking forward to all those presents. Not so much the presents. I know my family can't afford a lot of nice things. I think it's just nice that my family can get together and celebrate. Maybe my brothers can come for a short visit. That's something that I look forward to. Harry thought Ginny's attitude towards birthdays was absolutely great, compared to his cousin Dudley's selfishness. He also felt bad at the same time. Ginny, I'm sorry but I didn't get you anything for your birthday. Harry, she replied as her face turned pink, just you being here for my birthday is better than anything I ever asked for. Harry and Ginny just kind of stared silently at their shoes, wondering what to say next to each other. Harry finally excused himself to let Ginny get back to her penmanship, and headed up the stairs with a small feeling of disappointment. The twins answered Harry's knock on their door by opening the door and hanging a sign on the outside. Important experiments in progress. Do not interrupt. Unless it's you, Mum. Harry made a face at the odor that wafted around the door and kept climbing. Percy answered the knock on his door. Harry apologized for the problem with Percy's sweater, but Percy just waved it off. It's way too small for me now anyway. I'm glad someone can get some use out of it. Too embarrassed to impose any further on Percy by way of a walk, Harry asked him if there were any spare quills, ink and parchment in the house. Percy told Harry that there were usually spare supplies in the kitchen or family room. Harry walked back down to the kitchen to watch Mrs. Weasley putting some laundry in a basket. Guess, I'll have to wait until later for that walk, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said. Everybody is busy studying and doing other things at the moment. Do you suppose I could borrow a quill and some parchment? I've never written with anything but a pen or pencil before. I've got to hang up some laundry, Harry. If you promise to stick to the lane, you can just walk up to the road and back. By the time you get back, Ron may have finished denaming the garden. The rest of the day is your own, unless you want to go for another walk. Then I'm sure I can find one of my children to go with you. The quills and parchment are over there in the desk. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley. A little walk does sound nice. I'll just take a look around while I'm walking for now. I'd like to do a little exploring later maybe. I didn't get a chance to go many places while I was at the Dursleys. Mrs. Weasley just nodded sadly and went to pick up the basket of clothes. Harry hurried to hold the door open for her as she headed outside. She thanked him again and Harry gave a wave to Ron, who was holding something struggling in one hand. Ron gave the little grayish object a heave toward the orchard and bent back to the garden. Harry walked away from the burrow wondering at the difference that his world had suddenly turned into. Wizards, he was one. Witches, Hogwarts, magic, and overall, the Weasleys. An honest-to-goodness real affectionate family and people that were becoming actual friends with him. 2 weeks ago, Harry had thought he might rather die than have to endure much more of the Dursleys' care. Now he had an entire new future. Harry had reached the end of the lane where it joined the main road. To his left was the small village of Ottery Street. Catchpole, and around it was a scattering of other homes and small farms. Hedges and patches of forests completed Harry's view of the English countryside. Harry just reveled in the freedom he was enjoying. Turning around from the small rise, Harry got his first complete view of the burrow. It was a haphazard affair with rooms joined at odd angles and built up seemingly at random. Harry thought it was the best place he had ever seen. He realized he had never laughed or enjoyed himself as much as he had since coming to that little house. By the time Harry had walked back to the burrow, Ron had finished in the garden and the boys shared a small pitcher of chilled pumpkin juice before heading back up to their room. Ron stopped and knocked softly on his sister's door, but there was no answer. Harry went up to Ron's room and started reading his book on magical creatures again. Ron had his nose buried in a Quidditch book but asked Harry if he could read the book Harry had on stadiums. Harry said yes, and the two boys just sat in their beds reading until Mrs. Weasley called for lunch. There was a small platter of sandwiches, a couple of bags of crisps and a pot of tea waiting on the table when Harry got down to the table. Harry added 2 sandwiches to his plate and then watched in awe as Ron piled most of the rest of the sandwiches on his plate. After a quick ahem from Mrs. Weasley, Ron put most of his sandwiches back on the platter. The twins and Ginny joined them after another minute. Ron fixed up a plate for his sister and poured her a glass of juice. When he handed it to her, she gave a small nod but never said a word. Ron sank back into his chair. Harry saw Ginny give a wink in the twins' directions and settled back for the show that he suspected was about to happen. Fred. Ginny started. Yes, my favorite sister. Both twins responded. Would you ask my least favorite brother to pass the salt? Ginny said with a straight face. Ron just groaned again. Ron, someone wants to know if you'll pass the salt to her. Fred asked. Ron held the salt out to Ginny. Here you go, Gin. Am I forgiven? Harry, Ginny said, turning her attention to him, would you take that and pass it to me? Harry gave a quick nod, not trusting himself to speak without laughing. He carefully took the salt out of Ron's hand and handed it across the table to Ginny. Thank you, Harry. Ron placed his head down on the table. You're welcome, Ginny, Harry said. Ron started slowly banging his head on the table. Children, enough. Mrs. Weasley's tone was one not to be fooled with. Ron looked at his mother and then over to his sister. I'm really sorry about what I did, Ginny. You're forgiven, Ron, but don't ever say anything like that again. Got it, brother dearest? Yes, Ginny. I hate it when you're mad at me. Ron started smiling again. I know, but you've got to realize when you are being a prat. I'm not going to be there when you screw up at Hogwarts, am I? No, Ginny, but you are still the best sister a guy could have. Ron was smiling openly now as he turned back to his lunch. Oh, and Ron, Ginny said sweetly. Yes, Ron said around a mouthful of sandwich. Gotcha. The twins and Harry just about fell out of their chairs laughing at the expression on Ron's face. Even Mrs. Weasley was chuckling a little in the background. Harry wasn't sure, but he suspected there would be a little revenge on Ron's mind when he returned to his room. He heard about the pranks from Mrs. Weasley before, but he didn't suspect that Ginny would be as good at it as the twins were supposed to be. After lunch, Harry and Ron played a couple of games of Exploding Snap, with Ginny keeping score of who had the worst scorched and dirty face. When Ron asked Harry if he knew how to play chess, Ginny sighed softly and went up to her room. She came down a couple of minutes later carrying a small bag, and Harry heard her tell Mrs. Weasley that she would be out by the pond. Harry was entranced by the way the magical chess pieces talked back to him and Ron. And the way that pieces were eliminated, it was just great. Even watching the pieces pull themselves back together after being broken was entertaining. Harry realized that he wasn't a good player even after just a few games, but he enjoyed the one-on-one time just talking to Ron. Ron, to his favor, didn't gloat as Harry found many and various ways to lose over the next hour or two. He made some suggestions from time to time when Harry was unsure of a move and let Harry know that there were a few chess strategy books in the living room and his room if he needed a little brushing up. The chess pieces themselves were the ones who halted their pastime. When Harry's pieces staged a mutiny and refused to get trounced needlessly again, the boys both had a good laugh. Mrs. Weasley called out for Harry from the kitchen. When both boys headed into the room, Mrs. Weasley asked Harry to fetch Ginny to help her get supper ready. Ron bravely went up and voluntarily asked his mother what he needed to do to help. Harry saw Mrs. Weasley pull Ron into another hug while he was exiting the door. Harry found Ginny leaning back into the trunk of an old oak tree next to the pond. She was working intently on something on her lap so she didn't hear Harry come up behind her. Harry peeked over her shoulder and saw her making a sketch of a very realistic-looking unicorn. When Harry cleared his throat a little self-consciously, Ginny jumped up in alarm and dropped her pad. Don't sneak up on me, Harry, Ginny said. You're going to scare somebody to death someday doing that. I'm sorry, Ginny. It seems to be my day to catch you unawares. I'm really sorry I startled you, but you were concentrating on your sketch. It looked very good to me from what I saw of it. Not that I've ever seen a real unicorn, mind you. You really think so? You're not making fun of me, are you? No, Ginny, I've been the butt of enough jokes that I try not to hurt other people's feelings by lying. It's a good picture. My brother Charlie sent me some pictures from when he was first working overseas. One of them had a herd of unicorns out in a field of daisies. I thought I would try to make one of my own. It looks really nice, Ginny. You've got a nice talent there. I can't even draw a straight line properly. Maybe you could show me some of your other drawings in that pad after dinner. Whoops, that's what I came out here for. Your mum wants you to help her and Ron to get supper ready. Ron, I'm sure your mum's got him doing something. Harry and Ginny walked back to the burrow talking about all the punishments that her mom had doled out over the years for all the boys when they had misbehaved in one manner or another. When the two entered the kitchen, they found Ron sitting over a small tub and peeling some potatoes. Harry silently grabbed another knife and pulled a chair up next to Ron. The two boys silently peeled potatoes together while Mrs. Weasley just smiled at the two as she prepared supper. Supper was a relatively quieter affair than the evening before. Harry sat between Ron and Ginny and only got into a very short food fight with the twins when their parents were away from the table for a moment. Harry did try to slow Ron's rapid-fire eating down, but Ginny was the one stealing from Ron's plate tonight, so there wasn't any progress there. After a dessert of treacle tarts, that Harry decided were the best things ever made, everyone went back to the family room, minus Percy and the twins. Ron started a game of chess with his father while Mrs. Weasley sat in the rocking chair and continued her knitting. Harry talked Ginny into showing him her sketch pad, and the two just sat close together on a couch while Harry looked at her pictures. The picture of her older brother Bill gave Harry a shiver, as the Bill she drew was a little roguish looking with the ponytail and earrings. There were a few pages that Ginny didn't want to show Harry, but he respected her privacy and didn't press her on the hidden pages. When they got to a picture of a hippogriff, Ginny told Harry that she drew it from a description she found in a book. Harry pointed out a few flaws he saw. When realized that he had seen one in the book he had got from Professor McGonagall, he offered to let her borrow it to get a good look at the hippogriff and any other creature she wanted to draw. Mrs. Weasley spoke up at that moment and told the children that it was time for bed. Ron and his dad suspended their game of chess for another time, and the three went up to Ron's room. Harry handed the book on magical creatures to Ginny and just told her to take care of it and not to hurry about returning it. She said thanks and gave Ron a shot on his shoulder. Ron smiled back at her but grabbed her around the waist and really messed her hair up. They both laughed a bit, and then Ginny said, "Good night," to them both. Harry and Ron had changed into pajamas and were sitting on their beds just talking about 15 minutes later when the door to their room was suddenly thrust open. Fred and George charged into the room and pushed Harry down on the bed. Ron couldn't understand what was happening, but suddenly George yelled out, "Potter, what did you do to our sister? She's downstairs bawling her eyes out and all she can say is, 'It's Harry.'" Ron trudged down the stairs in shock, following the twins as they literally pushed and carried Harry down. "You'll explain yourself and apologize to our sister," George started. "And then we'll kill you and throw you out of the house," Fred finished. Despite his protests that he had done nothing to Ginny and that Ron had seen her okay a short time ago, Harry continued to be pushed and pummeled by the twins. He was thrown bodily into the living room, and each twin stood on a leg as Harry looked around from the floor. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were collectively holding their daughter on the couch. Harry had heard her crying from the second-floor landing and wondered who or what had caused that. He knew he hadn't done anything wrong, but he also knew that the twins thought he was to blame. The three on the couch were surprised at the arrival of Harry and the twins. Ginny's mouth dropped open in shock and she pushed her parents away and headed for Harry. Ron quickly stepped around George and Fred and made an attempt to intercept her. He was surprised when Ginny brandished a wand in his face, so he stepped back quickly. The twins and Harry both flinched at the fury that showed on her face. Ginny was in the middle of a great wind-up with the wand when Mrs. Weasley plucked it from her grasp and folded Ginny back into a hug. Ginny fell back to the couch and started crying again. "It's okay, Gin," George said. "We brought Harry down to face his punishment. He'll apologize and get out of here. You didn't have to swipe Mum's wand to punish him. It's good thing you got that wand back, Mum. The ministry would be here in a flash for underage use of magic by Ginny. Even if it was against this git." Both the twins were glaring down at Harry as George spoke. "Actually, boys, I grabbed the wand so that Ginny wouldn't blast the both of you through the wall." Mrs. Weasley spoke quietly. "Let Harry up this instant. Do you hear?" The twins looked puzzled at their mother's voice, but we heard her crying up a storm and she said that it was Harry that caused it. "Boys," Mr. Weasley said, "Ginny was crying for Harry, not because of something Harry did." He came over and gave Harry a hand up while the twins and Ron sat down to hear the explanation. Mrs. Weasley started speaking. Harry lent Ginny one of his books tonight to look at. She found something in the book that upset her so much that she came down to tell us. Harry still had no idea what was going on with Ginny. He asked Mr. Weasley, who was standing next to him, what he had done wrong. Mr. Weasley didn't say anything, but he led Harry over to where Ginny was curled up on the couch. Ginny looked up at Harry with tear-stained eyes and spoke with a huge tremor in her voice. "Harry, don't be mad at me. I didn't mean to read it. I really didn't, but it was folded up in that book and I couldn't help myself." Harry saw Ginny pull a piece of paper out of her pocket and hand it to him. He unfolded it to see the medical report that Madame Pomfrey had made for him. Harry felt his face flush with embarrassment as he had totally forgotten about it. A small form came and attached herself to him before he knew it. Harry had no idea of what to do with a crying Ginny as her brothers gasped in shock behind them. "Harry," Mrs. Weasley said, "I know you didn't want this to come out, but maybe it's time to let the family here know about this. I promise they won't talk to anybody about it." Harry was both upset and self-conscious at the same time. But he was more surprised and concerned about the girl who had cared enough to cry for him. He was unconsciously slowly stroking Ginny's hair as he thought about the predicament he was in. With a sigh, he held out the report to Mr. Weasley. "Ron, George and Fred can read this, but I don't think I'm ever going to want to talk about it. Can you make them understand that, Mr. Weasley?" "I'll try my best, Harry." Mr. Weasley pulled a chair closer to the couch so he could talk to his three sons privately. "Ginny, would it be okay if me and your mum went out to the kitchen and had some tea while we talked?" Ginny looked up at Harry and sniffled a little but nodded her head. Mrs. Weasley held hands with her daughter and Harry followed as they went to the kitchen. She made a small gesture with her wand at the doorway when the two sat and told Harry it was a privacy ward. Harry gave thanks for a small favor and looked at Ginny again, wondering what he was going to say to her. It didn't take but a few moments for a pot of tea and 3 cups to appear on the table. Mrs. Weasley poured out the tea and then sat down in a chair. Ginny crawled up into her mother's lap and they looked toward Harry. Harry turned his chair sideways so that he was facing the Weasley women. "I want to apologize to you first, Mrs. Weasley. It was never my intention to be a problem in your household, first with Ron last night, and now with Ginny. Maybe I am more trouble than I'm worth. Do you want me to return to Hogwarts?" "No," came the sudden reply from both Ginny and her mother. "Please don't leave, Harry," Ginny whispered. She was staring at Harry with her eyes tear-stained. Harry didn't have a clue about what she was thinking. "And Ginny, I'm not mad at you. I just never wanted anybody to find that list. I hope that nobody would make a fuss. I'm ashamed and disgusted that all those injuries happened to me. You don't hate me because of what's on that list, do you?" "Of course not, Harry." Ginny looked shocked that Harry would even consider that idea. "Can you also understand that I don't want anybody's pity about these injuries any more than I want that glory for being that stupid boy who lived?" Ginny nodded. "I blame myself for my parents' death already, and I've always thought that if I was just a little better, I might have got the Dursleys' affections. I've just always just wanted a family of my own that would care about and love me." Ginny blinked back some more tears at Harry's statement. "But Harry, none of what happened was your fault." Ginny was very emphatic about her statement and Harry thought she might just leave the security of her mum's lap and reach out to him. "Most of the things that are on that list are past history now. Even when things were at their worst and I wanted to give up and die, my magic seemed to have kept me alive. At least, that is what Dumbledore told me, and he seems to be a very wise wizard." Harry continued talking slowly. "Okay, Ginny, now you know 2 secrets about Harry Potter that nobody else in the world knows. I'll tell you a third. I'd never talked to any girl one-on-one until I talked to you yesterday." Ginny gasped in surprise. Harry continued. "That's 3 things you know. That makes you special in my opinion. I've never, ever had anybody care enough about me to make a fuss about the condition I was in. Dumbledore placed me with your family because he thought your mom and everybody else could help me heal up the rest of the way. Yes, Harry, I heard what Mum said," Ginny said, "but you still had to deal with all that pain. And it was at the hands of your relatives. Families don't do that." "I know that now, Ginny," Harry said, reaching out and lacing Ginny's small fingers with his. He ignored the little flash of light he saw briefly encircling their hands. I've seen how families are supposed to be just by being around here. I guess I was never a part of that family there. I always thought it was my fault that I wasn't good enough or didn't do things the right way. I'm starting to see now how wrong I was. I am feeling a lot better now thanks to your mum and the rest of you. I guess I've a lot of mental recovering to do from what I went through at my aunt and uncle's house as well as the physical and magical. Ginny looked down at the hand that was holding hers. She looked over into Harry's eyes. You'll never go back there. I hope not, Ginny, Harry replied. Ginny stuck out her chin. If you have to go back there, I'll go with you to protect you from them. The defiant look in her eyes made Harry wonder if his bully of a cousin would ever realize the trouble that he had just got himself into. Mrs. Weasley smiled proudly down at her daughter and then whispered in her ear. Ginny's eyes widened a bit and she spoke the next words very carefully. Harry, would it hurt you to get a hug from me? Harry stood up, blushing himself. I don't think so, Miss Weasley, but I've got to warn you. I haven't traded a lot of hugs, so I might not hug back the right way. Is that a risk you're willing to take? I supposed you have to learn sometime or other, Ginny said shyly. She took the small step forward and leaned into Harry and folded her arms around his back. Harry had started getting used to the motherly hugs from Mrs. Weasley, but this was something totally different. It was a fierce but gentle hug that had a lot of emotion in it. Harry realized that he had tears running down his cheeks, but he didn't know whether it was in relief or grief. Relief that he hadn't messed up this talk with Ginny, or the grief he could finally let out from all the hurt at the Dursleys' hands. When Harry stepped back slightly, he rubbed the tears away from his eyes and saw that Ginny was doing the same to her eyes. They both laughed a little self-consciously and then were grabbed up in an enormous hug by Mrs. Weasley. I'm really proud of the both of you, she said, a little teary-eyed herself. Harry, if you ever want to talk any more about anything, I can promise that Arthur and I. And me, Ginny piped up suddenly. And Ginny would be willing to listen to anything you have to say. It's a totally different place you're in now, Harry, so don't feel shy about wanting to tell us anything. We want you to heal up and feel better. Are you better now, Ginny? I am, now that Harry has talked to me, Ginny said. Okay, then off to bed with you. Mrs. Weasley said. Tomorrow's Saturday and you have a pretty important day ahead, so go get some sleep. After you key your dad good night, send the boys in to apologize to Harry. Be glad to do that. Ginny smiled evilly and went into the family room. Harry heard a few yells and turned back to Mrs. Weasley. I hope she didn't hurt them too much. I can understand how they want to protect her. Mrs. Weasley just smiled. The twins and Ron limped back to the kitchen. Ginny and Mr. Weasley went to the foot of the stairs and watched the trio. Harry, started one of the twins, were terribly sorry for jumping to a false conclusion, and the other continued. Manhandling you down the stairs. Please forgive us for our bad behavior. We were just trying to protect our sister. Harry looked over to Ginny to see if she was satisfied by the speech. The twins followed his gaze and made big puppy dog faces at her. She finally relented and just nodded her satisfaction. What did she do to you two in there? Harry asked. Stomped on our feet without any warning. Harry chuckled. Ron, why are you limping too? You weren't one of the ones to carry me down the stairs. Ron replied with a gentle huff. Just because I'm a general git of a brother also, was what she said to me. Sorry about that, Ron, Harry said sincerely. I'm not, came from the voice by the stairs. Ginny glared one my time at her brothers. I'll see you lot tomorrow. Good night, Mum. Good night, Harry. Ginny gave her father another quick hug and hurried up the stairs. The twins and Ron turned to follow her but stopped at Harry's voice. Hold it, please. The three turned back to Harry with surprise on their faces. My forgiveness comes with a price. Anything, Harry, we messed up big time. I understand where you were coming from, Harry said. And I forgive you. But you've got to promise me that nobody, not Percy, not your bunkmates at Hogwarts, not your friends, nobody will hear about that medical report. It's my business and my business alone. Understood? Yes. Of course, Harry. Totally. Okay, it's late and we're all tired. Good night all. Ron, I'll be up in a few minutes. I've got to finish my cup of tea. In a rush, the three boys said goodnight to their parents and Harry and went up the stairs. Harry stared at the stairs for a few seconds, turned back to Mrs. Weasley and, surprisingly, folded up into her arms crying as much as Ginny had just a little while before. Mrs. Weasley just hugged the scarred and emotional boy and rocked him a little as she gazed up at her husband with sorrow. She knew there would be a long discussion ahead of them after Harry had recovered and gone to bed. There was so much pain and damage, physical and other. She wondered how Harry had coped by himself for so long. Harry cried hard for a couple of minutes until he started having hiccups. He stood himself up, still hiccuping, looked around and gave a little smile to Mr. Weasley. No knuckers yet, Mr. Weasley. I'll try to stop the hiccups before something crazy comes up. Mr. Weasley just smiled down at their visitor. How could he possibly make a joke after what he had just gone through? He thought to himself. Mrs. Weasley wiped the tears from Harry's face and handed him his cup of tea. She watched as he cautiously sipped it and his hiccups slowly subsided. That was the hardest thing I've ever had to do, Harry said to the adults. All I wanted to do was run as far and as fast as I could to avoid dealing with that list. But I just couldn't leave Ginny hurting and the twins mad at me. I was so scared that I would say or do the wrong thing. Mr. Weasley spoke first. That was a very brave thing you did, Harry. I think your parents would be proud of you. Harry smiled shyly at the compliment. But of all the people to find out, why did it have to be Ginny? I would have spared her all that sorrow if I could have. Please, you have to believe that. I know, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said, I believe you. Things just happen for no reason sometimes. It may come out badly or, like tonight, maybe for the better. Let me tell you one thing that may explain things a little better for you. One of Ginny's favorite bedtime stories, the one she asked for most of the time, was about Harry Potter. Harry groaned and started to rise in annoyance. Sit still, young man, and let me explain. Mrs. Weasley said quietly. It wasn't the story about Harry Potter, the boy who lived, or Harry Potter, the person that defeated, you know who. She wanted to hear about the Harry Potter who lost his parents, didn't have a family, and was all alone in the world. She wanted someone to find you and care about you, even when she was a much younger girl. Arthur and I made up many a story along with Ginny about what you were doing or where you were or if you were happy. She's generally cared about Harry the person for a long time. It was a shock for her to discover that ugly truth about your life. No wonder she reacted so badly, Harry said, hanging his head again. I'm so sorry about hurting her. You didn't hurt her. The people you were living with did. You've nothing to be sorry for, Harry. Ginny just has a lot of compassion for people. She was just concerned about you. You have done nothing wrong. Please remember that. So there's nothing to forgive you for. Harry stifled another yawn and stood up. This emotional stuff is awful tiring. I'm not used to it, especially sharing it. I think I'll head up for bed if you don't mind. Thanks for everything, Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley. You really are a great pair of parents. I'm glad you could find the time and space for me to be here. Harry gave Mr. and Mrs. Weasley a hug apiece and wished them both a good night. As he tiredly headed up the stairs, he heard Mr. Weasley start a conversation. What an exceptional young man just headed up our stairs. Molly, what else do you suppose we can do to help him while he's here? Harry didn't hear the reply as he climbed up the stairs. He ran his hand slowly across Ginny's door as he passed it and wondered again at her blushing. By the time Harry had reached his room, Ron had fallen asleep and was snoring gently. Harry extinguished the light, and tumbled into bed and watched the stars out his window until he fell asleep. The sleep Harry so desperately sought was only good for a while. He began having dreams of some of his time at the Dursleys, when he was hit, when he was chased by Dudley and his gang at school, and especially his Uncle Vernon getting in his face and yelling at him. The nightmares became worse and worse as Uncle Vernon's face and voice came closer and louder. When there was nothing in his mind except a pair of angry red eyes, Harry woke himself up with a shout and quickly glanced over to the other bed. Ron just mumbled something in his sleep and rolled over to face the wall. Harry sat up in bed and stared out the window, waiting for his breathing and pulse to return to normal. Giving up on his bed, Harry donned his robe and grabbed his pillow, heading for downstairs. Maybe a change of location would ease his mind and get him some good sleep. Harry was surprised to see a light still on in the kitchen when he got to the bottom of the stairs. Peeking cautiously around the door jamb, he was surprised to see a small figure huddled up in a chair. He wasn't exactly looking forward to see Ginny again so soon, but he knew he shouldn't avoid her either. "Ginny," he whispered quietly as not to surprise her, "what are you doing up in the middle of the night?" "A bad dream," she replied. "I usually climb in with Mum or Ron when I have really bad ones, but I just couldn't do it tonight for some reason. I wanted to make some hot cocoa, but I can't get to the shelf Mum put it up on. Why don't you show me where it is, and maybe between the two of us we can get that cocoa. I could use a cup myself." "Bad dreams too, Harry." Harry didn't want to burden Ginny anymore, so he didn't tell her the real reason he was downstairs. "Don't take this the wrong way, but your brother could wake a sleeping dragon with his snoring." Ginny snickered. "I used to bunk with him when we were littler, so I know. I threw a fit one morning about the noise and Ron was in his own room a couple of days later. So the lesson from that is," Harry prompted. "Never, ever mess with a Weasley woman," Ginny said with a completely straight face. "I believe I've already heard that message from your brothers, ma'am," Harry said, grinning back at her. "Now where's that cocoa?" Between Harry's longer reach and Ginny's explaining the stove, there soon were a couple of mugs of warm cocoa sitting on the table. Ginny spun some marvelous stories of the twins and Ron, and for a little while the cares of the world disappeared for the pair. After the cocoa was finished and the dishes stacked in the sink, Ginny gave a quick wave and headed up the stairs again. Harry grabbed his pillow and sacked out on the couch with a greater sense of calm. He nodded off quickly and slept dreamlessly. Harry awoke to hear a number of feet running down the stairs. He grabbed his glasses and put them on as he recognized Ginny laughing and yelling at the same time. Ginny turned the corner to the living room with Ron, Fred and George each closely pursuing her with full buckets of something. "Harry, you've got to help me," she said, running up and hiding behind him on the couch seat. She was laughing so hard she almost couldn't stand up straight. "Get out of the way, Harry. She's had this coming for a while now." Ron and the twins were both yelling at Harry to duck and let their sister get drenched. Harry had just about made his mind up to roll out of the way as he realized him being there wasn't going to stop them from throwing the contents of the buckets. Ginny picked that second to grab his shoulders and yell, "Now!" Harry realized he had just been set up by Ginny, as she didn't mind getting the soaking and was trying to get Harry wet at the same time. A sudden upwelling of feeling struck Harry as Ginny touched him, and he turned himself back to the boys, threw up his hands and yelled himself. He yelled, "Stop!" and closed his eyes as he expected water, or something worse, to hit him at any second. When nothing happened, he slowly opened one eye to see what happened. Ginny was peering over his shoulder and looking at him amazed. "What did you just do, Harry?" she whispered. "I didn't do anything, really." Harry and Ginny were both staring at the three boys in front of them. With buckets half thrown, the water and the three of Ginny's brothers were stopped as if somebody had taken a picture of them. In fact, Ron, Fred and George were all floating a couple of inches off the floor with a look of surprise frozen on all their faces. Harry and Ginny carefully made their way around the three and were staring at them in wonder a full minute later when Mrs. Weasley came down the stairs. "What did I tell you about picking on your sis?" she began in a loud voice which quickly tumbled to a whisper when she saw what her living room had turned into. "Ginny, what happened? Did you grab my wand again?" Mrs. Weasley started sounding more concerned the longer her sons were immobilized. "Mum, I don't know. They were just about to dunk us with the buckets when Harry told them to stop. That's when it happened. I didn't feel any magic, Mrs. Weasley, honest I didn't." Harry was looking fearfully between Ginny and her mother. He hadn't a clue about what just happened and didn't know if he had caused it, even inadvertently. He didn't want any other problem clouding his time here at the Burrow. Mr. Weasley just happened to poke his head in the living room at that moment. "Good catch, Molly. Let them have a moment to think it over before you release them. It wasn't my doing, dear husband. Your daughter and our guest were the only ones present when this occurred, so they're the ones to blame. Maybe a visit from a Dumbledore would help explain this." Harry and Ginny were staring at each other in shock at those words. They were even more surprised when Mr. Weasley bent down to give them a hug together. That's an incredible piece of magic even if I don't know how it happened. It's nice to see somebody get back at the jokers once in a while. Whichever one did this, the canceling phrase is, finite incantatem. Since you didn't have a wand to cause this, I won't lend you mine to fix it. Don't wait too long. They are going to have to change before we start breakfast. We'll talk about all this later. Saying that, Mr. Weasley calmly turned around and headed for the pot of tea on the table. Harry turned to watch Mr. and Mrs. Weasley in the kitchen acting as if nothing was wrong in their living room. When he turned back to the girl at his side, he noticed that she was staring to chuckle. Thinking about it, Harry started laughing too. Harry started making overly large gestures and warming up his hands to say the words, but Ginny stopped him. She crept into the living room and carefully turned the three boys till they were facing each other. Harry liked the setting immediately, and when Ginny came back to his side, he called out for Mr. Weasley. He came over carrying his cup of tea and stood behind the two. When Ginny gave his shoulder a quick squeeze, Harry said the two words. There was an explosion of action in the living room as Ron, Fred and George unfroze. All three fell a couple of inches and were immediately drenched in the contents of each other's buckets. When they realized that they were all on the floor, they looked at each other in shock and then looked over to Ginny and Harry. When they put the buckets down and started walking to Ginny and Harry, Mr. Weasley stepped in front of them. You three started it and these two separately or together ended it. There will be no reprisals. But Dad, we don't want to get them, George started. We want to congratulate them. Fred finished. That was bloody amazing. Ron said laughing. We could see you, we could hear you, but we absolutely couldn't move an eyelash. They are happy. Harry asked Ginny. Oh Harry, the best thing about being a Weasley is getting one up on one another. That was probably the best anybody has gotten, the three of them together since Bill left the burrow. Ginny was just about hopping with excitement as she said that to Harry. We've trained you too well, little one. Turning us to face each other was absolutely brilliant. George reached over and fluffed both Ginny's and Harry's hair. Hey, I think you made an improvement there, Fred said with a smile. That's almost combable now, Harry. Leave my hair alone, Harry was laughing also. Otherwise, he waggled his fingers at the twins. Mum, Harry is threatening us. That's no way for a guest to act, is it? Mrs. Weasley had come up to look at her living room. Honestly, can't you take this outside once in a while? I'm not cleaning this up. Everybody under the age of 20 will take care this. Understand? Yes, Mum. Yes, Mrs. Weasley. The 5 children had the living cleaned up in a few minutes with a little discreet help from Mr. Weasley. When Molly yelled for everyone to go get changed for breakfast, Mr. Weasley held back Harry and Ginny. A quick word, if you please. That was serious magic there. I don't know how it happened or know which one of you or both of you did that together, but you must try a little control. They may have deserved it, but once you get your wands there are severe penalties for the underage use of magic. You could even be thrown out of Hogwarts or placed in prison. I am most serious about this. It's a wonder we don't have ministry officials here now. Ginny and Harry both looked down and shivered at Mr. Weasley's tone. Mrs. Weasley came up at that time and looked down at the two. I shan't scold you for something that happened accidentally. That was a lot of magic, especially wandless. Good job getting the twins, they're beyond help most days. She smiled down at them. Well, go get changed. Harry and Ginny grinned at each other and flew up the stairs. Ron was waiting for Harry with a cocked pillow, but Harry just rolled with the blow and tumbled onto the bed. Bloody hell. Harry, Ron said standing over him, between what I learned last night and what happened this morning, I don't know what to think of you. How about we just call it one of the many mysteries of Harry Potter and you and I will try to figure them all out together. I seriously have no idea what happened down there. I felt no magic like I experienced before. Let's just let it rest. Maybe somebody else can make heads or tails of it. Okay, but you're going to have to do a much better job of convincing people you are a regular bloke. That stuff just now doesn't just happen every day. Maybe Dumbledore will know something. I hope I can ask him about that later. Ron. Yes, Harry, aren't we missing breakfast? And it's Ginny's birthday. Extra good food, mate. I'll try to save you some. Ron went tearing down the stairs, leaving Harry to rapidly change. Harry ended up having to borrow a shirt from Ron's dresser. Asking about going shopping was something he meant to discuss with Mr. Weasley. By the time Harry reached the kitchen again, everyone else was seated. Today, Ginny was seated at the head of the table and Harry was surprised with her appearance. Instead of her regular ponytail or braids, Ginny's hair was down and curved gently around her face. She was wearing a very pretty dress that Harry suspected didn't come out of her closet much and she was beaming at her family. Good Harry, you're finally here. We can get started now. Ron sounded less than cheerful that he couldn't eat yet. The twins smiled at Harry and then popped Ron in the back of the head. Ginny just laughed at her brothers. It's a family rule. Nobody starts before everybody else is here. Mr. Weasley stood at the other end of the table. Today is our youngest birthday. Let's make it a good one for her, okay? Harry joined the others in singing Happy Birthday, but never realized that his voice was noticeably louder than the others. Harry enjoyed singing but never had a chance before to do it aloud. He had only sung himself quietly to sleep in his cupboard under the stairs before. Harry sat down and wondered why everyone was looking at him. I only borrowed Ron's shirt because I was out of mine, Harry said defensively. Everyone just shook their heads and laughed at him, but Mrs. Weasley came over and gave him a key on the cheek when she put his morning portion down. Very good, Harry, she said, you're just full of surprises. Harry was still trying to figure out what was going on, but when he looked at Ginny, she just giggled and mouthed the word later at him and Harry settled down to eat. Mrs. Weasley had outdone herself in setting up breakfast. There were waffles for the birthday girl and Mr. Weasley with plenty of fresh fruit to top them. There were pancakes for everyone else with all sorts of sausage, toast, cheese, tarts and juice. Harry looked at all the food on the table and quietly asked Ron, who was sitting next to him, how they were supposed to eat 2 other meals like this today. Harry, Ron said between swallows, this is just to hold us over till Ginny's party later this afternoon. There'll be another big meal and Ginny will open her presents and the twins may conjure up some fireworks at dark. There will be other people here and it'll be a right proper celebration. That sounds great, Ron, Harry replied, sipping some juice. I've never been to a birthday. Harry stopped as he realized what he was about to say. What did you say, Harry? Ron asked, reaching for some more bacon. Nothing, Ron, Harry said, but noticed the strange look the twins were giving him. He had already been asked by George how to duplicate the trick that had happened in the living room. Harry had just shrugged and pointed down at the end of the table. Ginny was there. Maybe she's the one that caused it. I hope it wasn't her, Fred said. She's dangerous enough already without pulling out large tricks of wandless magic. You wouldn't believe the things she done that got blamed on us, her innocent brothers. I'll believe the 2 of you are innocent the day I see a dragon come walking through that front door. Harry was grinning as he said this, but made his eyes widen and his mouth drop open as if he had really seen something. Oh no. When George and Fred turned to look at the door, Harry and Ron reached calmly over to switch their dishes with theirs. The twins were shocked at the sudden appearance of empty plates, but Ginny had watched the whole incident and was clapping her hands happily. You do realize this means war. Both twins were smiling broadly and Harry, at least, gave Fred back his plate. Ron stared down at George's plate in his hands for a longer time but just stole one more rasher of bacon before he gave it back. There was a knock on the door and George turned and looked at it while Fred quickly stared down Harry and Ron as if they were going to try the switch again. Mr. Weasley looked down the table and addressed Ginny. It's your birthday, pumpkin. Why don't you answer it? Ginny cast a suspicious look at all her brothers but made for the door. Harry heard a loud squeal from her when she opened the door. Charlie's here. The rest of the family rushed over to crowd around the redhead who was wearing Ginny around his neck. Charlie appeared a little stockier than the twins or Percy, but he had a wide smile on his face as he gazed at his family. Harry noticed a few vivid scars on Charlie's hands and arms and wondered if taking care of dragons was really a good choice of careers. Ginny tugged Charlie back to the chair she had vacated and ended up sitting on his knee as Mrs. Weasley brought up a round of breakfast for her second oldest son. Everyone was talking a mile a minute at the table, and Harry was again fascinated by the number of simultaneous conversations that was going on. He concentrated on finishing his meal as he didn't want to intrude on the family time together. When he stood up to take his dishes to the sink, a hush suddenly fell over the table. "It's really rude to leave a meal before introducing yourself," Charlie said with a smile. "Are you Ginny's date for today?" That got Charlie a slap and a big pinch on his ear from the blushing Ginny. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't want to intrude on your family moment. My name is Harry Potter." The twins, Ron and Ginny, all finished Harry's sentence for him and waited for the reaction from Charlie. Charlie, however, didn't fall over in shock as the twins expected. He smiled, got up and made his way over to Harry and held out his hand. When Harry shook it, Charlie simply said, "Thank you for surviving. It means a lot to me that my family's been safe all these years. And the name is Charlie. You can add another Weasley to the list of people who will always stand with you." Charlie turned around and sat in his seat while Harry sat down in shock as the twins and Ginny gave him a small round of applause. The conversations restarted and Harry, while blushing, felt included. Breakfast was soon finished after that, and the twins cleared the table and started doing the dishes. Ron and Percy were told to clear out a space in the orchard for the party table, and Ginny headed back upstairs to her room. Charlie left to visit some friends but promised to be back in plenty of time for the afternoon party. Mrs. Weasley was rummaging in the pantry, pulling things out for the party, so Harry followed Mr. Weasley into the family room. Mr. Weasley had pulled out the paper to read, and Harry sat next to him and asked for a section for himself. Harry had been told by Ron that there were two main magical papers to read, the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler. Harry thought that it was interesting that a lot of the pictures in the copy of the Prophet moved and a few even were capable of speaking. Harry thought it would be interesting sometime to look and see if they had back issues to see the reports of that Halloween that had changed his life. "Mr. Weasley," Harry began, trying to get his attention. "Yes, Harry. Do you think it would be possible for me to get some money out of my Gringotts account and do some shopping? I'm desperately short of some clothes and I really need to get some regular shoes." "That sounds like a good idea, but why don't we write Dumbledore and see what he says on Saturday?" "Well, Harry," Mr. Weasley said, "you don't know the headmaster very well yet, but he lives at Hogwarts year-round and can usually be found there most of the time. Why don't you write the letter and I'll go get Errol." "Errol?" Harry asked. "He's our family owl, Harry. He's been in the family for years. He may not be as speedy as he once was, but he's still very reliable." Mr. Weasley headed out the door as Harry went to the table to write the request. It was only a few minutes later when Mr. Weasley walked back in carrying a smallish owl in his cupped hands. At the sight of the owl, Harry thought that Mr. Weasley's statement that the owl had been in the family for years might have been a bit of an understatement. The owl appeared to be on its last legs, its feathers were droopy and uneven, and it looked like a good breeze might blow it away. Mr. Weasley showed Harry how to attach his letter to Errol's leg and let Harry launch the bird out the window. As Harry watched the owl's slightly erratic flight away from the burrow, he wondered if he himself would arrive at Hogwarts before Errol did. Mr. Weasley smiled at the expression on Harry's face as he turned away from the window. "It'll be okay, Harry. Errol has made the trip to Hogwarts plenty of times, especially since Fred and George started classes. He's never failed to find his way there and back in a timely manner." "If you say so, Mr. Weasley. Can I bother you with one more question before you get back to your paper?" "Surely, Harry. I'm never too busy to answer any questions. I'm sure you've had a lot of things to adjust to since Hagrid tracked you down. There's bound to be a lot of questions that would never occur to someone that's been raised as a muggle. I hope you know you can always come to me or Molly to help explain things." "What is it?" "Well, that's the thing," Harry started. "It's about you and Mrs. Weasley." Mr. Weasley had a puzzled look on his face as Harry continued. "It's just that yesterday morning when we were having breakfast that I noticed a glow that came from your wedding ring. I noticed that Mrs. Weasley's band also had the same glow as yours. When the two of you got closer together, the glow completely covered the two of you. I didn't say anything at the time as nobody else seemed to notice it. I don't see it now, but I'm pretty sure that I did see a glow then. Any ideas what it was? Let me think about this a second, Harry, Mr. Weasley said as he settled back into his chair. I think you saw the spell that was put on our rings when we got married. It's a side effect of the marriage ceremony. As Molly and I joined in marriage, our rings became part of that magical bond with one another. It takes an exceptional wizard to see the evidence of a spell like that, though. I wonder if it has anything to do with you regaining your magic. Remember how Dumbledore said that there would be peaks and valleys as your level of magic stabilized? Maybe you were having one of those peaks that let you see magic visually. I must tell Molly that you saw our bond. She wonders some days if the charms on the rings themselves have worn out after all these years. I know it may not have answered your question, but that's the best explanation I have. Another puzzle to wonder about, Harry thought as he settled back down with the sport page. He was trying to make sense of the Quidditch pictures when Ron came back in from the orchard. He sat next to Harry and tried to explain what action they saw in the paper. Harry almost had the gist of it, so he was able to follow the players a little better when the picture restarted. Ginny had come down and talked to her mother briefly before coming into the living room. She stood right in front of Mr. Weasley and his paper, so she was the first thing he saw when he reached for another section. Dad, Mum said it was okay with her if I went over and invited Luna to come over to the party early. But she said it was also your day off, so you had to approve too. Do you mind? Of course not. I know she's your best friend. Why don't you walk over and ask her? You'd better go change out of your dress and shoes, though. I'm sure the path is still a little muddy in spots. Ginny smiled and gave her father a big hug around the neck. She was just about to race up the stairs to her room when her father cleared his throat a little. When Ginny looked back at him, Mr. Weasley just gave a small nod to the two boys on the couch. Ginny sighed but took the hint. Would either or both of you like to go with me over to Luna's? Harry looked up and nodded at the invitation, but Ron had a different reaction. He visibly blanched and started sweating. Harry looked at him and then back to Ginny. I'll be glad to go with you, Ginny, Harry said. Ginny smiled right back at him. If you don't mind, I'll take a pass on that, Ron said. Charlie said he had something to ask me and I don't want to miss him. It was only a few minutes later when Ginny rejoined Harry on the front porch. She had changed back to jeans and a top and a pair of trainers for the walk. Harry let Ginny lead the way around the pond to a small trail. After 15 minutes they passed through a small clearing and Ginny hopped up a small rock ledge and sat. Taking this as a sign for a break, Harry made his way up and sat down beside her. Can I ask you some questions, Ginny? Sure, Harry, Ginny replied. What do you need to know? Well, first thing, does your brother Charlie talk like that all the time? Charlie was never one to waste words on something he considered important, Ginny replied. He thinks you've done something good for our family. I do too. But, Harry, what happened this morning proves you're no ordinary wizard. I'm still not taking credit for that. Ginny, I don't know any magic really. Stuff has been accidental at best. You and Ron know a lot more about charms, spells and magic than me. It's amazing to me how much I don't know. You could fill a library with the things I don't know about magic. You could call me an endless fountain of ignorance about spells. You could. Ginny had started smiling at Harry's little speech and finally held up her hands in submission. Okay, I get the idea. But isn't that one of the reasons you're here and going to Hogwarts in a few weeks? To learn things. Harry nodded. I appreciate that you've all been helping a lot. I can hardly wait to do magic by myself. So what other questions can this wise and wonderful Weasley answer for you right now? Speaking of that which I don't know, Harry said, why was everybody laughing at me at breakfast? I don't mind, but I'd like to know what the joke was. Harry, you're probably not aware of it, but you have a nice singing voice. Everybody was laughing because you had no clue how good it was. Mum does a good job with lullabies and stuff, and Dad can carry a tune once in a while, but you have a really good voice. I wouldn't mind hearing it again someday if you feel like it. Ginny was blushing as she said this and noticed that Harry was also embarrassed by her compliment. I really had no idea, I've only sung to myself to keep the lonelies away. Remember, I've only been around people who didn't want to see or hear from me. I'll try to remember the songs I know and I'll sing for you sometime. Maybe with you. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure my voice is very good. Hey, maybe that's something else we could trade for sometime. Like the flying, you teach me and I'll teach you. Sounds nice, Harry. If I can only get away from Mum and the brothers for a while. What else is bothering you? I noticed Ron got a little anxious in coming to see Luna. Does he have a problem with your friend? It's like the problem with me now. Ron thinks he's grown up now, so his old playmates aren't just playmates anymore. Some of them are GIRLs. Ginny snickered. And he has no clue about what to do with us females of any age right now. Mum says he's a tweener now, too young to get a girlfriend and too old to be just one of the kids. I'm just the annoying little sister now. Well, I don't think you are that annoying, said Harry with a grin. But I suppose I can join that club with Ron. I have no clue either. All this emotional stuff is difficult. I haven't known any girls and I'm scared of embarrassing myself or looking totally idiotic. But Harry, you are doing quite well. I'm a girl and you don't have much trouble talking to me. That's because I decided you were a friend first and a girl second. Harry saw the way Ginny's face fell as he made that statement. Sorry, that's not the way I wanted to say that. I've bollocksed that up. I apologize. Ginny, you looked very nice in the dress you wore earlier. And I really like your hair a lot now that I've seen it down. I realize you are very much a girl. Ginny smiled at Harry's compliment. Harry continued. I like being here at the Burrow. It is nice talking to you and Ron. I hope that being a stupid, clueless boy won't be a problem for you and you'll continue to talk to me. I like you even if I do blush sometimes. I guess we'll have to work that out between us. This blushing thing we're doing to each other is giving the twins ammo against us. I guess we'll have to correct that. Fred and George don't need more reasons to pick on us. Harry said with a laugh. Back to the subject of Ron, while he's not here. He's also sort of married to Luna, so he's trying to forget that ever happened. Ron's sort of married? Harry asked. Yes, it was about 3 years ago and I did the ceremony myself, so it was all very official, since Dad works at the ministry. Of course, we had to give Ron most of our food for him to go along with it. This was long before Ron got all uppity. Harry was trying to imagine Ron standing up at a make-believe wedding with Ginny looking all somber and officiating. Is this something I can blackmail my mate with? Definitely Harry. He's always got some chocolate frogs stashed somewhere. I'm sure threatening to tell your bunkmates at Hogwarts might work too. You are a very diabolical person, Ginny Weasley. Harry said with a grin. That was just so sweet of you to say, Harry. Ginny had moved around to face Harry. We'd best be getting along though. Ginny hopped down from the rock and Harry walked beside her up the trail. Another 10 minutes found the two children coming out of a small stand of trees and gazing up at a house standing on the hillside. From where Harry could see, it looked just like a chess rook, totally round with an uneven but distinctive roofline. Harry, wait up a second and let me tell you a little bit about Luna, started Ginny. She's been my best friend since we were like 3 years old. She's a little odd at times, but she really is a good person. Luna's mum died in an explosion in her potions lab just a few months ago. Please make some allowances for the rough spot she's going through. Of course, Ginny, Harry replied. I feel bad that her mum's died. Anybody who's been left without a parent gets my acceptance. Harry and Ginny came to another twist in the trail and saw someone sitting on a flat rock fence ahead of them. A slightly built blonde girl jumped off the top and came running up. Her hair was blonde to the point of being white, but she had a really nice smile. Harry guessed right away that the person was Ginny's friend Luna. Luna Lovegood was much smaller than Ginny or Harry, both in height and weight. She appeared even a little frail to Harry's untrained eye, but she certainly had enough energy to hop up and down with joy as she greeted her friend. The way she was dressed was a little peculiar, but no worse than what Harry had seen from some girls in his Muggle school. He thought she was wearing a pair of carrots as earrings, but he wasn't sure. I just knew that you were coming. The Praxis just converged on trail just a few moments ago, so I knew you were getting close. Luna's voice was a little wispy but had a nice little sing-song quality to it. Luna, I came over to ask you over to the party early so we could spend some time together. This shy person next to me is Harry Potter, Luna replied a little breathlessly. It's finally nice to meet you. You're much taller in person than the Harry Potter doll Ginny used to bring over as her date. Luna came over to shake Harry's hand but also give him a pat on the cheek. Nice to meet you, Luna. How did you know it was us and how did you know me before I got here? Harry was totally bewildered at the knowledge Luna had. That's easy, Harry, Ginny answered. Nobody else uses the path between our houses. And Errol made an unscheduled stop at my window after he was released. Luna's dreamy voice supplied the rest of the clues. I'm sorry I read your note, but I thought it was just from Ginny about the party. I gave Errol a treat and sent him on his way. I hoped you would be coming over, so when I saw the Praxes enter the trail, I knew there were just the two of you. Praxes? Asked Harry. I've never heard of Praxes. Harry noticed that Ginny was trying hard to hold in her laughter. They are the little sprites that waylay walkers and tug your shoelaces and pull roots up so you'll trip and fall. Let me go tell Papa that I'll be over at the burrow for the rest of the afternoon. He may find time to come and get some cake later. Luna left in a rush and Harry looked at Ginny in total confusion. Oh, Harry, don't look so startled. Luna is a one-of-a-kind individual. Her viewpoint is a little on, or over, the edge sometimes, but she means well. She really is a nice person. Harry immediately felt sympathy for the girl who had also lost her parent. Anybody who's a friend of yours is okay by me. Harry got a quick one-armed hug from Ginny but then held her out at arm's length. We'll talk about that, Harry Potter, doll, some other time. You didn't happen to get married to it also, did you? When Ginny blushed enough for her face to match the color of her hair, Harry realized the worst. Oh, Ginny. Sorry, Harry, but I think every young witch in England has or had a Harry Potter doll at one time or another. I was 6 at the time. I can't help it if you are. But still, Harry was trying to figure out if he was just curious at this point or something else. Please don't be mad at me, Harry. Especially today. I promise I'll try to explain it, the whole thing. Harry had been hanging his head throughout the discussion but suddenly sprang at Ginny. He grabbed her sides and began tickling her unmercifully. Ginny fell over laughing as Harry began teasing her. Marry me, will you? You obviously have no idea who you're dealing with. Just say you're sorry and I'll quit. Never, cried Ginny. They were both rolling on the grass now. Ginny trying to get away from Harry's clutches and Harry was holding on as best he could and continue the torment. Is this a new birthday tradition? Maybe later we can find out if Harry is ticklish. Luna's voice startled the pair. Or I can go walk ahead and let you come along when you've finished. Ginny and Harry realized with a start that they were lying together on the grass holding on to one another. They quickly rolled apart blushing. Sorry, Luna, we were just talking. And the next thing you know Harry's voice fell off as he realized there wasn't a decent explanation. That's okay, maybe some other time. Ginny, it looks like you're having a good time on your birthday so far. Tell me who else is coming to the party. Did Harry or Ron give you anything yet? The two girls went back down the trail hand in hand and Harry groaned to himself again. He gladly went down the trail after them though. His list of friends had just grown again and he was happy to spend time with them. The 3 children had made quick work of the walk back to the burrow and soon found themselves back at the edge of the pond. While they were walking, Harry started skipping rocks on the water and a contest was born. It was quickly determined that Ginny was the best skipper of the 3, although Luna did skip one of her stones the farthest. The 3 then took off their shoes and socks and just dangled their feet in the water on the small dock while talking. Harry thought that Luna, while a little odd, was pretty smart in her own way. When she mentioned Grindylows, Harry found out she wasn't totally off the beam as they were in the creature book he had. When Ginny said that there might be time to go swimming later after the meal, Harry had to reluctantly admit that he couldn't swim. Luna asked him how he had never learned, but Ginny just told Luna that he had never been given the opportunity and that it was a difficulty that the twins were going to remedy. Harry asked nervously if that meant that George and Fred were just going to chuck him in. Luna and Ginny's laughter didn't reassure him one bit. The three were making their way back to the orchard when Harry heard a familiar sound. As a quick feeling of contentment went through him, Harry realized that it was the song of a phoenix that he was hearing. Calling on the girls to follow, Harry ran into the orchard and came upon Professor Dumbledore sitting at the party table playing some cards. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said excitedly, "It's nice to see you, but what are you doing here?" Dumbledore waved his hands and the cards silently disappeared. "Well, you wrote to me, Harry, so I thought the least I could do is come over and answer you. It's a nice summer day and I thought a little bit of fresh air might be in order." "Hello, Miss Weasley. Miss Lovegood, I trust the praxis didn't bother you too much on your trip back from Lovegood Manor." The girls were a little out of breath after chasing after Harry, but Luna was the first to reply. They weren't too bad, but they tripped Harry once when he wasn't paying attention. Harry was a little confused when Dumbledore referred to the mystifying imps, but he saw a smile and the twinkle in the wizard's eye. "Miss Weasley." "Yes, Professor," Ginny replied. "I believe this belongs to your family. I was a little concerned that it might not make the return journey." Dumbledore pulled an obviously exhausted owl from one of the many pockets in his robes. "Would you mind taking this owl and placing it back in his roost while I talk to young Mr. Potter?" Ginny took the owl out of Dumbledore's hand and turned and walked back toward the burrow with Luna. She turned back after going a few yards. "Professor, if you have the time, I would be honored if you could stay for my birthday party." "Thank you for the gracious invitation, Miss Weasley. If it's all right with your parents, I shall remain for the feast." Ginny hurried off towards her home. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said as he sat. "It means a lot to Ginny to have you share her birthday with her family." "Harry, to tell you the truth," Dumbledore replied, "I have a standing invitation to attend any of the parties here at the Burrow. Sadly, other duties prevent me from coming here as much as I like to." "Well, back to my question," Harry said nervously. "I ordinarily wouldn't touch my account as I know it's for school, but I really need something other than my cousin's cast-offs and abandoned clothing from Hogwarts." "I understand completely, Harry, and I'm sorry that you are in this position. Actually, there is enough in your account for a good shopping trip and perhaps a little spree for incidentals. I misspoke a bit a couple of days ago when I said that your account hadn't been touched." "Yes, Professor?" Harry asked. "After the war with Voldemort 10 years ago, the estates and accounts of the convicted Death Eaters were seized and a type of reparations system was established. The families of people who were killed by the Death Eaters were given a sum of money as compensation. As you lost both parents," Harry continued, "I got a double payment that has been gathering interest." "Exactly," said Dumbledore, "and although you may not like this next bit, a special law was enacted at that time that dealt solely about you." "And that was?" Harry asked, starting to feel a little overwhelmed again. "Until you start classes at Hogwarts, any mention of your name in a paper or anything else that bore your name. Like a Harry Potter doll," Harry replied with a sinking feeling. "Yes, sadly," Dumbledore continued. "A special assessment was collected and put into your account. It's blood money, Professor," Harry exclaimed. "My parents' lives paid for that. I won't take it. Not for anything." "Harry, the assessment was split 4 ways. 1 part of any profit for the seller, 1 part to the Ministry's Fund for Widows and Orphans, 1 part for St. Mungo's for care of those hurt in the war, and 1 final part for you. So you have been doing some good with your name after all. I actually have no idea of what is in your account, Harry, but I do believe you have enough to afford a few luxuries for once. I can do anything with the money in my account, can't I? Give it all away except what I need for Hogwarts. Yes, but I must caution you, Harry, if you disperse your money indiscriminately, you'll have every wizard or witch in magical England at your doorstep. Including some that may have been Death Eaters. Please take some time and think at what's best for you for a change. Thank you for the information, Professor. One more thing to add to my list of things to worry about. I've disrupted the Weasley household in a number of ways since I've been here, and I don't want to abuse their great hospitality. Arthur and Molly have a great deal of love and patience with all the children they've raised. I can't believe you've done anything that they haven't made allowances for. Do you like it here, Harry? Of course, Professor, but I still have a lot of doubts. I don't want to be a bother to anyone. Harry James Potter, Came a cold voice from behind them. If you even think of leaving here, I will go get Ron and the twins and we'll all sit on you until the Hogwarts Express leaves the station with you. Harry turned to face a furious Ginny, who had changed back into her party dress. And gulped at her expression. Ginny, I'm not leaving. I was just talking about the adjustment I've been making here with you and your family. You all have been very nice to me. Don't you forget it, either. Ginny dropped the stern look and turned to Dumbledore. I apologize for eavesdropping. Well, Harry, Dumbledore laughed, you seem to have gathered at least one champion in the few days you've been here. From what I've gathered, one does not tempt the Weasley temper lightly. I've already learned that lesson, Professor. Ginny has made it quite evident that I'm going to learn all sort of useful things by being around her and the other Weasleys. Harry smiled at Ginny, who sat down next to him with a flip of her hair. I thought so myself, which is why I originally asked them. Miss Weasley, if you don't mind joining this discussion, I have a small dilemma that concerns Harry. Excuse me, sir, why would you want a 10-year-old's opinion? My mum and dad are close by and they could be out here in a second if it concerned Harry. I am aware of that, but you are closer to Harry's age and you may have talked to him enough to maybe judge his real feelings. Harry felt Ginny's hand climb to his shoulder and give a quick nudge of support. Okay, now you've got me guessing, Harry said. At least let me have a say in this dilemma, if it concerns me. It is simply a matter of timing. Do I tell you something now that might upset and start worrying you, or wait until you arrive at Hogwarts? If I tell you now, you have time to get used to the message and maybe prepare, if preparing needs to be done. If I don't tell you now, you have one less thing to worry about and can enjoy your time here better, but may have a sudden surprise later. Miss Weasley, your opinion? If I had to guess, Headmaster Dumbledore, Ginny said, most of the surprises that Harry has had to deal with have been of the unpleasant kind. I think he would rather know now. Yes, Professor. Harry nodded his agreement. What is it that concerns me? Miss Weasley, do you wish to leave now? Dumbledore asked. It is okay if she stays, Harry replied. She'll just worm it out of me later when she gets the chance. Ginny smiled as if that was her plan all along. Please do not discuss this next matter with anyone unless Harry gives his blessing. Understood, sir. Ginny replied quietly. Harry, as we discussed earlier, not all the Death Eaters were brought to justice after the war. And nobody knows who they may be. They, and their now school-aged children, may still have some revenge on their minds. The other professors and I will be watching over you, however discreetly, at Hogwarts. There may be some situations which we do not have control over, however. In other words, I'm a target, Harry said sadly. Yes and no. I'm only saying that the possibility exists. I did not wish to burden you further, but I thought you should be forewarned. There are some basic protection spells that you may learn before attending school, if you wish to. If you decide that is something you are interested in, I will make sure that you get that tutoring. But, again, this is only a possibility. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied. Your concern is appreciated and I will think about your offer. Very well. I hope that there will be more discussions in front of us, Harry, where I bring other than unsettling news to you. I think I will go and see if Molly wants any other help in keeping the twins out of the kitchen. Dumbledore smiled at the two children and walked away from the orchard. Ginny watched the older wizard leave the area and turned back to Harry. Some time alone first, Harry. And if you want to talk later with me or Ron, you know where we'll be. Yes to the time alone now. You are getting to know me very well. Thanks, Ginny. I'll have myself together again before everyone comes out. Ginny stood up and brushed off her dress. She gave Harry a quick rub on his back and walked back toward the burrow. The last she saw of Harry was that he had sadly laid his head down on his arms. All alone at the table. Harry had sat at the table thinking for what seemed to be a long time before he heard a flutter of wings. He raised his head off his arms enough to see a familiar phoenix land across the way from him. When the bird hopped across the 2 feet to look up into his face and give a questioning trill, Harry's face lit up in relief. Thanks for coming to see me, Fox. I'm just stewing about my latest development. Fox came up to Harry and hopped onto his shoulder. The bird rubbed his golden beak against Harry's cheek and nibbled on his hair. Are you going to help look after me, Fox? Harry asked sadly. The phoenix bobbed his head in a circular motion. I'll take that as a maybe or a sometimes then, Harry chuckled. The bird nodded twice and exploded off the table, taking to the air. Thank you, Fox, Harry yelled at the rapidly climbing bird before it went out of sight. Harry heard some voices coming from the burrow and turned to see a small procession of other kids coming, led by Ginny and Ron. From the looks of it, Harry could see that the two were arguing quietly about something, which was not what he expected leading up to a birthday party. Behind the two Weasleys were another pair of girls and, behind them, Luna was talking to another boy. The boy looked very confused about what Luna was saying to him and Harry smiled in sympathy. Harry, Ginny began, there's some people here I want you to meet. They've all my friends. The first are Susan Bones, and Josie Keller. Josie's real name is Jocelyn but never call her that. The boy in the back talking to Ron is Neville Longbottom. Everybody this here is Harry, James. He'll be starting Hogwarts in the fall with Ron, Neville, and Susan. Luna and Josie are going to be going with me next year. Harry cast a grateful smile to Ginny who somehow knew that he had enough of the boy who lived problems for an afternoon. It wasn't that he wanted to deceive anybody but it was Ginny's day after all. The children all sat down and got to know each other over the next 15 minutes or so. Luckily, Harry's scar was firmly hidden behind his messy hair for once. When the food suddenly appeared on the table, everyone stood up and waited for the grown-ups to appear. The twins were the first to appear from the burrow and find a place to sit. Harry noted with some relief that Ron chose a place as far away as possible from Fred and George to sit. Charlie came along next and sat down next to Ron. The rest of the adults came along shortly and Harry wondered how the kitchen table grew long enough to be able to exactly fit everyone. Deciding it was one of the magical tricks he would be learning someday, Harry tried matching up the adults with the young people he had just been introduced to. It was real easy to tell Mr. and Mrs. Keller as they had the same dark hair and complexion as their daughter. Mrs. Weasley was talking to a much older witch that was wearing older style clothes and a huge hat that appeared to have a vulture as its centerpiece. Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore and the last older witch were all walking together and talking animatedly. Harry guessed that it was the mother or some relation to Susan as they had a strong facial resemblance to each other. Whether it was planned or not, most of the adults ended up sitting on one side of the table facing the children on the other. Dumbledore was escorted to the head of the table by Mr. Weasley. Harry had ended up sitting between Ron and Neville. Neville gulped when the older witch with the hat sat down across from him. Neville nervously whispered to Harry that it was his grandmother and she was a stickler for table manners. Among other things, Harry felt a little bad about Neville's dilemma but quickly became a little nervous himself when he saw Lady Longbottom's steady gaze on his manners also. Dumbledore stood up after everyone had settled and made a little speech. As much as I want to start on this marvelous feast, it would not do to begin without recognizing the young lady who it is in honor of. Miss Weasley, you are 10 today. A year which shall hopefully bring wonderful accomplishments to you and a beginning to all your dreams. To Miss Ginny Weasley. To Ginny, Harry joined in the toast with the mug of liquid that had appeared with his plate. He was surprised at the good taste and asked Ron what he was drinking. Oh, that's butterbeer, Harry. Great drink. Absolutely wonderful when cold, and it makes a great drink in the winter when you warm it up. We don't get it here at the Burrow very often. If there was a lot of food at breakfast, Harry was amazed that there was even more for the birthday meal. Harry lost count of the numbers of platters that he passed along, or across. While he had worked up an appetite during the walk over to Luna's and back, Harry had to call it quits after seconds on the food he really enjoyed. Ron, in deference to his brother Charlie or the invited guests, did not embarrass himself with his usual stuff and run habits and actually enjoyed the meal. Harry was about to ask Ron how he could get another butterbeer, when Mrs. Weasley waved her wand and another appeared in front of him. Harry mouthed a, "Thank you," and Mrs. Weasley smiled back at him. Harry looked at the label on the bottle. Bullfinch's Best Butterbeer, magnificently brewed since 1385. The line below the logo gave Harry a chuckle. You can't have a good mug unless it's full of bull. It was Mrs. Weasley who stood up after a time and with everyone's permission, waved the remaining food and plates away with her wand. Mrs. Weasley asked Ginny if she was ready and Harry saw her close her eyes. Mrs. Weasley made a small pass with her wand across Ginny's part of the table and a gorgeous two-layer cake appeared with candles burning atop it. When Ginny opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the cake and she yelled in delight. Everyone at the table cheered as she blew out the candles at one go, and Josie asked Ginny what she wished for. Ginny shook her head, made a turning motion of her fist over her lips, and threw the imaginary key over her shoulder. Harry saw Ginny throw a glance at him and smile. Ginny herself cut the first piece out and handed it to her father. Mrs. Weasley took over the chore of cutting up the cake and passing it around the table. Harry was glad that he had saved a little bit of room as the chocolate cake with raspberry filling and frosting was absolutely wonderful. There was a small pause in the festivities when Ron, of all people, volunteered to take the cake back to the burrow. While most of the grown-ups applauded the action, it was Charlie who told Ron's real motivation. "Ron," he said, "no matter how careful you are about it, Mum is going to know if you steal even a small piece." Ron blushed to the roots of his red hair while everybody laughed, but he did carry the cake back to the burrow. When Ron returned to the table, Mr. Weasley pulled out his wand and made a complicated wave and poke. Instantly a pile of brightly wrapped presents appeared to the delight of Ginny. She was about to dive into the pile with a devilish grin when Dumbledore cleared his throat at the head of the table. "Excuse me," Dumbledore said, "I believe it's customary for all the guests to bring gifts." Dumbledore reached up the sleeve of his robe and pulled out a wrapped cube about 6 inches square. With a wave of his hand, the present floated over the table to Ginny and hovered in front of her until she reached out and took it. Mrs. Weasley waved her wand again and a quill, ink and parchment appeared in front of Harry. "Would you mind recording the presents, Harry? A simple division between guests and family should suffice." Harry nodded and drew a quick line down the middle of the parchment. Ron breathed a sigh of relief as he wasn't the one getting the chore. "Thank you, Headmaster." Ginny's hands were just a little shaky as she undid the wrapping. When she opened the box, and pulled out a dark green and golden flower in a little vase, everyone at the table gave a little, ooh, of surprise. Neville was the first one to speak as he recognized what Ginny held. "I know what that is. It's a pretty rare plant. That's a Nepalese moonpool lily." "Excellent identification, Mr. Longbottom," Dumbledore said with a smile. "What else can you tell Miss Weasley about her present?" "Well," Neville said nervously, because his grandmother was staring at him, "they are also called the Everlast Bloom, because as long as you refresh the water on a regular basis, the lily will never wilt or lose its wonderful smell." "Very good, Mr. Longbottom. Madam Sprout will be glad to hear that she has an excellent herbology prospect starting in a few weeks." Neville's face reddened a little, but his grandmother was smiling at him proudly across from him. "Good job, Neville," Harry whispered as he watched Ginny go on to the rest of the pile. Ginny first went for the presents that her guests had brought. Luna gave her a couple of fuzzy socks and a 2-year diary with a picture of a unicorn on the cover. Neville had wrapped up a nicely bound volume of Magical Plants and Flowers of England, Wales, and Scotland. Harry saw that there were a lot of nice diagrams and pictures in it, so she had some more sketches to copy. Harry had to abbreviate the title to keep up with Ginny's fast unwrapping. Susan and her aunt were pleased at Ginny's reaction to their present, a set consisting of a chameleon belt and gloves which could magically change themselves to match any outfit. When Ginny unwrapped her friend Josie's present, Harry saw that she was immediately delighted, but then her face flushed with embarrassment. "I've got some wonderful hair ties and a book." "What's the name of the book, Ginny?" George asked with a grin. Ginny mumbled a reply and started to reach for the next package. "Sorry, didn't quite hear that, Gin," Fred followed up. "What did you say the title was?" "Harry Potter and the Treasures of the Forbidden Forest," came the suddenly flustered voice from Ginny Weasley. Most of the guests were surprised at the sudden coughing fit that came from the quiet boy with the green eyes. While the Weasleys and Professor Dumbledore had reserved smiles on their faces, Ron was the one to help Harry out by pounding him on the back. "Sorry, everyone," Harry apologized with a red face, "must have swallowed the wrong way." "Moving on then," Ginny said. "Thanks Neville, Susan, Luna and Josie." Those are great gifts. You may want to stand back a bit. What's left is from my family, and anything could happen when I open these. There was a little laughter at the table, but Harry noticed that the twins were actually moving around to get closer to their sister. The first present is from Percy. The title of the book read, Careers Every Young Witch Should Consider. There's a hiding compartment in it. I'll show you later, Ginerva. Thanks, big brother. Don't thank me yet, came from Charlie. You've got quite a number of big brothers here today. That got a laugh from all the guests. Ginny decided to open Charlie's present next. A couple of figures flew out from his box and dashed down the table. Charlie grabbed one as it got to him, and Harry caught the other out of midair as it fled past. When Harry opened his hands, he saw that he had a miniature animated dragon. Perfectly formed and realistically moving. Harry and Charlie carried their prizes back to Ginny, who carefully placed them back in their box. Ginny gave Charlie a quick hug and Harry a pat on the shoulder before getting back to the presents. This next present is from Bill. Harry watched Ginny open the small package and pull out a piece of jewelry. When she held it up for everyone to see, Harry saw it was a copper-colored pyramid with a funny-shaped cross atop it. Ginny read the attached note aloud. Hi, my favorite sister. Like he has a choice in the matter, came Ron's voice next to Harry. Ginny heard and glared at Ron. Back to the letter. This was a charm I salvaged from one of the pyramids I've worked on. It can be worn as a bracelet or a necklace. The symbol on the top is an ankh, a symbol of life. The charm, when worn, will warn you if anyone has tampered with your food or drinks. I thought you would find this useful, as I know that two certain members of the family like to find unsuspecting volunteers to test things on. I hope to come home for a visit sometime before or at Christmas. Give my love to Mum and Dad, and I guess my other brothers. Bill. Ginny made a great show of putting on the charm, much to the delight of her parents and the chagrin of the twins. She stuck her tongue out at the twins as if daring them to try something. Everyone laughed at the twins' predicament. The next package was from Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. There was a shiny black dress and a couple of jumpers along with a new pair of trainers. Ginny gasped in delight at the clothes and ran to give her parents a big hug and key. A piece. Ron gave his sister a big set of colored pencils to draw with and a bunch of chocolate frogs. Then there were two packages left unwrapped on the table. Ginny read the labels. Family. And your loving brothers Gred and Forge. She grimaced a bit but thought her brothers really wouldn't do anything rash on her birthday. When she opened their package, she exclaimed in delight. There was a new large sketch pad, some bottles of ink and a large tin. When she opened the tin, she saw a bunch of assorted candies, but the charm on her wrist instantly started getting colder and colder. Ginny smirked at the twins. I'll save these for later, thank you very much. I love the pad. Is there anything special about the inks, by chance? Well, Ginny, one is a special invisible ink that can only be viewed by the person who you write to. One is a rainbow ink that will change colors as you write, and the third is a surprise. We just can't tell you everything now, can we? You two will never change, Ginny said with a laugh. Thank you very much. When Ginny opened the last package and saw the contents, she cocked her head at an angle and looked down the table at Harry. Harry was very, very busy writing, so he didn't meet her glance. These, she said, are excellent candies, and perfectly safe too. I'll share these with everyone later. That's later, Ron. Touch this package before then and I'll sick Charlie on you. Ron muttered under his breath but nodded back to his sister as everyone laughed. Ginny stood up again and looked at everybody at the table. I want to thank everyone, especially Professor Dumbledore, for all the excellent presents, but most of all being here with me today. This has been the best birthday I think I've ever had, and it's all because of you shared it with me. Ginny sat down to a small round of applause and a hug from her mother. Dumbledore stood up at the head of table. I also want to add my thanks to that of Miss Weasley. This has been a wonderful afternoon spent with some friends and their families. Molly, your meal was, as always, truly exceptional. I wish I could enjoy your company a little longer, but I have a pile of work back in my office. I am looking forward to seeing the new students at Hogwarts in a few weeks. Until then, may you have happy times. Dumbledore clapped his hands once and vanished. Charlie chuckled next to Ron. He always enjoyed a good exit. Hey, there's plenty of daylight left. Who's up for some Quidditch? The twins and Ron stood up, excused themselves and headed for the Quidditch field with Charlie. Harry was torn between staying at the party with the remaining guests and watching his friends play. Luckily, Ginny had decided to go watch her brothers, so the rest of the youngsters followed and were sitting down by the shed to watch the action. While the Weasleys were playing only 2-on-2, Harry was impressed by the flying and passing abilities of Charlie. Ginny proudly told everybody that Charlie was once captain of the Gryffindor house team and had turned down a position on England's national team to take care of dragons. Neville admitted that he was a little apprehensive about learning to fly at Hogwarts as his grandmother thought it was a dangerous activity. Ginny and the other 3 girls thought that idea was silly, but Neville admitted he hadn't even flown before, so he really wasn't a good judge. Harry kept his own mouth shut of that subject. The 6 spectators had a nice time cheering the action of the flyers and had a chuckle or two at some of Ron's attempts at playing keeper. While Ron wasn't bad, he just wasn't as experienced or as fast as his older brothers. Mr. and Mrs. Keller came down after a while to fetch Josie to go home and to tell Neville and Susan that their guardians were also looking for them. Ginny, Luna, and Harry reluctantly left the game to escort Neville, Susan and the Kellers back to the burrow. Ginny thanked all the adults for coming again and hugged Josie, Susan, and a blushing Neville. After watching everyone take turns flowing to their homes, Luna also thanked Ginny for the wonderful party but said she had to go home and check on her father. Harry asked if she wanted company on the walk back, but Luna said that the Praxes knew her and she would be safe on the trail. Luna hugged Ginny and said she would be looking for the fireworks later out her window. Harry told Luna he was glad that he had met her, and Luna said they probably would be seeing more of each other if it was okay with Ginny and the Praxes. The 3 laughed together and then Luna waved goodbye and left for the walk home. The guests were all gone. Ginny and Harry both asked Mrs. Weasley if she needed any other help cleaning up from the party, but she said that all the adults had pitched in and made quick work of the task. The twins, she said, would be bringing back the table after they finished playing Quidditch. Ginny, Mrs. Weasley said, all of your presents are up on your bed. I'd find a safe place for that flower that Dumbledore gave you, especially with those little dragons. Do not let Charlie leave without learning the charm for their animation. And I think Tuesday's a good deadline for getting the thank you letters out. Ginny hung her head at the last part but nodded quickly and started heading for her room to put away the presents. Harry stopped her to give her the gift list he had written out but turned around when Mrs. Weasley addressed him. Harry, there's a little bit of time now while the boys are outside to get your back done. I've granted you the day off from your potions, but you do need to have a regular application of the other. Would you like it now? I guess so, Mrs. Weasley. I know you've been very busy with the party cooking and guests, so whenever it is convenient to you. If it's now, I'll just go up to my room and lay down. Harry turned back to the stairs, but almost ran over a nervous-looking Ginny, who was standing on the bottom step. Could I ask another birthday favor, Harry? Ginny seemed suddenly shy and nervous, standing there with her hands clasped behind her back. She was also looking down at the ground as if she had done something wrong. What does the not-so-young now Weasley desire? Harry asked jokingly. They both had been having a good time throughout the day and Harry was just teasing her a bit. Could I see your back and keep you company while Mum's treating you? Ginny Weasley, came the exclamation from her mother. That's very impolite. You shouldn't ask that of Harry. It's okay, Mrs. Weasley, Harry interrupted her with a sigh. I guess it's just normal curiosity. Ginny, I guess my back isn't a pretty sight and I don't want to spoil your birthday with some ugliness on my part. I've also learned I don't deal with others crying very well and I really don't want to upset you. Again. I can be brave when I need to be, Harry. I've got 6 older brothers, after all. I just thought maybe you would like some company during this. I promise I'll try not to go all girly on you. Harry nodded at her earnestness. Didn't you just protest a little while ago that you were a girl? I think it would be okay if your mum doesn't forbid it. Yes, talking to someone during this would keep my mind from wandering to how my back ended up in the shape it's in. I'll just go up to the room, take off my shirt and wait for the 2 of you to come up then. Harry hurried up the stairs before Ginny could read the confusion in his face. He thought he owed Ginny one for not introducing him properly, but he wasn't sure he was ready to share the shame he felt about his injuries. He hoped it wouldn't turn Ginny against him. Harry watched the Quidditch flyers out his window for a minute before stripping off his shirt and nervously lying down on his stomach as he heard steps coming up the stairs. Mrs. Weasley came in first, followed shyly by her daughter. Harry closed his eyes as the two came to stand beside the bed. Harry heard a muffled gasp of surprise from Ginny, but no other words came from her. Harry heard a few more footsteps, and when he opened his eyes again, Ginny was sitting on her heels a couple of feet from Harry's head. "All right there, Ginny?" Harry carefully asked. Ginny snorted and hung her head for a second. When she looked back into Harry's face, there might have been a tear at the corner of one eye, but her eyes held his steady gaze. "You've got a lot of cheek taking my question from me, Harry Potter. I was going to ask you that. You're pretty brave. You survived the treatment from your relatives." She smiled up at Harry, and somehow Harry felt better at her acceptance and her courage. She wasn't totally disgusted with his condition. Or him. "I was counting on Pandora's leftover," said Harry. "What's that?" Ginny asked with a quizzical expression. "Oops, sorry. Muggle myth. In ancient times, Pandora had a magic jar or box that contained all the evils in the world. When she opened the container out of curiosity, all the evils escaped and the only thing left was hope. I hung on, hoping that things would eventually get better," Harry said. "Now, I'm glad they have. Ginny," Mrs. Weasley began, "this is the ointment that did a good job of healing up Great Uncle Alonzo when he was mauled." "No, not the exact ointment. Most medicines lose their healing abilities over time. Fox, Dumbledore's phoenix, may have contributed the tears that helped made this only a few weeks ago. Very magical birds, those phoenixes." Ginny was watching how carefully her mother was applying the medicine to Harry's back to make sure it covered all the marks. "What does it feel like, Harry?" she asked. "It sort of feels like when we stuck our feet in the water earlier, Ginny. It goes on feeling cool, but then it starts tingling a little bit. I think it also makes the muscles and the skin relax a bit, as my back feels a lot looser after the salve works its way in. I can move so much better than I could a week ago. I guess I don't have to tell you how good one of your mother's back rubs feels. I actually fell asleep the last time she did this." Ginny giggled then. "It actually got to be a competition between me and Ron if we got sick at the same time, to get Mum's back rub first. Sort of proved which one she favored." The small harumph from her mother led Ginny to correct her statement a bit. "Of course, we don't think like that anymore. So Mrs. Weasley, which one of the two got more pathetic when they got sick?" Harry was watching Ginny's face as he asked the question of Mrs. Weasley. "It wasn't even close," Mrs. Weasley said with a chuckle as she continued to rub in the ointment. "Ron always showed the worst signs of any ailment. He'd mow and groan and generally make himself even sicker with his antics. Ginny, on the other hand, didn't make a fuss at all. The worse she felt, the quieter she got. That's when I knew something was really wrong. Kind of like life here at the Burrow. The quieter it gets, the more trouble is about to happen. I'll keep that in mind, Mrs. Weasley. I don't know if or where Dumbledore or the Ministry plans to put me. If I don't have a say where I'm going to be permanently, I would like to visit here a lot. Arthur and I will make sure to strongly ask that you stay here, Harry," said Mrs. Weasley. "You'll always be welcome here, I hope you know that. There, I've finished with your back. Why don't you lay there and let it soak in for a bit before you come back downstairs? Ginny, are you coming with me?" "No, Mum, I'll keep Harry company if he doesn't mind." "Okay, but don't take too long." The twins seemed real anxious to start setting things off. "Okay, Mum. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley," came from Harry as Mrs. Weasley headed back downstairs. "Well, Ginny," Harry asked as it was just the two of them again, "do you regret asking to see my back?" "Not really," replied the birthday girl. "I was upset at the scars, but Mum told me beforehand that they've already healed up some and you may be as good as new before you leave for Hogwarts. I'm glad you trusted me enough to let me look. I hope someday to tell you the whole story, Ginny. I just can't yet, and I'm relieved nobody has pushed me to do that. It's just so much to handle, you know." I can only guess, Harry, and when you want to talk, I promise to listen if you want me to. I'm just so mad at those Dursleys. They had better watch out when I get my wand. Harry laughed heartily at the threat that was issued from his 10-year-old friend. Thanks, I needed that thought. But you'll have much better things to do when you get a wand than waste your time on that lot. Would you turn around, please? Why? Came from a puzzled Ginny. So I can get up and put my shirt on, silly. Ginny blushed and quickly turned around. Harry slipped his shirt back on and buttoned it. Okay, you can turn back around now. Thanks. Do you suppose we have a little time before the twins get all destructive on us? I guess so, Harry. It's not quite dark yet, and at least Ron would be up to fetch us if they were going to start. Would you go over and sit on Ron's bed? I've finally figured out a present to give you for your birthday. No, you prat. You've already done so much for me just by being here. And what about that box of candies from Honeydukes? I have absolutely no idea about any such candy, Miss Weasley. I would just like to help you enjoy them. After all, I have no idea what any of them taste like. Ginny smiled at that. Harry continued, you asked me something this morning and I'd like to do that for you. Ginny had a very puzzled look on her face but went and sat on her brother's bed and faced Harry. I've never done this for any other person before, Harry said, so I'm a little nervous. I'm also going to close my eyes so I can concentrate and not get flustered because you're watching me, Ginny. If I'm horrible at this, remember you asked. I just hope all of your birthdays end up like this. Ginny sat and waited while Harry sat across from her and took a couple of deep breaths. When Harry started talking again, Ginny had to lean in a little to hear him. Harry started speaking with a little hesitation in his voice. I was blue, just as blue as I could be. Every day was just a cloudy day for me. Then good luck came a knocking at my door. Skies were gray, but they're not gray anymore. When Harry actually picked up his voice and the melody, Ginny got little goosebumps on her arms. His voice was so clear and he had such a feeling he put into the verses, Ginny just watched his face as he sang. Blue skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies do I see. Bluebirds singing a song. Nothing but bluebirds all day long. Never saw the sun shining so bright. Never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by. When you're cared for, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Blue skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies do I see. Never saw the sun shining so bright. Never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by. When you're cared for, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Harry slowly finished the last two lines. He hoped Ginny had liked his effort. He had gone through most of the afternoon trying to remember all the words to this particular song. He couldn't look at her as he sang as he wanted to concentrate on the singing. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was that Ginny had tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry you didn't like it, Harry said sadly. I must have sounded horrible. Now I've made you cry again. I'm really sorry. Brother, isn't it really sad that Harry has no experience with girls? He has no clue came from the door. That sometimes females cry when they are happy also, came another voice. Harry looked up to see all the other Weasleys crammed into the doorway with big smiling faces. Harry blushed as he realized his audience had included everyone in the household. He put his hands over his face in embarrassment. He was quickly congratulated as all the family rushed in where he was sitting and pulled him to his feet to tell him how good the song was. The smallest Weasley had to push her way through her family to get to Harry. Back away, she said angrily, pushing her way through the twins. When she got to Harry's side, she turned and glared at her family. That was supposed to be a private moment between me and Harry, she declared in anger. Ginny, we only came to investigate. There must have been 50 songbirds singing outside that window there. Mr. Weasley was trying to calm his daughter down. We all came in and then we heard Harry's marvelous voice. Molly put a silencing charm on all of us in the stairs. We didn't mean to intrude, but it was just too good to not come and see. Well, everyone, I think the floor show is definitely over. Charlie came over to give Ginny a hug to calm her down. Why don't we head downstairs to give Harry and Ginny that moment they wanted alone? Charlie and Mrs. Weasley pushed and pulled almost everyone down the stairs. Ginny was standing next to Harry with clenched fists and a scowl on her face. Harry had sunk down back to the bed to cover his face again. Ron picked that moment of silence between them to stick his head back in the door. Bloody hell, Harry. Nice voice and all that, but why do you have to sing to my sister? 5 voices all shouted out. Ron, at once. 2 from inside the room and 3 others from below. Ron's face lost some color and he hurried down the stairs to answer to his parents and Charlie. Ginny turned and threw herself back on Ron's bed. She screamed something into his pillow and then turned on her back to stare silently at the ceiling. Stupid, stupid bloody git, she finally said after a minute or two. Was that meant for Ron or me? Harry asked cautiously. Oh Harry, I'm so sorry. Of course I meant my idiot brother. Ginny sat up and stared at the door until Harry cleared his voice. Ginny turned to see that he was standing next to her looking a little nervous. Does this mean you did or didn't like what I did? I'm not quite clear if I've made your birthday better or worse after all that. Ginny sighed and cast her gaze to the ceiling before looking at the boy who had no clue. Harry, that was probably the very best personal gift anybody has ever given me. I really like your singing voice and that was a very nice song. I've never heard anything like that before. I'm not happy everybody intruded on us, but it was kind of special sharing that with the whole family. Me too, Harry said, in a weird embarrassing nice sort of way. I've got bad recognition before and this whole boy who lived stuff is yuck. But I kind of liked what just happened, especially if you liked it. Let's make sure if I ever sing something special for you again, we have some privacy. Agreed, came from a smiling Ginny. Ginny, Harry, fireworks. Hurry, came Mr. Weasley's voice up the stairs. Coming now, came the reply from the two. Harry was about to leave the room, when Ginny pulled him around, said, "Thank you," and carefully planted a key on his cheek. The 2 blushing and confused children went down to join the rest of the Weasley family in the relative safety of the darkness of the front porch. While the fireworks were just as exciting and colorful as was promised, Harry only paid half attention to the explosions. After saying goodnight to everyone, Harry spent a long time staring out the window of his room and trying to make sense of the day he had just went through. From Charlie's declaration that morning to when Ginny had given him a thank you, he had never had such a varied day. There were some good things and a few bad things, but the many confusing things all day long that just made his head swim. It was much later when Harry lay down and let the quiet outside melody of crickets and bullfrogs lull him to sleep. The couple of hours of sleep Harry got did nothing to calm his mind. Ron was especially insistent about getting an early start to that particular breakfast and almost dressed Harry himself in his hurry. The boys got downstairs in time to meet Ginny coming in from her daily raid on the henhouse. Charlie was carrying on a conversation with his mother while everyone else came downstairs and settled in at the table. Harry had just finished his morning potion and juice and was slowly nibbling on a couple of pieces of buttered toast when Mr. Weasley requested some silence at the table. While we're all glad that Charlie here came home for Ginny's birthday, he must be heading back to the Dragon Preserve later today. The rest of the Weasleys made sounds of disappointment at that announcement. Mr. Weasley continued to talk. He also came with a significant request to Molly and me. After much discussion, we agreed that it was a good idea. Charlie, why don't you explain your idea? The rest of the table switched their focus from Mr. Weasley to Charlie. Charlie stood up reluctantly and started talking. I could only get away for the weekend from the Dragon Preserve. I wish I could stay here and bother you lot for a while longer, but that is not meant to be. Just before I left Romania, a scheduling conflict left an opening for an apprentice-grade dragon helper. I asked and received permission to find somebody to take that job temporarily for a week while they look for a permanent replacement. After much discussion last night, Mum and Dad have reluctantly agreed to let Ron come back with me to Romania on my visa. He may be bit pungent after hauling dragon dung for a lot of the week, but he'll be assisting me with other duties. We'll be leaving this afternoon. The rest of the family was stunned at the sudden announcement but came over to congratulate Ron. Charlie and Mrs. Weasley proclaimed that there was a lot to be done before Ron could leave, so it would be a busy day for all the adults and Ron. Harry asked Ron to bring him back a couple of scales or something as a souvenir, and Ginny jokingly told Ron that dragon eggs were not a breakfast item. The rest of breakfast was accompanied by the buzzing of what might lay ahead of Ron in his week at the Dragon Preserve. After breakfast was finished, Harry finally persuaded Mrs. Weasley to let him wash and dry the dishes. By the time he finished with that, Ron and his mother were in his room trying to decide what clothing he needed to pack for a week. Grabbing the spell book that Professor McGonagall had given him, Harry went to find a quiet place to read. Ginny was sitting in the living room with a quill and a small stack of parchment. Harry asked her if she needed some help with the "thank you" letters, but she just shook her head with a sigh. This shouldn't take too long, as of only to owl only the guests outside the family. Any idea how I should word a note to Professor Dumbledore thanking him for something so rare and beautiful? I think something quick and sincere probably should work, Harry replied. He doesn't seem the type to be fairly formal with us youngsters. Harry told Ginny he would be down by the pond reading if anybody needed him, and she went back to her writing. Harry was almost to the door when Ginny called out to him. Are you okay, Harry? I've just got a lot of things on my mind right now, Ginny. Harry replied. I just need some space and quiet to sort things through for a bit. All right, Harry. I'll let Mum know if she wants you for anything. Harry ended up wandering down to the pond and rested his back against the trunk of the big oak tree. He read through the spell book and paid attention to the specific spells that seemed to be protective or evasive in nature. He really didn't want to be fighting anyone, but if Dumbledore said he might be a target, Harry wanted to be as prepared as he could be. Harry found a big twig and, pretending it was a wand, practiced the motions described in the book for each spell he thought he could use. Harry put down the book after going through it thoroughly and thought how unfair some things seemed to be at present. He had finally got away from the Dursleys, found himself in a nice place with a supportive and caring family, and it had all gotten scrambled up in one afternoon. He didn't want to be a target. He didn't want his new friends to become possible targets because they knew him. Harry didn't want to be the cause of any more possible injuries or deaths, like his parents. He felt guilty enough about that already. Defensive spells, Hogwarts, the Weasleys, and many other concerns were all swirling around in his head. Harry was overcome with all the emotions and confusion and choked back a sob that was threatening to start another full round of crying. Harry, came a quiet voice, would you mind a little company? Harry glanced up through his tears to see Mr. Weasley staring at him sadly. I wouldn't mind a bit, Mr. Weasley. I'm a little overwhelmed right now. Mr. Weasley sat down beside Harry and started speaking. Life can be real tough sometimes, Harry. I won't lie to you about that. You've had a much harder start than most, but you are among friends here, and that's got to count for something. I might imagine it's not your past that worries you now, but something of the future. Yes, sir. When Dumbledore was here yesterday, he told me that the remaining Death Eaters and their kids might try to make me a target once I turn up at Hogwarts. I'm not so concerned about myself, but I've started thinking about what might happen to Ron and the other kids I met yesterday if they are around me. I don't want anybody hurt on my account. Harry, Mr. Weasley said, Hogwarts is one of the safest places in all of magical England. There are special wards and shields that protect the school and its students. If you're worried, I could ask the twins or Percy. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, but I don't want to involve anybody else in my problems. I've also been thinking and wondering if I'm a possible danger to your family just by being here. I think, Harry, that if you think too much on every possibility, that you would never even get out of bed in the morning. Dumbledore told me once that life is not to be led by cowering in fear. That would give your enemies the win before they even had a chance to do anything. I know you have a capacity for bravery and ingenuity, or else you wouldn't have survived for so long at your relatives. I've also personally seen that you have the potential to becoming a great wizard. Have some faith in yourself, Harry. People will stand by, with, and for you, even if you don't ask or expect it. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Harry answered. You've given me more to think about and reduced my panic level a lot. I'll try to deal with things as they come up and trust I can learn to defend myself. I haven't had to depend on anybody else other than myself before now. Mr. Weasley stood, held out his hand and pulled Harry up and into a small hug. He left his hands on Harry's shoulders when he finished. Don't be shy about asking for anything from us if you need something. Even hugs. I know most of the contact you've had with the people you've known has not been positive. We all need reassurance and comforting once in a while. I wouldn't make a habit of asking the twins, mind you, but they might surprise you. Harry laughed at the idea of the twins getting all touchy with him. They'd probably put itching powder down my back, wouldn't they? That would be the most likely result, Mr. Weasley answered with a smile, but one can never tell with those two. You might end up a lovely shade of canary yellow, as they did to Ron not so long ago. Harry smiled again, trying to imagine Ron a different color. Speaking of Ron, has he finished packing yet? I think so, Harry. When Molly gets a full head of steam up, it's sometimes better to give her space so she can operate. She and I will be accompanying Charlie and Ron back to the Ministry and their international apparition point. Could I ask why you and Mrs. Weasley decided to let Ron go so far away from home? Sure. Why don't we walk back to the burrow as we talk? Harry picked up his spell book and walked along with Mr. Weasley. First of all, we trust Charlie to watch over Ron and keep him out of danger. The other factor is a little more complicated. Ron has been at the burrow his whole life except for a few visits to relatives here and there. He's had to watch all his older brothers go off to Hogwarts and do well. All his brothers have gone away and done something distinctive. And Ron hasn't yet. We thought a little seasoning might make him grow up a little and find some confidence in himself. Help him help himself, as it were. Does that make any sense, Harry? In a way it does. I've had my experiences to help me, if I could define experiences in the worst way. I've had to think in different ways and find out what works best for me in different situations and solve my own problems. I don't want to say anything bad against Ron, mind you, but I see how getting away from the burrow for a while might help him. Harry, Mr. Weasley said, smiling, you just took about 3 hours of discussion that Molly, Charlie, and I had last night and reduced it down to a few sentences. With a mind like that, I think you'll do well at Hogwarts. Harry blushed at the compliment as they entered the burrow. Molly and Ginny were in the kitchen. Molly was pacing nervously back and forth while Ginny was shaking her hands out in an attempt to get rid of the writing cramps. Harry went and sat down by the youngest Weasley and picked up the quill while Molly wandered into the family room. Ginny protested that she had finished writing the letters and Harry shrugged. Well, how about I just address them to the people and then you can get Errol ready for an afternoon of deliveries. Ginny looked to her mum for her approval and she just nodded her head distractedly. So where's the traveling duo? Harry asked while writing down names. They went to St. Mungo's to get some medicine for Ron, Ginny answered. Seems there's a bunch of different diseases one can catch in Romania that Ron's never been exposed to. He has to prove he's been immunized. Oh, what's the word? Immunized. Harry guessed. Right. Anyway, they're off getting Ron all potioned up. Hope he chokes on the stuff. Are you upset that Charlie's taking Ron? Just a bit. Everybody gets to go off and do stuff and I'm left here again. And when he gets back, you and Ron and the others will be heading off for Hogwarts. You'll all forget about me. Ginny, calm down and lower your voice. We won't forget about you. Your mum is worried enough about Ron being gone without you adding to her problems. Understand? I guess so, Harry. I'm glad Ron is getting to spend time with Charlie and see the dragons. But when is it my turn? Can I point out a few things, Ginny, without getting kicked? If you have to, Harry, but they better be good. I feel a proper snit coming on. Ginny sniffed real loud and crossed her eyes at Harry. Harry stuck his tongue out back at her and they both snickered a bit. Look, I've finished the addressing. Let's go sit out on the wall. I think your mum and dad look like they want to talk by themselves. Harry and Ginny left the adults talking quietly in the living room and went out and sat on the small wall around the yard. Okay, what's so good about Ron getting away from here for a week? I just can't see any good points. Ginny looked awfully depressed about losing her brother. Let's see. Harry smiled. I've only had a minute to think of this. Well, go on. I'm listening. You have to learn some patience. Haven't you heard that good things come to those that wait? No, that must be one of those stupid muggle sayings that Dad likes so much. And the reasons? How about these? Harry said with a smile. First, we don't have to watch Ron eat. Ginny smiled. Second, there is a lot more food for the rest of us. Ginny giggled. Third, no stupid comments or snoring to wake us up. Ginny laughed out loud at the statement. 4. If Ron doesn't bring you back a proper present, you really get to lay into him. Ginny laughed hard again. She turned sideways, crossed her legs and sat facing Harry. I guess you're learning about me also, Mr. Potter. Those are excellent reasons from my point of view. That brings me to the last point, and I'll let you judge if it's a good or bad one. With Ron gone for a week, it gives us some time. Gives us some time, Ginny repeated with a puzzled look. To get to know each other better, to teach me how to fly, to beat each other at chess, to explore this stupid blushing thing, Harry said while blushing. You know, time for you to really decide how much of a stupid git I really am. Oh, time, Ginny said slowly and looked up into Harry's green eyes. Just then, a loud sound was heard coming down the lane. Harry and Ginny turned to see what it was. There wasn't anything to see, but the roar just got closer and louder. The noise seemed to peak and then abruptly cut off, directly in front of that part of the wall that Harry and Ginny were sitting on. And just like a switch, a figure and the source of the noise appeared out of midair. Hagrid! Harry shouted in surprise and joy. Hagrid was sitting on the very motorcycle that he had taken Harry to Hogwarts in. Harry walked up beside the half-giant to give him a hug. Hagrid took off his goggles and leaned down to embrace his young friend. What are you doing here, Hagrid? Oops, my manners. Rubius Hagrid, meet the youngest of the Weasleys. Ginevra. Ginny Weasley. Nice to make your acquaintance, Ginny, Hagrid said, shaking her hand. Are you helping getting young Harry straightened out? As much as I can, Mr. Hagrid. But he needs a lot of work. Ginny smiled as she said this to let Harry know she was kidding. Well, I had a special chore for Professor Dumbledore this morning at Gringotts. Good thing they're always open. Hagrid patted one of the many pockets in his coat as if he were making sure something was still there. While I was down there in Diagon Alley, I saw something that I thought would be perfect for you. Seeing as your cousin Dudley ate that special cake I cooked for your birthday, I thought I would get you a replacement gift. Ginny frowned at the comment about Harry's birthday cake. Why didn't he tell anybody, me, about that? She thought suddenly. Maybe me and Mum can do something about that. Something nice for Harry. Hagrid reached into the sidecar and pulled out a wide cylinder that was covered by a piece of heavy cloth. He held it out to Harry, who had to be prodded by Ginny to take it. Hagrid, you've already done so much for me already. I don't know how I'll ever repay you for rescuing me, thank you. It's okay, Harry, Hagrid replied. That's what friends are for, to help you. Well, go ahead. Take a look. Harry removed the covering to reveal a sturdy cage containing a beautiful snow owl. He's absolutely gorgeous, Hagrid. What's his name? That's a she, Harry, and it's your bird. You get to name her. The proprietor at the Owl Emporium told me she had been in his shop a long while and needed a special owner. I thought that might be you. At Hagrid's urging, Harry opened up the door and reached into the cage. The owl hopped down from her perch and onto Harry's forearm. Harry gingerly brought her out of the cage and the owl beat its wings a couple of times to stretch. That's a beautiful owl, Harry. Harry turned his head to see Mr. and Mrs. Weasley standing a few feet away. It was Mrs. Weasley who had made the comment. Hagrid just gave Harry the owl as a late birthday present, Ginny said. She was edging closer to Harry to see if she could pet Harry's new companion. Hello, Arthur, Molly. I was running an errand for Dumbledore and thought I'd drop by on my way back to Hogwarts with something for Harry. Well, girl, what are we going to name you? Harry asked. I know snow owls originally lived in colder climates, so maybe something German or Swedish. How does Brunhilde sound? Harry asked. The tightening of the owl's claws on Harry's arm told him that wasn't a good choice. Of course, Harry exclaimed, that a horrible name for someone as pretty as you. I'd like to name you Lily after my mother, but I don't think that would work out very well either. The owl hopped from Harry's arm up to his shoulder and butted his head with her beak. When Harry turned to look at the owl's big yellow eyes, she laid her forehead against his. Harry stayed in that position for about 10 seconds and then shook his head. I think she just told me her name is Hedwig, Harry said. It just came into my head. The newly named Hedwig hopped back down to Harry's wrist and then launched herself into the air with a loud cry. Everyone watched the owl fly around the orchard twice and came back to land in the nearest tree to the house. Look like she likes it here, Harry, Hagrid said with a grin. She'll be a good friend for you when you're at Hogwarts. There's a bag in here somewhere with an owl guide book and some treats for her. Hagrid fished around with one hand in the sidecar and pulled out a small paper bag which he handed to Ginny as Harry had picked up the cage again. Can we get you a drink of water or an ale, Hagrid? Mrs. Weasley asked. Maybe some other time, Molly. I need to be getting back to Hogwarts and finish that errand Dumbledore sent me on. It's been nice to see you all again and meet you, Miss Ginny Weasley. Ginny giggled but managed a small curtsy for the motorcycle rider. Harry put down the cage and went over to give Hagrid another hug. I've learned, Harry, Hagrid said quietly, that if you're taking care of somebody else, you don't have as much of a chance to get lonely yourself. Harry reached up on tiptoes to whisper something into Hagrid's ear. Hagrid grinned quickly and nodded his head in agreement. Well, I just learned I missed an important birthday. Miss Weasley, do you think you could spare a minute or two for a ride with me? Ginny's eyes got real wide and she turned to get her parents' approval. When they both nodded, she climbed into the sidecar and Harry helped her figure out the safety belt. When she was buckled in, Hagrid started the motorcycle up and turned around in the lane. There was a shout of glee from Ginny that came over the sound of the engine when the motorcycle left the ground. Harry went back to stand by Ginny's parents. That was a nice thing, Mrs. Weasley said. I just had so much fun flying with Hagrid that I thought she would like it also, Harry replied. That's a really nice piece of magic. Hagrid told me that there are special charms on it to make it soundless and invisible. Invisible, came back Mr. Weasley. What an interesting idea for a vehicle. I wonder. Mr. Weasley's pondering was soon interrupted by the return of Hagrid and Ginny. Ginny's face was all flushed with excitement and the wind in her ponytail had come undone, leaving her hair all tousled and messy. Harry thought that he had never seen her look happier. Hagrid helped Ginny out of the sidecar but not before she leaned up to give him a hug and a shy peck on the cheek. Hagrid grinned down at her and waved at Harry and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley before gunning the engine and racing back down the lane. The motorcycle became invisible again after leaving the ground and the sound itself faded out quickly. Ginny turned back to Harry with a frown and punched him in the shoulder. I'm going to put Hedwig's cage on your dresser and then we can go over that guide together, if you like. Her eyes were almost glowing in anger in Harry's opinion. The youngest Weasley turned and headed toward the burrow, leaving a very confused Harry in her wake. I'm in trouble with her, aren't I? He asked to her parents. It would appear so, Harry, Mr. Weasley said. But I'm sure you can work it out. Work what out? Harry questioned again. You were both here for the last 10 minutes. Could either of you tell me what I said or did wrong? No, said Mr. Weasley. I have an idea, said Mrs. Weasley, but I'm really not sure. You'll have to go talk to her. I'm going to go check and see if Charlie and Ron have returned. Mrs. Weasley hurried back into the burrow. Mr. Weasley, Harry asked slowly as he picked up the other bag that Hagrid had brought, when we go shopping, can you help me find a book about understanding females? Sorry, Harry, all us blokes have been looking for that same guide since Merlin was your age. Mr. Weasley replied. Sadly, there's no such book and every female is different. Ginny gets angry real easily, but I know she can forgive just as fast. I know the Weasley anger runs deep in all our family. Ginny has a quick release some days. Sorry you had to run into it today. Molly and I are too busy with Ron to intervene for you. Just be honest with her. That's the best advice I can give you. Thanks, Mr. Weasley, Harry replied sadly. If you don't see me before supper, tell Ron it was nice rooming with him for me. Mr. Weasley chuckled and followed Harry back into the house. The twins were having a sandwich in the kitchen and just pointed up the stairs. Harry hung his head for a second and then trudged up to the 5th floor in his room. Ginny was sitting at Harry's desk, staring out the window. Harry, bewildered, went and sat on Ron's bed and wondered where to start. "I'm sorry," came out of both mouths at the same time. Harry stared at Ginny staring at him. Harry shook his head and started again. "I want to apologize for offending you. If you could just tell me what happened, because I really don't have any idea what I did wrong. I've never had any friends before and I'm sorry I screwed up." "That was a very good apology, Harry, and now you'll listen to mine," Ginny replied as she went and sat on his bed. "I overreacted to something that you didn't intentionally cause. Since you've been here, it seems like you have gone out of your way to be as nice as you can be to everyone. Stop. Before you say something back, hear me out. You've done all these great things and I'm not able to do great things back for you. It's making me feel very inadequate. I know your intentions are good, but I'm very afraid that if I don't something good back for you, that you won't want me as any kind of a friend at all." Ginny hung her head and folded her arms around her body. "Wow. Now I really am sorry. I had no idea. I've never had any friends at all before Hagrid found me. I'm just so thrilled that I can have actual conversations with people that like me, that I want to do anything and everything I can to make you all happy. You moronic twit. You don't seem to realize that me and everybody else in this family don't want any rewards. We're happy enough that you're just here with us." Ginny started crying again, and Harry didn't know if it was in anger or frustration. Harry switched beds and went to sit next to the young girl. He carefully put an arm around her shoulders and pulled her into a sideways hug like he had seen her father do. "Do you remember what I said the first hour I was here, Ginny? I said I needed all the help I could get. That's still true. I've never had any type of good relationship with anybody before. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do to either make friends or keep friends. You've grown up in a very good family with parents and brothers that care deeply about you, even if you think that they may be idiotic at times. I never had that luxury, so I'm struggling to see how to do this friendship thing." Ginny turned to look at Harry and he again was struck by the depth of her brown eyes. He went to take his arm off her shoulders, but she grabbed his hand and held it so he couldn't move away. "Harry," she began, "I keep forgetting that you are not that boy who lived, but just Harry. Because you are older than me, I thought you would already know all this stuff, but you don't. I'm sorry I made that jump. Ron and you are helping me so much. It's like I've been raised by animals that didn't teach me anything but how to jump and bend over backwards pleasing them." "Well, no like about that. It's what's happened," Harry said sadly. "I'm sorry, I'm trying so hard and I'll try to relax a little. You just have no idea how important that being friends with you, Ron, and the rest of your family means to me. I've never had anybody before and now I have all of you. I don't want to lose that." Harry was teary himself as he finished with this and was surprised when Ginny leaned in to touch foreheads with him. "It's okay, Harry. You'll see, everything is working out and will continue to work out. I didn't know how much a struggle it has been for you. I'll try to remember that. I promise." Ginny scooted away from Harry a bit. "Let's forget my little tiff, okay?" "Agreed," Harry said with a smile. "Why don't you call Hedwig in?" Ginny continued, "and we can go get her some water and some treats. I imagine that was a difficult trip for her, not seeing where she was going for so long." Harry went to the window and called out for his owl. It was only a matter of seconds before Hedwig flew into the window and landed on top of her cage. "Good girl," Harry said. "You just stay there and we'll go get you some water and food. I think we have a couple of letters for you to deliver this afternoon." "Really, Harry? You'd lend her out to help me?" "I was going to ask, but you just got her, and I didn't want to impose." "Of course, Errol probably won't make all those deliveries by himself. Besides, Hedwig's got to get used to flying back and forth from here if Ron and I are going to write you from Hogwarts." "I was hoping you would want to write me, Harry. Merlin knows, Ron won't think of it too often." Both laughed at that. Ginny and Harry both brushed off their tears and headed downstairs. Charlie and Ron had returned from St. Mungo's and everyone was just sitting down to a late lunch from the party leftovers. Harry and Ginny excused themselves for a bit and grabbed a small bowl of water and headed back up the stairs. Hedwig had watched them fill up his water bowl and put some treats in the cage. She flew down to Ginny's shoulder, much to her surprise, and jumped into her cage from there. Harry said that Hedwig must recognize his friends and Ginny flushed but smiled. When they returned to the table a few minutes later, Ginny and Harry were all smiles. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley both noticed the pair were back to their usual kidding and shared a private smile between themselves. The first thing Harry noticed when he sat down at the table was that Ron wasn't his usual boisterous self. In fact, if Harry had to guess, Ron was almost the color of the potion Harry had been taking every evening. Harry wanted to ask Ron if he was okay but figured there was something really wrong. Ron would be lying down and resting. Charlie recited to the rest of the family the number and type of potions Ron had downed while he was at St. Mungo's. Harry was impressed by the number but was glad he hadn't had to go through all that. Charlie explained that it was usually spread out over 2 or 3 days, but Ron had to go through the process in a couple of hours. When Mrs. Weasley put a potion glass down on the table, Harry automatically reached for it but was stopped. Mrs. Weasley told Harry that it was for her youngest son. Ron eyed it very skeptically but did as his mother asked. He downed the potion and, after a very loud belch, excused himself and began regaining his color and appetite. "Well, Ron, you now have something on the twins," said Mr. Weasley smiling. "You have officially gotten a hangover potion from your mother. I didn't get handed one from Grandma Weasley until after I turned 17. Congratulations, but don't ever have to take one of those that again until you're of age. Just so you all know, that wasn't a full-strength potion," Mrs. Weasley said. "I diluted it a little and added a bit of mint for his stomach. Still, mind your father. No more excessive drinking." The rest of the family had a good laugh at Ron's inadvertent milestone, but he just smiled and asked for more helpings. Ginny had made a quick stop in her room on the way down and had picked this time to walk around the table to deliver something to everyone seated there. When he unfolded the small piece of paper at his place, Harry found a thank you note. To Mr. Harry James Potter. Thank you for attending my 10th birthday party and giving me the wonderful gift of candies from Honeydukes, which you know nothing about. A truly marvelous song. But most of all, your company and friendship, Ginny. Harry looked around the table to see the Weasleys all reading their own notes. When Harry turned his note over, he was surprised to see a small sketch of himself. Looking up to meet Ginny's gaze, he added his thank you to the rest of the family's comments. He needed to tell Ginny privately that she had just done something really nice back for him. By the time the last of Ginny's cake had disappeared, everyone said that they had something to give to Ron. Percy had told Ron that he could borrow his dragonhide gloves to protect his hands. The twins wanted to have Ron take and test some of their tricks, but Charlie pointed out that giving sneezing powder to a fire-breathing dragon probably wouldn't be in the best interest of Ron's health. Fred and George did come up with a lining for a cloak that they swore was fireproof, as they had plenty of opportunities to test it. Ginny picked that time to surprise her brother. "If you don't get too greedy, Ron, you can have first pick out of that candy basket to take with you." Ron leaned over to muss up Ginny's hair but only took a half-minute to take a handful of the various candies out of the box. Harry saw Ginny smile at some of the selections and wondered if she had snuck a few of the twins' special candies in with everything else. Harry walked over and helped Ron pack the loners he had just been given into his carrying case. "I'm sorry I don't have anything to give you, Ron, but take some advice and be careful. I haven't got a best friend to spare, so listen to Charlie." Ron smiled at the compliment he had just been given. "I'm sorry leaving you here with this lot for a week. You may be horribly warped by the time I get back. Mum says you are going shopping in Diagon Alley for Hogwarts this week. Could you possibly pick me up some Quidditch magazines for me?" Harry agreed to the favor and awkwardly gave Ron a pat on the back and told him, "Good luck." Charlie had been saying goodbye to his brothers while Harry and Ron were talking. He saved his next to last goodbye for his sister. "I'm sorry, Firefly, that I couldn't stay longer. I'm glad I did make it for your 10th though. Take care of Mum and Dad while I'm gone and don't let Harry get taken in by the twins." Ginny agreed to keep looking out for Harry and gave a big hug to her brother. Charlie came over to say a few words to Harry. "It was nice meeting you, Harry. Maybe the next time I get home, you and I can play Quidditch together. I think you have the reflexes to be good at it." Look out for everybody here, will you? You're already special to them. Harry was overcome by the quick feeling of trust he had in the older Weasley. No more than they are to me. Including you. If I ever had a big brother, I hope he'd be as kind to me as you have been. That's one of the best compliments anyone has ever given me, Harry. You take care of yourself and enjoy Hogwarts. It always seems to go by too fast. Charlie gave Harry a pat on the back and turned and picked up Ron's traveling case and went to the fireplace. With a final wave to everyone, Charlie threw some flow powder at the hearth and yelled, "Ministry of Magic." He disappeared in the now familiar green flames. Mrs. Weasley followed a couple of seconds later with a nervous Ron hanging on to her arm. Mr. Weasley took a second to address the remaining family. "We should be back in time for supper, but it may be a little later. You all know the rules. I don't have to tell you that your mother may be a little anxious when we return. Please don't do anything to upset her." Mr. Weasley took his turn with the flow, and then Percy, the twins, Ginny and Harry were left. Percy said that he was headed back to his room to study, which the twins thought was a fine waste of an afternoon. Ginny then asked Harry if they could get the owls out, and he just asked about the division of the posts. She thought that if Hedwig could handle the long delivery to Dumbledore, that Errol could take care of the rest. She would walk the one to Luna over to her the next day. Harry took the thank you addressed to Dumbledore and headed up to his room. Hedwig was napping in her cage when Harry walked into the room. He reached in to bring her out of her cage and stroked her chest feathers carefully. "I know you've only been here an hour or so, but how would you like to stretch out your wings and deliver a letter for me?" Hedwig bobbed her head once or twice to let Harry know she understood. Harry fastened the note to her leg and told her that it was for Professor Dumbledore at Hogwarts. Ginny had told him earlier that all the owls seemed to know how to find people anywhere, so there was no need to give specific directions. Harry launched Hedwig out his window after telling her that Dumbledore would probably have some food or water for her. As he watched his owl beat her wings into the sky, Harry wished he had a broom and the skill to fly with her for at least part of the journey. Harry watched Ginny launch Errol from the front yard. He smiled at the erratic flight of the older owl and made his way back downstairs. Fred and George were uncharacteristically just sitting in the living room. One of them got up and formally escorted Harry to one of the armchairs. "Grab a seat, Harry. The entertainment is about to begin." Harry was instantly on guard. "What have you two done now? Or is it what are you about to do?" The twins looked at each other in astonishment. "Us? Do anything remotely prankish or bad?" "Harry, you must have the wrong twins in mind." "Don't mind them, Harry," said Ginny, coming into the room. "They are just enjoying a rare unsupervised afternoon to see the results of their labor. Without Mum or Dad being here, I volunteered to try out the candy they gave me at the party." Harry looked at the three as if they had gone totally bonkers. "Is that a good idea, Ginny? Shouldn't at least one of your parents be here if something goes even accidentally wrong?" "I trust my brothers, Harry," Ginny replied. "Besides, I can't very well inflict these on other people without trying them first, now can I? Oops, I guess Ron doesn't count. I slipped a couple of these into his case while he was talking to Harry." Everybody smiled at the thought of Ron getting an unexpected surprise while he was away. Harry decided to relax and quit being a worrywart. "Okay, I'm in. I'll try some too. The effects are only temporary, right? Pranks are no good if they aren't quick and mostly painless," came in unison from the three Weasleys. Harry guessed it was one of the twins' mottos. Ginny opened her hand to show 8 candies of various colors and patterns. She put them down on the game table and looked up at Harry with a grin. "Just think, one of these could let you float around the room," she giggled. "Or turn you into a dog bone," said one of the twins ominously. Harry looked at George with surprise but took one of the candies first. He chewed up the gray and white striped one and swallowed it. Nothing happened at first and Harry thought he might have gotten a dud. Suddenly he felt some little twitches go around his head and felt his ears getting bigger. He reached up one hand to them and his hand kept going up. Both his ears ended about a foot long and were pointed and hairy. He couldn't tell what they were until he turned to the mirror and looked. There was himself with horse ears in the mirror. Harry tried talking but only a whinny came out of his mouth. "Ginny, Fred and George were all laughing hard, but Harry went down on his hands and knees and semi-galloped himself over to the couch where they were. Fred put Ginny on Harry's back, but Harry did a good job bucking her off back into George's lap. The four dissolved into laughter and whinnying until the candy effects wore off. Harry climbed back up to his feet once his ears returned to normal. "You two don't get invited to many parties by chance, do you?" Harry asked jokingly of Fred and George. "On occasion," came the chuckle from Fred. "Your turn next, Ginny." "Not until one of you get the camera. I missed having a record of Harry becoming a pony. I shan't miss any more blackmail material." "Okay, Ginny, but you'll be on record too. I'll be right back." So saying, Harry thought it was George that hurried up the stairs. "I was hoping being a horse would change your hair, but I guess we'll need something more powerful." Ginny was still giggling as she talked to Harry. "We'll see who is laughing next." Harry had enjoyed the prank and could see how the twins liked putting one over on people. George came back down with a camera and fell into the couch next to Fred. "Anytime you're ready, dear sister." Ginny looked carefully at the remaining candies before choosing one. The effects were almost immediate. Ginny grew taller. And grew. And grew. It was only her legs that got longer, but soon Ginny had to stoop a little to keep her head from bumping the ceiling. "It's the incredible stilt girl," came from one of the twins. They got strangely quiet when Ginny bent over to pat both their heads. "Hey, it's nice looking down on you blokes for a change. I guess I would have trouble finding some knee socks this way though." "You know," Harry said, "that one could be downright useful for picking apples out in the orchard." "Ooh, a possible money maker. Write that down, George." George scrambled to put down that camera and grab some parchment. As Ginny was slowly shrinking back down to her normal size, she told Harry that the twins wanted to start their own joke shop after they graduated from Hogwarts. Harry told the twins that he thought it was a great idea. Fred said that they would have to probably work for someone else like Zonkos for a couple of years to get the starting money. Ginny rubbed both her knees as she sat down. "That was hard on my knees, guys. You might want to tone it down a little." Duly noted. It really is helpful when someone can test things for us voluntarily. It's also a little profitable for someone, isn't it, Fred? Ginny was smiling as she said this. "We didn't agree on a price for this, Ginny. We'll see what we can come up with, no promises now." "Harry, your turn." Harry peered at the remaining candies looking for some clue as to what they might do. Giving up on the guessing game, Harry picked up a piece that looked like a small green stick of gum. After chewing it up and swallowing it, Harry waited for the trick. It was Ginny who spotted it first. "Harry, your hands." Harry looked and saw that his hands were blowing up like balloons. In a couple of seconds, Harry found it impossible to fold his fingers over. The hands kept getting bigger and bigger. The skin appeared to be getting tighter and thinner as the hands grew. Harry grew alarmed at the size they were becoming and watched in horror as they kept stretching and stretching. He finally closed his eyes and held his hands straight up. He heard a couple of pops and a little whooshing noise. Not feeling any pain, Harry opened his eyes to see a pair of balloon hands rush around the room and deflate. His real hands were just fine. The twins looked proud of the accomplishment. "That was a little bit on the scary side, guys," Harry said. "I wasn't sure that I would be able to take notes at Hogwarts or throw things at Ron." Ginny was smirking as she addressed him. "Oh, Harry, the look you had. And you winced so badly when they popped. The pictures will be great. I'll save those candies for a couple of girls I know that are fussy about their manicures and the proper nail polish. Glad you enjoyed it. I'm just here for your amusement after all." Harry was smiling as he said this because he did enjoy the prank. It would be better if someone else suffered through it, but Harry was catching on to the Weasleys' humor. He could afford to laugh at himself. Ginny grabbed the next candy at random and chewed it up. The effect was almost immediate. A blue color rushed into her face and then spread down her arms and legs. She reminded Harry of an American cartoon show he had seen once or twice. She was now a light blue gnome. Ginny was checking out her hands to see what being blue did to her freckles when she began gasping for air. Harry reached out to touch her hand and found that she was getting very cold. Harry reached up to feel her forehead and then turned back to the twins. "As this part of the prank?" he asked. George turned a worried face to Harry. It's only supposed to make her feel a little cool. Not shock her into a cold snap. Give it a little time and she should get better. Harry turned back to Ginny and started rubbing her arms in an up and down movement. Ginny was, however, turning a deeper shade of blue and her breath was becoming noticeably visible. Is there an antidote for this? Harry was almost yelling at the twins in his fright. No, we'd have to go and mix one up, replied George. Is there another candy she could take to get back to normal? Was Harry's question back. Ginny was having trouble breathing and Fred went to get a blanket to throw over her shoulders, but it appeared she was moving slower and slower. It's never a good idea to mix different tricks together, Harry, but I might have an idea. What can we do? Fred went over and looked through the remaining candies. He picked one up and hurried back to where Harry was standing with Ginny. Quick, you take this one. It's supposed to do the opposite of what Ginny took. Harry popped the orange and black candy in his mouth without really looking at it. He immediately began to feel much warmer and noticed that his skin had turned bright pink and was going toward red. Harry turned Ginny around and put his red hands against her blue cheeks. Ginny's eyes popped open, but Harry could see the panic in her eyes. He leaned in to rest his head against hers as she had done upstairs a little while ago. It'll be okay, Ginny, Harry said. She shook her head and slowly pointed to her ears as if she couldn't hear him. He leaned into her harder so their foreheads were connected and he could look right into her eyes. Harry desperately tried to direct his thoughts to her. Don't panic. We'll get through this together. I'll help. Trust me. Harry saw an understanding come into the girl's eyes somehow. Ginny's eyes were glazing over and she began moving rather woodenly. He turned to the twins and told them to take Ginny's shoes and socks off. His voice came out high and squeaky, but the twins hurried to help out. Harry practically dragged Ginny over to the couch and then he lay down. He held out his arms and George placed Ginny so her back was to him. Harry pulled the young witch into a tight embrace and hoped his warmth would counteract the freezing cold Ginny had. He vaguely thought he should be embarrassed to be doing this with the girl, especially in front of her brothers, but he was so desperate to help her. Harry squeaked out a request for somebody to get a hot pot of tea going. George headed out to the kitchen and Fred came and placed the blanket over his sister again. Harry moved his head around to put his cheek just below Ginny's ear. He could feel a slow pulse run through the vein in her neck and tried to figure if she was getting any warmer. Harry had his hands folded over Ginny's stomach and was moving them around a little to get her stomach warmed. Harry was starting to feel a little faint from the heat he was generating and thought idly he should get those big hands back from the last candy he had taken. It would make things so much easier. It seemed nothing happened for the longest time. Harry had started talking non-stop to Ginny when he had first clutched her to him. He didn't know what he was saying because he was so panicked, but he realized it must sound awful funny coming with the impossibly high voice he had now. There was a moment of panic for Harry when he couldn't feel Ginny's pulse through his cheek. When he reached up with one hand to touch her neck, he was greatly relieved when he found it again. Harry gave a sigh of relief and moved that hand back down to start rubbing Ginny's stomach again. He had his eyes closed, wishing hard for this long shot to work when he felt a wave of magic seemingly flow out and over him and into Ginny. Harry felt a loud gasp come from the person he was holding so tightly, and then a hand came down and slapped at him. Quit. Ticklish. Not sure if he heard that voice with his ears or in his head, Harry struggled to sit up while still holding on to Ginny. Fred and George pulled the girl gently out of Harry's grasp and sat her upright. Harry saw with relief that Ginny's face was returning from dark to medium blue and her breathing was getting easier. Harry threw away the blanket as he stood up. He was still plenty hot, but nowhere near how he had been a few minutes earlier. He was very thirsty, however, and wondered if he could find a very cold butterbeer out in the kitchen. The twins had pulled Ginny to sit between them and Harry saw that all three were hugging and crying at her narrow escape. Harry suddenly felt very weak and sat down hard with his back leaning against one of the easy chairs. All three of the Weasleys turned toward him at the noise and Ginny climbed carefully out from between Fred and George. She came over and knelt next to Harry and placed her hand against his cheek. Harry leaned a little into the remaining coolness of her hand and struggled to say thanks. Without looking around, Ginny spoke for the first time in 15 minutes. He'd like a really cold butterbeer. Maybe two. One of the twins left for the kitchen and the other came over to sit with the two on the floor. Ginny, we didn't have any idea Forge or Gred began. Ginny turned around and put her finger over his mouth. It's okay, I'm fine now. Let's help Harry out to the kitchen, okay? Between Ginny and her brother, Harry was helped into the kitchen to the nearest chair. Harry sat down with a sigh and wearily reached for the bottle of butterbeer that was placed in front of him. Ginny sat across from him and had a cup of hot tea poured for her as her brothers also sat down. I think we're done for the day, Harry said. I'm all knackered out. Harry, we test all these candies on ourselves before we put them out for anybody else. We'd never intentionally try to hurt anybody, especially Ginny. I think she almost accidentally froze to death, Harry said. Thanks for having the opposite candy by the way. Maybe Ginny's just allergic to one of the ingredients. I had a little time to think in there, Ginny piped up. If you tested it okay on yourselves, I'm only about a third your size. So maybe it was triple strong for me. We are so sorry, Ginny, Harry, Fred said tearfully. We never meant for anything like that to happen. But Harry, we actually saw a wave of yellow light come out of you into Ginny. Whatever happened at the end, we owe you big time. I'm too tired to be mad or try to understand, Harry addressed the twins. And you don't owe me anything. Maybe tomorrow I'll have the energy to properly yell at you. Your parents are going to kill the three of us for putting her in danger. It's okay, Harry, they've learned their lesson. Ginny was leaning her head on her hands. I'm not going to tell Mum or Dad. Ever. Harry saw the guilt on the twins' faces and he remembered them crying over Ginny in the living room. All right, I'll keep my mouth shut too. But, for Merlin's sake, test stuff out on Ron or Percy from now on. They should be used to it by now. I'm really tired though. I think I'll go back up and grab a nap until supper. That's a great idea, Harry, Ginny yawned also. I'm going to go up to my room and Kip also. Come and get us when Mum gets home please. Harry followed Ginny up the stairs. She turned around to stop Harry when they reached her doorway. When Harry saw how tired she was, he gave her a little grin. Let's lay off the testing from now on, okay? She smiled back up to him and nodded. When Harry started to head further upstairs, Ginny laid a hand on his shoulder. Surprised, Harry immediately stopped. Ginny stood on tiptoes to give Harry a key. On the forehead. She spoke quietly but no less intensely. My ears thawed out first. I heard everything you said or thought down there, Harry. I won't be telling Mum or Dad about that either. That was an amazing feeling, hearing you in my head. It scared me a little, but I want you to know now that I do trust you. Harry opened his mouth in surprise, but Ginny had already disappeared into her room. Harry stumbled up to his bed in shock and immediately fell asleep. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.